After more than 5,000 hours in
RimWorld,
RimWorld, I've built hundreds of colonies across almost every biome, difficulty and challenge imaginable. Over the years, I've made thousands of mistakes, tested countless strategies and learned what actually works. This guide combines everything I've learned into one complete resource. We'll cover every major part of RimWorld, from getting started and building your first base to food, defense, researching, trading, wealth management, and the biggest tips and mistakes that can completely change how you play the game. At the end of this guide, I even go through a full playthrough with my exact mindset and how I think, so you will understand how to play RimWorld. Whether you've just bought RimWorld or already have hundreds of hours, by the end of this guide, you'll know exactly how to build, grow, and defend a successful colony from the moment your colonies crash land all the way to the endgame. Let's get started. Welcome to RimWorld. So we're just going to start right off by pressing a new colony. We have 4 scenarios here: Crash Landed, Lost Tribe, The Rich Explorer, and Naked Brutality. Crash Landed here is the classic RimWorld experience, and you start off with 3 people and you get like an industrial set of resources and research. With the Lost Tribe, you start off with 5 people, although you start off with a lack of technology. It will also take longer to research industrial and post-industrial stuff. The Rich Explorer is more advanced, has more research. However, you only start with 1 person, but you get a bunch of goodies here. And then for the hardest start, you have Naked Brutality, where you start with 1 person. However, you start with nothing. Your research, however, will be in that of Industrial Age. We're just going to start with Crash Landed, so select Next. Now we have 3 storytellers: Cassandra Classic, Phoebe Chillax, and Randy Random. So the AI storyteller here will create events like pirate raids, resource drops, or animal attacks. These will essentially dictate the pacing and the story of your colony. Phoebe Chillax is the easiest of the storytellers and is quite relaxed. So if you want a slow-paced playthrough, then select her. Randy Random sends events at a random interval, so he is quite hard. Sometimes you can get a bunch of raids in a short amount of time, and sometimes you can go a long time without anything. And now Cassandra Classic is the hardest alongside Randy Random as a storyteller. She is quite consistent with raids. You will get 2 or 1 event, and then you will get a break, and then she will come back for more raids or events. She is more predictable, but we will select her and go on. So we're going to pick the default difficulty, Strive to Survive. However, you can pick an easier or harder difficulty. And if you select custom here, you can customize your playthrough a lot. So Strive to Survive, and for now, reload anytime mode. So now we would like to create the world. The seed doesn't really matter. For now, we're just going to go with the default settings, so innards and generate. So now we have our planet here. So we have a few biomes here that we can select from. The temperate forest though will be our starting biome. The game does become more difficult if you select a cold biome. It will be harder to manage food and heat, and the same with the extreme desert, for example, down south. The tropical rainforest is infested with disease, so avoid that. So with the temperate forest, there are 2 types of bases you can go for. If you land in this biome here with flat terrain, you will have a lot of room to work with, but a lack of resources. So for example, mineable resources like steel. Then we have small hills, which I like to go for. You have more resources to work with. Large hills means that they will be a lot of resources, however less room to work with. And now the mountainous terrain. This one is perfect if you like to dwell in the mountains. However, for now we will just pick flat. You also want to look at the growing period here. If you do like seasons and such, I would recommend 40 to 60 days of growing period and above. For this sake, we'll go with 60 out of 60, which would be year-round growing period. Now we have to select our characters. Now the general rule is that you want the team skills here to all have a passion and preferably be of high skill. So the higher the skill, for example medical at 13, is very good. However, we are lacking in cooking, mining, and shooting. You also want to reroll pawns that cannot do combat, because that means that you will have a hard time defending the colony. So Chen here, we will have to reroll because of that. So we reroll this pawn here, who is tough, which means that he takes less damage. He is very good in construction, good in mining, art, medical, animals. Now you want to fill in the passions with the other pawns. So for example, in cooking, plants, crafting, social, intellectual. The reason we want a passion here is because, for example, a pawn without a passion for a skill will only learn at 35% speed. If they have 1 burning passion icon, they will learn at normal speed of 100%. A double passion or 2 fire vampire icons means that they learn at 150% learning speed. You also want to prevent rolling pawns that are too old because they can get health related issues. For example, this guy right here is frail, he has a bad back, and he is cataract. The traits as well, you want to look through the traits, and you don't want to go for something that is too bad, like slothful. This means that they work slower. Now, we did roll a good pawn here, however, they do have a health condition. They are addicted to smoke leaf here, which is essentially like marijuana. However, since it's quite easy to grow and produce, we will not be re-rolling her. And you can also resolve the addiction if you wanted to. You just have to let them not smoke it. However, they will be sad. However, Velvet here is pretty good because she is a jogger, can run fast. Fast learner is one of the best traits because, well, they learn faster. And nimble here means that they are good at melee combat and they have a less likely chance to spring traps. So as you can see, now we're just missing cooking and intellectual, so the last pawn needs to have that. So the last pawn that I rolled is a careful shooter, a sanguine, and has double passion in cooking, passion in intellectual, and double passion in medical. So now our team skills look like this. Now one skill that isn't here that is important is crafting. So I do have that for Velvet, however you can recruit people with the crafting skill later on. You can also rename these people if you wanted to, you can also do this after. Left behind pawns here are pawns that you can encounter in the game, however we will leave them as is. Now we're just going to click start. The three of you awake in your crypto sleep sarcophagi to the sound of sirens and ripping metal. You barely get to the escape pods before the ship is torn apart. Sometime later, you land on this unknown RimWorld. As pieces of the shredded starship fall around you, you start making plans to survive. So straight away, you will encounter this. You will just land on this planet. You simply want to press pause here. The hotkey is space if you want to pause the game. And if you want to unpause, you press space again. And if you want to increase the speed of the game, you can press 1, 2, or 3. So the first thing we want to do is unforbid all of these items because as you can see, everything has an X on them. You can do that by clicking the architect icon or pressing right click on your mouse. You want to go into orders here and then press U or go to allow. You want to right click this and unforbid all items. The next step is going into the work tab. We're going to make our way from left to right. By default, it is on automatic priorities. However, we want to have more control over what our pawns do, so select manual priorities. And now the thing is that the priorities on the left have a higher priority and the lower priority on the right, so for example research, will be done lastly. So even if firefight here is at number 1 and research here, they have the same value. However, research is way to the right, so they will first do firefight before doing research. Firefight is the most important priority, so we want to make that a 1. If you shift and right click on the name here, you can select all of them at once to change. Patient is also pretty important, so 1. Doctor is extremely important. Bed rest, however, is not that important unless someone needs to really heal up from an infection, for example, or maybe a disease. So for now, put that on 3. Basic is things like flicking switches, releasing prisoners, open containers and such. We can put that at 1, so people have that done with right away. We always want them to be managed, so put that at 1. Handle here is all about animals. If you want to tame animals, train them, slaughter them, we can put that at 1. Now the rest of the skills won't really be a 1. The reason we don't want everything at 1 is because if there is an emergency or something, you want to be able to put something at 1. So our cook we want to put at 2. Hunting here we have to put at 2 as well. If you look at the icon there for hunt, for example, you can see the passion icon. You want to assign the work to those people that have a passion for their work. Construction on 2. So growing should be at 3. Mining should be at 3. But plant cutting, put that at 2. So for example, then they will harvest food that has finished growing first before sowing. Smithing, tailor, art, and crafting, you can also put at 3. And the rest here doesn't really matter. Now for the schedule, by default, it will be like this. So they will sleep at 10 o'clock p.m. and wake up at 5 a.m. You can just keep it like this. I would recommend putting a few recreational cycles here as well though. And if you wanted to, you can press copy here if you want to copy over the schedules. Next up is the assign tab. For now, the only thing I would do is recommend that your medic carry some medicine. So Velvet here is the medic, carry some medicine so she can tend to people at the spot. Everything else you can leave for now, but we will probably have to get back to this. The animals tab here isn't that important. We do start off with one animal, a dog, and the rest of the tabs here aren't that important, like wildlife, research, quests, and the world. So for now, let's just start off the game. The first thing you want to do is go into the tab here, structures, and go to wooden wall. You want to drag this 13 tiles across in each and every direction. So 13, 13, and 13. Go into the structure tab again and then press on a wooden door. You can place this anywhere. However, I am going to change the location of the base here simply because there is a different type of soil here. Up north, we have some rich soil. If we were to grow food here, it would grow 40% faster here, as you can see. Rich soil, 140% fertility, whereas normal soil has 100% fertility. With the base done, you want to go into the architect tab again, go into zone, go into stockpile zone, and you want to simply drag this in the base. The next thing is to grow some food. So for now, we're just going to grow some rice. So just go into the zone here, go into the growing zone with H. For example, now a 90 tile area should be good enough. You want to select the growing zone and you want to press P. You want to select the rice plant right here. It requires the most amount of labor, but it provides the most amount of food. And the last thing we want to do is simply equip our people with weapons and armor. So Mate here is tough. We will have him do melee. You can do this by right-clicking on an item here, for example the flak pants, and forswear it. If you hold down the shift button and then right-click, you can queue up the orders for things. So now we have unpaused and the game will just start. The first thing they shall do is either grow or construct or haul. As you can see, Velvet here is going to start growing. Valdo here is not doing anything. That is because he is not good at construction, not good at plants, and he is incapable of dumb labor, which means that he cannot haul or clean. So in this instance, what I would have him do for now is do intellectual researching. We want to go into production here and we want to construct a simple research bench. Now slowly but surely you will see that work is being done. Mati is constructing, Velvet is harvesting the trees so she can plant the rice. So now we will just speed up the game a bit. So Mati has gathered up some wood and steel, so now he will construct a simple research bench. With that thing plopped down, we can go into the research tab here, and the first thing we want to do is just research batteries. That's the first thing, and now Waldo will just do that. So now the rest of the base will be constructed. Now while working, people will do recreational activities. So for example, Matti here is going for a walk. We will go into more of that later, but for now, construct the shack. And now the shack has been constructed, so instantly you will see that Matti is doing something. Every time a room has been constructed, the game will automatically set in a roof area. So now the whole base will be roofed in. This will however cost no resources, so it's completely free. And perfect, for now this is good. However, it is getting dark, so we want to make 3 beds for our pawns. Just line them up like this, 1, 2, 3. Another thing we want to do is get a horseshoe pin. You can find that in the recreation tab. You just want to place that down for recreation. And we also want some light in here, so a torch lamp. And that will be good for today, so construct. And right before night we have everything up. So we have 3 beds, we have recreational stuff, at least some of it, and Waldo is researching, and we have some rice coming in. Now with this start, you don't really have to worry about food in the beginning, but you want to have it in advance. All the food here needs to be hauled in, so you can just select a pawn, right click on something, and then prioritize hauling it. For example, now I would decide that, yeah, we need to haul everything back into the base, because outside it will start to deteriorate and get destroyed. Go into the work tab here, and then shift click on haul, and everyone that can haul will haul. However, now everyone is going to sleep. Now if you've done things similarly to me, if you were to select a pawn, go into needs here, you will see all of this. Our people are quite happy. We have very low expectations because we're poor. We have initial optimism because we just started off. Recreation, fully satisfied. We went over that recreation. We are comfortable, which is a requirement. That means, for example, sitting in chairs or sleeping in beds. That will increase comfort. And also our pet Yorkshire Terrier nuzzled us, so a cute animal nuzzled me. So in the beginning, we have to have our people sleep in barracks like this, but in the future, you can make them their own bedrooms. Now, the following day, as I set the priorities, the only thing they will do is haul. Once all the essentials are hauled, I will set back the priorities. And now we have a base that looks something like this. If you want a clear view of your resources, you want to make sure that this panel right here is clicked or toggled. And then on the top left-hand side, you can drag all of this out. So you can see all of your resources here. If you were to disable this thing right here, it would be something like this. So yeah, the next step for now is just to make a table. You want to go into furniture and do that, make a table and make a chair. Right next to the chair, you want them to get a wooden chess table because that will provide more recreation. And while we're at it, we can also floor in the base. We can do that with wood for now. Now then, before the night, everything that we wanted accomplished has been accomplished. We also want to make an animal sleeping spot for the dog, so we want to just place that right there. Now the next step is really important. We want to go into production here and make a stonecutter's table. We ideally would like to protect ourselves from fire, so having a wooden base would not help with that. For now, we're just going to place it near some stone blocks here, as you can see. For example, marble here is quite beautiful, so marble chunks is what we want. Once you have that done, you want to select it, go into the builds tab here, add a build, and then you just want to make marble blocks. For now, we're just going to set this to do forever. And now someone that has the crafting skill will go ahead and do that. So Velvet. Now if they go ahead and do something else other than chop up stone, you just want to go into the work tab here and select crafting to 1. Now we're looking to replace our walls here. So we want to calculate this. 1 stone chunk here provides 20 stone blocks and you need 5 resources for 1 wall. We have 47 walls here. So 47 times 5 is 235 stone blocks. While Velvet does that, we will work on something else. You want to go into the security tab here and get some wooden barricades and just drag some over here so people can shoot from behind. Another thing we would like to do is construct some power. With the crash landed start, you get some components to work with and a lot of steel. And if you notice by now, Waldo is almost done researching batteries. So what we're going to do is place a wind turbine here somewhere, ideally over the rice fields here because there are no trees growing over the rice, which means that they won't disturb the wind turbine. After that, we want to get some hidden conduits here. You want to drag that into the base. Hidden conduits means that raiders cannot destroy them and they cannot really be destroyed. And then in the walls, we can make regular power conduits. They're cheaper. And then we're going to place down the battery right there. So then, batteries. We're going to place down the battery right there in the power tab. Mate will start constructing that. And by now, we have a lot of marble blocks. We're almost there. Now, Waldo is idle again, so the next research we're going to go for are solar panels. Have him do that. With the wind turbine constructed, we should get some power. What I would recommend is going to the AutoCut tab here and automatically AutoCut blocking plants. So if there's like a tree or something, colonists will cut that down. And there we go, batteries. So the wind turbine is active. It's generating 1000 watts and it will slowly store the watts into the battery. So what we can do now is replace our torch here with a simple lamp. So select the torch and press X to deconstruct. You then want to place a standing lamp right dead center. And we also have our first event here, a visitor. So some visitors will want to trade with us, but this one won't be able to trade with us. For now, we're just going to focus on the walls and then we will do the next step. While we wait, we can grow some more stuff. So we're of course going to grow some rice. The next step is growing some heal root. This is essentially medicine. If your pawns get hurt, you want a lot of medicine. It also grows wildly here. So if someone gets hurt, you want to harvest this wild heal root. And the other thing we want to grow here is cotton. So you want to select that. So now we're growing rice, heal root, and cotton. Now in this special case, we have Velvet here who is addicted to marijuana. So she needs some smoke leaf. We will grow that too. One thing we can actually have Waldo do is just do crafting. Velvet is currently planting. So instead of researching, he will start cutting up stone blocks. So we have our first event here from Cassandra, a mad hare. We just want to press on this alert and jump to the location. So we can see here that the hare is quite close. So I'm just going to show you the strategy that I recommend for fighting off against stuff like this. When it comes to things that want to melee you. Mate, however, is very far away. Wow, that is not good. We have to see if we get lucky with our shots here. But as you can see, you want to press R on your people. You want to hover over them and you want to draft them. Press R. And then you can start moving them around manually. So we can run away if you wanted to just start kiting it. However, the hare is quite fast. We will probably have to take some damage here. Never mind, we got a really good shot in, so the hare is dead. If we were to select it and go into the health tab, we can see that its neck was shot off fresh. The hare's neck was perforated into fragments by Waldo's revolver bullet. Once the raid is done, we can just simply undraft everyone by selecting and pressing R, or undrafting. So we're going to do something with this hare corpse later. We want it in the base here, so select the stockpile storage, and you want to simply scroll down so we can haul in animal corpses. It will spoil in 2.5 days, but we're going to make a freezer soon. Now then, we have enough stone blocks, so in the morning we shall replace the walls. Now then, what we simply want to do is deconstruct a few walls. However, we want to leave a few walls intact. In this case, we have 4 things here that keep the roof up. We do not want that to collapse on us, so just do that. Once all the walls are deconstructed, we quickly want to rebuild it with marble walls. So select the wall this time, but this time you want to select marble wall right there. Matti will haul all the wood in and replace it. The reason we're not constructing it with steel is because steel in RimWorld is flammable. Not the item itself, but if this was a steel wall, it would be flammable. We're also going to be prompted to name our faction and settlement, so just pick whatever. Our next event here is a flash storm. You want to be careful with these because the fire can spread quite rapidly. Now, unfortunately, the wall isn't constructed yet, so we will have to sleep outdoors. So even if the room isn't fully enclosed, let's say there was a hole here, it will still say outdoors in the bottom right. So you want to make sure it says indoors once you've made your room. As you can see with the flash storm, this is what a proper fire looks like. If it doesn't rain, then we have to extinguish it. Pawns will automatically extinguish fires within a home zone. If you go into zone here and expand home area, you can configure with this. And now we have a flow of rice coming in, so I will show you how to cook it down. Anyways, we have got some rain now, so all the fire shall be extinguished. Now then, the base is built, so time to deconstruct. And a raid from the Pact of Kotra. So we have our first ever raid, so let's deal with this. It says here that they are attacking immediately. Some raids they will prepare for a while and then attack. Now then, there are some ways to deal with this, but we're just going to go out right here. We could just straight up shoot her. Now Mate could engage here, or we can just have him kite, so just like this. Keep in mind that the shooting accuracy in this weather is quite bad. If you were to hover your mouse over the character while the game is paused, you can see here, weather is 50% here, so you don't want to shoot in the rain. However, it shouldn't matter, because now she is really slow, so as you can see, we will just kite here, and hopefully take no damage. There we go. Our first ever raid has been defeated. Mate could probably have engaged there as well, but no damage is better. We will haul the spoils of war. We got some pemmican, got a club, so it's time to finish up the base. And now, as you can see, indoors 23 Celsius. That's what we want. What we're going to do now is chop up some more stone blocks and then build a freezer. What I'm going to show you is a more efficient way of chopping up blocks. So you want to go into details here now, and instead of do forever, so you have to manually suspend it when you want them to stop, you can just do until you have X. I'm just going to set this to 100. So what this means is that once we have 100 marble blocks, they will stop chopping it up. So it will always be done automatically. So now it should look like this. So we can see here that Velvet has like this yellow icon. That means her mood isn't the best, so we want to observe it. Smoke leaf withdrawal is quite bad. And observed corpse, so you want to get rid of that corpse. It's already quite far away from the base, so we can leave that. But if you wanted to, you just make a dumping stockpile zone here. Place it in the water, because bodies will deteriorate faster in water. And then you can just manually select corpses here. I'll just select human-like corpses. Ah, we forgot about the hair, so now it's rotting. Great. Now then, it's time to make the freezer, so just construct next to the base. So something like this for now, and a door. The thing with the home zone is that pods will only clean stuff in the home zone, and any buildings as well will only be repaired within the home zone. Down at the bottom right, this is not toggled on automatically. I would do it, because then it will rebuild stuff that is destroyed in the home area, that is. If you don't want the home zone to expand automatically near stockpiles and structures, you can disable it right here. Toggle automatically expanding the home area around new constructions. So now the reason we're constructing a freezer here is because the food will spoil. So for example, 40 days for rice, that is actually quite a lot. But for meat and meals, you want to keep that in a freezer. Another thing I would like to do with the builds here is that instead of taking to the best stockpile, we will save on time by having it just drop on the floor. before. So instead of going back and forth to stockpile the blocks, it's better to just drop it on the ground there, save some time. Now then, the freezer has been constructed, so I want you to follow these steps. So in the temperature tab, I want you to get a cooler. Now you want the blue tile to be facing your actual freezer and the red tile to be facing outwards. So it will essentially move the heat from this room outdoors. Next up, I just want you to make a simple wall around like this, because raiders will want to destroy the freezer. So by doing this, then raiders will never be able to destroy that. We of course have to connect some power in there and preferably get a lamp. In this case, I would use a wall lamp. The room isn't too big, so this is perfect. And we've also researched solar panels. So another source of power, we can just plop that down as well. Maybe like somewhere around here. We would also like to floor in this part of the base. I am going to use concrete now because wooden flooring is quite flammable. We would like to replace that with concrete or paved tiles. Now with the cooler done, we can select the temperature. By default, it is 21 Celsius, so we want to decrease this down to maybe -5 Celsius. Some heat gets out when the door opens, just have a buffer. As long as it is at a freezing temperature, then it's good. So now what I want you to do is construct the walls here, but make sure that they do not roof all of this in. That way, when the heat dissipates here, it will just escape into the sky. If this is all enclosed and there's a roof right here, you will see that the cooling won't actually work. As you can see, indoors 100 Celsius here, and that way it isn't really cooling. It's only 6-7 degrees, so above freezing. Now that it is enclosed without a roof here, you can see that it's going to drop down to -5. Or actually, it might be a bit too warm. You will need more coolers if it's too warm, but there we go, -1 Celsius somewhat. I will just place one more down, but now we want to make an electric stove. Start cooking down all of this rice. The reason I'm placing it outside of the freezer is because pawns cook faster in warmer temperatures. For now, what I'm going to do is just store all of our items in the freezer because we don't have a lot of items and food. If you were to hold Alt, you can actually see here that the items on the ground are quite ugly. You will have to keep this in mind because impressiveness here, it says awful, ugly, very ugly. So we would like to make this room more beautiful. We have Matti here, an artist, so what we're going to do is construct an art bench. Place that down. For now, I'm just going to make large sculptures here. I'm going to make maybe 5. Go into details here, and I want you to only make them out of wood for now. That's the cheapest. One thing you can also do is place chairs at the workstations here. If you select the workstation here, you will see a chair icon. So you want to place one down right there for comfort. And we also have the electric stove. So for now, just go to add build, cook simple meals, and you want to do this until you have 10. However, I want you to press details. I want you to pause when satisfied and take this at maybe 4. So then the cook will only cook when it's below 4 simple meals in the base. They will keep on cooking until there's 10 simple meals. Otherwise, they might go back and forth too much cooking when they should all do it in one session. So this is how we do it. And now we should see Waldo cooking. He is quite useful in that. Yep. So Waldo will cook here. He will haul it into the freezer here, and the food should not spoil. Okay, it's still a bit too warm, but here we go. Fresh frozen. You want to make sure it is always frozen in here, and that way your food will never spoil. It is way better to eat meals than raw food because raw food gives you a mood debuff. Velvet here will consume some raw food and they will get a -7 mood debuff, whereas there will be nothing with a simple meal. Once you get better cooks or when they level up, you can start cooking fine meals here. They will give a even better mood buff. You have to keep in mind though that it takes more ingredients to get the same amount of nutrients. So if you have a lot of food, you would want to make lavish meals. Those are soothing to the soul. So the pawns have just finished cleaning the base. We have hauled everything into the stockpile. Matti will now start making those sculptures and we shall continue researching. This time I think we're going to go for smithing. We would like to go into machining here. With smithing you can get armor like a simple helmet which protects the head. However, now we have a nice and stable colony. I would like to focus on defenses a little bit more, so we're going to do that. So I've just gone into the security tab and we're going to construct some wooden spike traps. If you were to construct these and then make a corridor here, the raiders will go over them, and then when they try to enter the base, they will essentially be dead. We also want to place doors in between because when you construct these spike traps, you have a chance of tripping over them, so you want to make sure that you have that. And generally, it is much better to fight at a choke point like this rather than out in the open, because then every single enemy can fire at you when you're in the open, whereas right here, only a few enemies can attack at once and you can attack all of them. Now then, with the spike traps constructed, we have enough defenses, we have sculptures coming coming in. I think we're going to move on to the next step, which is making a prisoner room. In RimWorld, raiders like that could get downed, which means that you can potentially recruit them and add more people to the colony, which we want to increase our survival chances and productivity. A bigger colony is always better in RimWorld, so just make a prisoner room. Speaking of which, the person that raided us was actually a really good pawn here. Now then, we're expanding upon the base, but we have some stone chunks here, so we want to go into orders here and then just haul things. You can haul these away and they should get dumped into the stockpile zone here, the dumping stockpile. So now we've constructed a prisoner room here. We've also constructed a wooden end table and wooden dresser, which increases comfort. However, what you want to do now is select the bed and select 4 prisoners. So now if we get someone downed, we have the ability to capture them. Now then, the next step is to make a few bedrooms. We're going to queue up everything, the floors, the walls, conduits for power, lamps. Now let's say we want some food. We're hungry. Let's say we didn't have this rice. We will hunt this grizzly bear, possibly one of the most formidable foes, but we will kite it. So what we want to do is start shooting it and just see what happens. You can press B while selecting people to automatically attack. So now it's just got revenge and it will start attacking. So now Matti just has to kite, but it will slow down as we keep on damaging it, hopefully. And as you can see, it is dead. What we want to do now is make a butcher's table. Now in the butcher's table, you can just set this up to butcher creatures forever. And now Waldo will come over and butcher that thing. It will bring a liver and meat. There we go, bear skin. And as you can see, this meat will only spoil in 2 days. So that needs to be frozen. As you can see, frozen here. And as the game progresses, you can look through the logs of the pawns right here. You will see in their social tab that they will start liking each other or disliking each other. So Velvet is actually Waldo's sister here. Opinion of Velvet, plus 100. Sister, crash together, deep talk, chit chat. Another thing that you have to worry about is that clothing will deteriorate. So eventually it will become ratty. The clothing might have some holes in it and then people will get sad. So you want to go into the assign here. You want to go into apparel policy. You just want to make sure that this is dragged up to about 50 or 51%. That way people will take off the clothing if it's ratty. Next threat from Cassandra, a mad rat. In this case, we're going to showcase the spike traps. So because we have this door open here, it will automatically come for us. The rat insta-died. A spike trap stabbed the rat, jabbing into her liver and body. So then pawns will automatically replace the traps, and Waldo should butcher it up, as you can see, and free meat. And we're done with smithing. Another thing I would like to research is advanced lights. This will halve the power consumption of lights. Perfect, so we have a raid here from the Killer Brigands. A group of pirates from the Killer Brigands have arrived nearby. They will prepare for a while, so we have some time to prepare. This guy is a nudist body modder, but he's actually not too bad. Plants double passion, social and intellectual, all double passion. Ideally, we would like to down him, so the best course of action would be just to punch him. So just to prepare, we will drop all of our weapons for this. We want to down him. There is of course still a chance that he will die to the fists. Pirates from the Killer Brigands are beginning their assault, so it's time. Yeah, Waldo is taking some damage. Unfortunately, he died. Oh well, now we are hurt, so we need to tend. Now, Waldo is the medic, but we have to allow self-tend on the medic right there. Just go into the health tab and do that. And now Waldo will automatically get some medicine and tend. And he should also tend to Mate. Just like so. And now we will slowly heal up. You heal up faster when you're in bed. Another thing we should have done is just shot at him. And then eventually he will bleed out. So he will get down to the blood loss. And then we could have tended to him. That we should do. Ooh, we just got a new event, a transport pod crash here. Actually a relationship, Waldo's brother. Wait a minute, Waldo and Velvet's brother. Yeah, we have 3 siblings here. Let's see here, Pyromaniac, Gormando. I do not like Pyromaniac. Pyromaniac means that they will go on a fire starting spree, and that is very bad. Gorman means that they will eat at a faster rate, 50% more. And we already have a cook and someone that can do animals probably, yeah. We will rescue him, but we will banish him. We're just going to make a sleeping spot here. You want to just right click and rescue. So he joins straight away, which is quite interesting. However, we want him to get out of here. We will let him drop his parka though, so you can do that by toggling this here. Just click on one of these buttons. Unfortunately, we will banish him and following thoughts will be applied. Colonist banish -3. Nothing too bad. Only be for a few days, but he is useless. Our first ever sculpture, so this will increase the impressiveness of the room that we're currently in. If we were to place it here, this whole room will be better. Now then, all the bedrooms have been constructed. We want to select the bed, press B to reinstall, and yes, reinstall them. You can press Q and E to rotate. Also want to add some dressers for comfort, so just like this. And now the colony will become very happy. New threat from Cassandra, or new event, animal disease, the plague. Our Yorkshire Terrier is sick, but some medicine will tend to that. So diseases and infections also require medicine. They don't require a special thing like, I don't know, antibiotics. That doesn't exist. You can get penoxycycline, I cannot pronounce that. And this will essentially prevent diseases here, you can read. A visitor, and they actually want to trade. So let's see how trading works in RimWorld. You want to pick the pawn with the best social skill for this. So in this case, Velvet. So you want to right click on Alicia here, for example, and then simply trade. She will have the question mark icon. So all you have to keep in mind is that things on the right side here are things you want to sell, the things that your colony has, and things you want to buy, the thing that the trader has, is to the left. In this case, I would only like to buy components. I would select all the components here, and you will see now that we get -84 silver, which means that we're buying this for 84 silver. And then if we were to like sell off some medicine, then of course we would have to spend less silver, but we're just going to buy 2 components here, so you just want to click accept. The trader will then drop it on the ground and we just hold it back in. So now you can look at our colonist's mood. Very low expectations, but somewhat impressive rec room, somewhat impressive dining room. The more impressive the room is, the better the mood. So you can increase that by making sculptures or maybe adding some like gold tiles or something, increasing the richness of the room. So our harvest of crops is incoming. We got rice, we got herbal medicine, everything. Our dog here is doing okay against the plague. We can hover over it. Plague minor 50%. That is how far the disease has gone. But at the bottom, you can see immunity 74%. So whoever reaches 100% first wins. So if the plague were to reach 100% first, then it would die. I'm also going to show you how to tame some animals here. So we have an alpaca, 2 of them. You simply want to hover over them and then select tame. If you want to tame animals, you will need some food. So Matti will bring some rice here, and then Matti will just feed that to them, and there's a small chance. Okay, advanced slides, new research, yes, but let's see. Tame failed, 20% chance. Anyways, want to research machining and would like to get an electric smithy. Would like to make some helmets, but with advanced lights you can also change the color of your lamps. So I just like to go for white here. You can copy the color here and paste it everywhere. Okay, our next raid. This time it will go better, I feel like. Kanto here, a female pyromaniac, careful shooter, jogger. That is not really too good. I just hate pyromaniac, otherwise she would be perfect. Now then, no, do not go into the spike traps, please. I think she's going to... Oh no, are you kidding me? She went straight for the dog. Yeah, now you have to die. Who attacks dogs first? We also got some smoke leaf coming in. To go for smoke leaf joints, you want to go into production here, crafting spot, place that down, go into add bill, and then make smoke leaf joint. We also got the electric smithy. In here, we just want to make 2 more simple helmets. Whoever has the best crafting will do that, so Velvet. We also got some cloth coming in from the cotton here, as you can see. So the first thing you want to do with cloth is go into recreation and make a wooden billiards table. We're also going to make some clothing out of the cloth, so a wooden electric tailor bench. So we have a new event, a bulk goods trader, a proper trader. So they will come in here with a bunch of animals here to trade with us. So in this case, I would like to sell off some bear skin, light leather, and honestly, we don't really need much else. So that's all that we're trading. We're going to get 132 silver, which is the currency. Silver right there, that's the money. Anyways, now we have more recreation. If you hover over recreation here, you can see all the recreational needs. So I would keep an eye on this. It will say if colonists are bored of certain recreation types. So we have tamed an alpaca. For now, what you want to do is go into misc here and go into a caravan hitching spot. And for now, just place it around some grass. That way the alpaca won't roam around, because otherwise it might wander off the map. So it should get tied to the leash like this. And now the alpaca will eat the food. It will also grow wool. And another thing you can do is caravan out with this alpaca, and it will actually have a lot of storage to carry with you. Now we are running out of steel here, so what we want to do is mine. You want to zoom in on your map and simply zoom into steel here. This is compacted steel, so you can mine it. We just want to mine a little bit, but you can also mine the whole vein if you wanted to. Another thing you would like to mine out are compacted machinery, components. Components are useful for everything, so you want to make sure you always have that. When you start off with this scenario though, you might find some ship chunks here which you can deconstruct for components and steel, so deconstruct. So as you can see, Velvet has crafted up a simple helmet here, and now she should equip that soon. Waldo has at least, you can see that. He looks pretty good in that helmet. Velvet also crafting up some smoke leaf joints. We also got the wooden electric tailor bench. In here, for now, we want to make dusters. Want to make dusters, button-down shirts and pants for now. Just make that for everyone. If you are in the cold biome, what I would do is make jacket or parkas here. That will protect you against the cold. More visitors to trade, but we're not really interested. No. Now, you know what? Selling off 2 clubs. Also, electrical equipment might break down, so you want to quickly repair that. You have to make sure it's in the home zone though. So, our first quest here. A cache of fortune, 115 plasteel. Plasteel is one of the rarest metals in the game, and it's pretty good. However, this location right here is 2.8 days away, which is quite far. And we've also researched machining. So with this, we can make our own weapons if we wanted to. We just have to research gunsmithing. What we want though is microelectronics, so we can trade online here with the comms console. We also unlock some other good stuff like EMP grenades against mechanoids, which is a type of enemy in the game, way harder than normal humans. So with our own tailored shirts here, I mean, Mate is wearing the dusters, everything is going well. However, storage is getting quite tight here, so what you want to do is go into furniture here, and you want to make a few shelves. You just want to place these things down, doesn't really matter where. Shelves can stack more items in one tile, so that's why we need them. If you wanted to, you can double click on them and then link settings. Build complete, make large sculptures. So we've successfully made 5 of them. And now as you can see, we have a very impressive, workshop, but this also acts as a recreational room and a dining room. As you can see, people are extremely happy with this. And a heat wave from Cassandra. So this event is not really too bad. You just have to worry about more cooling. So for example, you could make a cooler right here, make a passive cooler which uses wood. In our case, we already have good clothing, so we shouldn't have to worry. So 46 Celsius, it is cooking. Now then, someone is getting heat stroke. Just go into the freezer for a moment and it will dissipate. Yeah. Our colony right now is quite peaceful. Not much happening. I mean, we have food secured. We have research going on. However, people are starting to get idle now. So idle people should research right here. Just put that at 4. We will have to construct a few more research benches. So we have our next event here, a raid from a group of outlanders. A group, it's singular, just one of them. This guy can actually not do anything. Skilled labor, dumb labor, although he's a good shot. However, would like to recruit him, just so I can show you how it's done, how to recruit people. So what we want to do is simply shoot and kite. Yeah, this guy's a really good shot. That's the problem. 46% is insane. He will... Okay, he needs to get down. He is too powerful. Yeah, they all die. That's the issue. Why do they all die? A mad tortoise from Cassandra. We can easily kill it. Tied to the spike traps. So we have a quest here to rescue Pickle. They want us to go over to a camp here, so that's exactly what we're going to do. So what we can simply do is form a caravan here, and then you just want to select where you want to go and accept. And now we shall select how many people, maybe 2 people like this. And now we should have enough, so we're just going to select those people, select a bit of food, 4.5 days of food. Everything else is good. So you just select send, and now everyone will quickly disappear. It will load the items up on the... Okay, the damn tortoise. So we just got a shoot frenzy from Velvet. When people are very happy, they will get inspirations like this. And when they're sad, for example here, then they will get mental breaks. So keep the mood high. With the caravan gone, they're almost there. So the caravan has now arrived at the incapacitated refugee. So there she is. Pickle, fast walker, sickly. I mean, she's not too bad actually. So all we have to do is go and confront her. There should be a threat though. A few raccoons. We have to focus on the same target, please. Ooh, what a nice... Wow, we're so good. We will offer help to her, and now she will join us, so she will get an extremely good mood here. Rescued. We're going to reform caravan, and I would actually like to check out this plasteel. So it is this quest right here. Now then, caravan has arrived at the item stash. So let's see here. Nothing here. There doesn't seem to be anything, so this is all just free. Good, we shall head out. What in the world happened here? There was a wild man in this map and he tripped on our trap and is going to die. Well, I'm going to show you exactly how to... Oh, he got up. Right to arrest. We're going to tend to him and I'm going to show you how to organ harvest in RimWorld. From the overview tab, you want to go into operations and then you want to harvest lung, kidney and heart. Once you harvest those organs, you can sell them for a huge profit. What in the world? A warg hunted the Yorkshire Terrier bloody and it died. Yeah, Velvet was bonded to that Yorkshire Terrier. That will be good. So then, organ harvestry underway. Surgery failed. That can happen. We have been ambushed by one tribespeople. We have to refuse and fight. I want them to come to us. That is the strategy. And they all get downed. I would like to show you how to recruit people. There we go, so we got a kidney, and this will sell for a lot. Now then, all the organs out of the prisoner. And the caravan is back. Welcome back, everyone. And straight after, a nice party. Anyways, I'm going to show you how to arrest someone. So let's say someone were to get downed here. You would bring the pawn with the best social skill, or mate will also work, and that will work. Now go into the prisoner tab here, and you want to simply recruit. So how it works is that the resistance will go down, because prisoners or wardens will talk to the prisoners, and then once this reaches 0, then they can be recruited. But you can also see that there's a prison break interval, so sometimes the prisoners want to break out. However, we want to release her, Pickle, because she's a colonist, so release, and she's back out. However, she will get a was imprisoned mood debuff. So yeah, I mean, this is my beginner's guide for RimWorld. I really hope you got some value out of it. So we went over how to make a base, how to deal with raid security, how to get up all of these things, how to grow food, and so on and so forth. So the next step would be just to keep on researching here. Eventually you would want to get to the ship here, where you research all of this. However, I would recommend hiring as many people as you can, hopefully building a wall around the base, just to keep them out, the raiders. After more than 5,000 hours in RimWorld, I've built hundreds of colonies across almost every biome, difficulty, and challenge imaginable. In this guide, I'll show you exactly how I build my bases, from choosing the perfect location to planning your layout, designing every important room, managing power and temperature, and all the little details you might have missed. Whether you're completely new to RimWorld or have hundreds of hours already, by the end of this guide, you'll have a complete blueprint for building better colonies. So we've got this map here, and I like to look first for where all of the rich soil is. So we've got the green spots here, and also where the resources. So we've got compacted steel and compacted machinery. As long as you build close to that, you will have a good time. So actually, where we started, I think, is a pretty decent spot. So when you land in RimWorld, the first step is to plan the base. Now, there will be ruins on the map that you're starting off with, so you would ideally already take those over if you could. But for the sake of starting from the beginning, any base shape will do, but I like to go for a 13 by 13 room like this. Or if you press E, you can change between modes. You can have a circle or a square base. For now, just out of wood, construct with the wood that you already start off with. Now, one mistake that I see people do right when they start up their first base is they try to go for a flooring alongside the base itself. However, I would argue that you do that later, at least, because number one, you can grow flowers in the soil. You won't need flower pots, and it will bring up the impressiveness of the room. Number two, actually, dirt soil is less dirty than dirt on a wooden floor. For example, we have a little bit of dirt here. You can see that the filth on that is -4, while it's only -3 in the dirt without the flooring. Not only that, but your pawns will have to spend time cleaning off of the floor, whereas they spend less time, they don't have to clean when it's only soil. At least in the early game, you do not need a flooring straight away. Before building any other rooms, I see a lot of people building like, I was like this too as a beginner. You will build a freezer and then a prisoner room over here, and then all of a sudden it becomes too much. Start off with one room, one simple barracks with beds for everyone, a table that people can eat at. You can haul a table from the ruins, maybe get some dressers and end tables, and then all you need last is the recreational stuff here, so your pawns will have something fun to do. And then lastly, just a stockpile where you can store your items for now. And this is literally what I do in every single playthrough after 5,000 hours, this exact start. Because, of course, you want to always have a torch in your base, have light everywhere covering your base, because then your pawns will work faster and they will move faster in light. Now that the base is up, you want to quickly replace your base with stone. Alternatively, if you do not have the capabilities, you can build a roof like this, 3x3, and then you can cut the plants underneath the base like so. And now, even if there's a massive fire spreading around your base, the fire won't spread because it can only spread to flammable stuff, which in this case is plants, but the roof is preventing plants from existing. So this is the best way to keep a wooden base flame-free. But we're going to construct out of stone. Another base building tip is to always get sculptures, because that will make your people happier, especially if you place them in this room right here, the recreational room. Now, to replace the base with stone, you do not want to replace the doors. If you were to deconstruct and replace everything at once, the roof will collapse on your people and they will, their necks, I've had people get their necks cut off because of that. So just keep the doors here now. Generally, a roof can support up to, well, 6 tiles from a structure. So in this case, we can just keep the doors here and we're going to replace everything. Even if you were to have this roof contraption here, when you have raiders, they will light your base on fire manually. So you always want to try to replace your base with stone as quickly as possible. Now, once you've got your initial base down, no matter the design, you can start designing your ideal base. You can go into the order tab here, go into planning by pressing I. You can start to plan with whatever shapes or colors or whatever the hell you want. Now, the simplest thing to do would be just to have the same layout of squares like this. I'm not going to focus on the shape of the base more than the design and the location. Right next to your recreational room where people party and they eat and they sit at the table, I will make the freezer, because people then just have to go into the freezer, get the food, and then they will eat here. So always have it as close as possible, the freezer and the dining room, recreational room. And then the next step that I like to go for is a workshop here, because when you do not have a workshop, your production items here, your work speed will say that it's not in a workshop. You can always press G, or you can hold down Alt to see what type of room it is. So we're going to move our production items to the workshop up here, and we're going to construct the freezer. In this case, we have a little bit of, well, unstable terrain. You should toggle on this mountain icon at the bottom right, and you can see terrain where you cannot really build stably on. In this case, we'll have to get wooden bridges. Not ideal, but alternatively, if I do not want wood because raiders will burn it up, I can just construct the stone inland where the terrain is more stable. It will make the base look more unique, that's for sure. Now then, after building up the base, I forgot to, when I remove the roof area here, you'll have to make sure to ignore it here, but to build over where you want the roof to be. You can also start getting power now. So The best base building power source to start off is a wind turbine, or if you're a place with a lot of trees. There's a lot of trees here, but this is generally zero maintenance, and you would research batteries, which is what I always go for, so that you can store that power when it's not windy. As for the lights, you can see the light radius right there, but if you also want to look at the light levels, you can hold down Alt. If it's below 50%, then it's not fully utilized, so it's 31% at the corners here, but at the doorway it is 50%, so it's close to ideal. Or you can look at the bottom left right here, you can see that it's dark, and just having power everywhere is really good. Another pro building tip is if you go into the power tab, instead of using power conduits, the regular ones, you will build the hidden conduits. They're double as expensive, but they cannot be destroyed, not even by raiders. They aren't flammable, and most importantly, when you store power in a battery, there's a chance for the battery to short circuit and explode anywhere in the base where the wire is. So having hidden conduits everywhere will save you a lot of everything in the future. I always go for the hidden conduits. Now we're going to get a cooler and a freezer so the freezer is nice and cool. I like to have my freezer inside of the room itself, because then it cannot be destroyed by raiders or other sources. You would just place the cooler where the red spot is facing outwards, and the blue spot is where you want to cool the place. In this case, I'm going to make a little room here where there will be no roof, so the heat just goes up into the sky, you know, and then just connect that to power. The power line, it is like a roof, so it's 6 tiles can reach. Beyond 6 tiles, the power conduit won't line up, so you can see here if you want to line up the power. Now make sure that the roof is open, and now you can reduce the temperature by in here to -5. I like to have a buffer of -5, and I do not like to have many doors by the freezer, because every time the doors are opened, a little bit of chill will be escaping. If you're in a climate where the temperature is too extreme, you can build another layer of walls around the base like this, and then simply have another layer of doors like this, because then you will insulate the base even further. Just 2 double layering like this is the best. Triple layering the walls won't do anything for the temperature. You can do this for the freezer if you want to, but honestly, all you would be saving is a little bit of power. I just add on more coolers if it's a little bit too warm. As you expand the base, I would recommend constructing a nutrient paste dispenser. If you don't have a cook, then the kitchen won't be so necessary, because nutrient paste gives no food poisoning. It uses up less nutrition than other food sources, and it's instant. Now then, your base has been constructed, so you can really start to add flooring now if you want to. I like to go for concrete because it's the easiest to maintain, and it's not flammable. However, paved tiles or wood floors would be more ideal for beauty. But in this case, I'm just going to go for concrete. And now we're going to move our item storage, because items on the ground are quite ugly. Go into the furniture tab here, and we're going to construct a few shelves. I like to have all of my resources at the workshop, of course, because that's where they're working at. And then I like to have all of my food in here in the freezer. Now, opening up the freezer storage, I like to go for important priority, no rotten, and then just set that to food. And then we've got raw resources, plant matter. And then lastly, I like to store animal corpses there. And then you would do the opposite for your normal storage, so that you don't store food outside of the freezer. And so I have one storage on the ground like this, because buildings and sculptures and such, they cannot be placed on shelves. So we'll copy over the stockpile zone, and then I will link all the settings to the shelves, and then I will make that one priority up. So pawns will always prioritize storing first in the freezer, because it's important, and then the workshop, and on the shelves, which is preferred, and then on the floor. So that will keep things nice and tidy. If you don't want to see the visible line of the stockpile zone. You can disable that at the bottom right, toggle visibility of zones. The next step now is essentially what I would call the final step, because after this you will have all the essentials down, and that is going to be a research room and a prisoner room for recruiting further recruits. For the prisoner room you just need like 2 beds for now, maybe with a dresser and a table for them to eat on. Also, with your home area, if you go down bottom right, you can toggle automatically expanding the home area. The blue area is where the people will clean up and extinguish fires and repair. I like to disable it and toggle on automatic rebuild of destroyed structures right here. I don't know why it's off by default. And then I just like to have the home area where my base is and where my power and my growing stuff is. With the wind turbine, if you go into AutoCut here, by default this will be toggled off. This tree right here is blocking it. And then of course your growing zone, you would ideally grow as close to the freezer as possible, but it's not that important because you cannot really choose where the rich soil is. But in this case we have soil right here. You would just grow a little bit of rice and then the freezer would be perfectly aligned. Another thing to make your base cleaner is to haul all of these stone chunks. So haul all the things, but then you need to go into a dumping stockpile zone and just drag that out here so that pawns will automatically haul that over. Alternatively, you can just choose to cut all of those blocks up. And another thing is that if you have a small corridor like this, you won't really need a standing lamp. That's a bit too big. Just a simple wall lamp in that corridor will do. As well as these rooms, they are smaller rooms. And then we've got the research room where I'm just going to place down a bit of research tables. I like to have for everyone so that if they have nothing else to do, they will start to research. And so this is basically all you have to do now in the early game, and then get a battery down. However, I haven't mentioned a lot of defensive stuff. If you're playing on lower difficulties, just a simple barricade like this where you have your melees fight and your shooters fight at the barricades is alright. But the easiest and best thing to do, honestly, is just to get a few spike traps along a wall here. And you would get a sandstone wall like this, because it's easier to rebuild spike traps than it is to have to heal your pawns and tend to them, and risking them dying at every fight is not ideal. Raiders here will prefer to go over the spike trap than defense. And the reason I have it laid out like this is because it's harder to replace spike traps if you have a corridor like this. Pawns will have to go over and they might trip on spike traps. So that is a pro tip. Where your pawns will work, you want to have chairs to make them more comfortable. So always have chairs where your pawns will work, and at the chess tables where they will play chess. Now that the base has been nice and cleaned, I think it's time that you focus on temperature management, because it won't always be at 21 degrees Celsius, which is the comfortable temperature to be at. So again, if it's too warm, you can have coolers like this, like it set up right here, or you can use heaters, and then you will place down vents like this to equalize the temperature in all the rooms. And so just by doing this, we have a base that is always going to be at 21 degrees Celsius unless it gets too warm or too cool. Now the next step, which is quite important, is getting some bedrooms. In most of my playthroughs, I just stick them in the barracks in the recreational room, but it's nice when they can sleep in their own rooms. So for the bedrooms, the shape or the size of it is not too important. I like to have it around the size of a 4x4 room here. So if you want to see the size here, you can see that it's 16 4x4 in all corners. You can make them bigger or smaller if you want, but when they have a spacious bedroom, then they will be happier. One mistake that I did was I used to have lamps in the bedrooms where they slept, but that is actually not really necessary, as you can imagine. They only go there to sleep. Now if you want to, you can add the end tables and the dressers to the bedrooms. What this does is it increases the comfort of the bed itself when they sleep on it. So you can just decide to add them like that. Another thing you can do is add sculptures in here to increase the impressiveness, because having impressive bedrooms is better than just mediocre. Another mistake, or not truly a mistake, but one thing that I did is I used to have my base like a village type. So you will separate your base up like this, where your base isn't connected as a singular entity. However, what this means is that you will need separate heating devices, and when there's a toxic fallout, for example, then people not under a roof will be poisoned by that. Generally, it is better to have one big colony under one roof because of temperature management and because of the unexpected weather conditions. However, if you like to, you know, play with a village, and you can still do it, but I'm just warning you. I would usually have it all under one roof, as I said, like this, and then it's more compact. The next step of the base is mostly for people who play on the harder difficulties of RimWorld, or just people who like to have a lot of space around them that is nice and secure. We're going to make a compound. So you will mass cut stone blocks, and then you want to plan walls all around the base. In this case, I've just made a simple wall line like this with a few doors. Now with Silver here is swimming. However, it does look like a lot of work to build this wall, but it only takes a few days if you're really efficient, and this will save you a lot of hassle. It will make defending the base way easier. You can move this spike corridor up here. From here on out, you can make a kill box where people can shoot behind cover right here, and you have a lot of space to work with. Once you have the compound down, you want to go ahead and get some floodlights. This is a massive source of light, which you will have to research. This thing right here, advanced lights. Here is an example. So you can see the whole base will be lit up. So everybody will move faster in here. When it's night and some people are working in the base, it will always be nice and lit. Now, I love to sometimes paint my colony and have different colors. So you can go into the light, select it, or you can select multiple to change the color. You can decide to change the color to literally anything. I just like the standard white, and I like to go for like a bluish in the freezer and just white. So you can get creative with that. You can also decide to paint the base. If you grow this crop here called Tinctoria, once you harvest this, you can use it to dye the color of your base. If you go into the floor tab, you can paint any floor. I love the pastel blue right here, so you can paint everything nice and blue. Or if you prefer like a scarlet red, that's quite nice. Just have something like this. You can do everything with the coloring tab. So once you have a proper base like this down, there's not really much else to add. You would maybe expand upon the workshop and the research room and maybe the freezer if needed. But these are the basics, so you would expand upon these 5 types of rooms. So you have the research room, workshop, the prisoner room, the freezer, and the recreational room, and then alternatively you can get some bedrooms. However, if you want to build over terrain that is a bit unstable, you can research something called a moisture pump. It's right down here. This will convert soft ground into dry ground. So just place that nice and early, because it will take forever to progress. However, once it is done, you can simply start to construct again on it. If you have RimWorld Odyssey, you can go for heavy bridges here, only with people with the DLC, but this will allow you to build a heavy bridge here for steel, which makes you skip the entire process of a moisture pump, which can be very useful. You can also construct flooring on it and everything, so just letting you know. However, when you get into the later stages of the game, and especially on the harder difficulties, what I like to do is I always double layer my walls, because raiders, if they don't have a path to come into your base, I would always have a door open to my defensive system. They will start to bang on the walls, Not only that, but there are raids that do not go for your defenses and that will breach you, so they will attack your walls from any angle. So it would look something like this, where you have the doors double layered as well as the walls. Now there will be some rooms, especially if you have the DLCs, small separate rooms like an ideology room, maybe a throne room, but this is the absolute, like, this is overall just a great way to play the game. As for power, I love to go for solar panels and wind turbines. Nothing too complicated here, with just a bunch of batteries. If I don't have enough of that, I will research a geothermal generator and get all of these geothermal generators out on the map and then connect them with hidden conduits. And I will surround the geothermal generators with a double layering of walls like this to keep it nice and safe. Another thing you want to do is go into the home area, and you want to make sure that you expand at least the walls here to be of the home area, because when they get destroyed, again, they will be repaired and rebuilt. But I just like to drag it over like this. So if there's any fire in the base, in the home area, they will extinguish that and they will clean up the whole thing. If you're really rich and advanced into the game, you can replace even the outdoor area with concrete to increase the movement speed. So if you've come to this stage, then you will have a nice and lovely base. Again, you can shape up your base in any design or way, but I'm just showcasing the fundamentals of what room types and how to expand into them. The area that I most likely expand upon is always the workshop, so make sure that the workshop can be expanded upon. Maybe the research room, I like to have it at least 13 by 13. So there is a research room. The prisoner room, I do not keep that big. The freezer can also be at this size. You control your food by growing just enough food for people so it doesn't explode the storage, because you don't want to have to keep on expanding food storage. But you can be as creative as you want. One more thing is outdoors. If you go and research outdoors here, these will make colonists move faster within the game, because these doors open way faster. They require power though, so make sure you connect power. You also want to keep on building new recreational items as your game progresses, because what will happen is once your colony gets bigger and it gets richer, which you can see in this book tab here, history, your pawns, they will have different expectations, which means they need to do more types of recreational stuff. Get down a billiards table from cloth and wood, and you can get a flat screen television, which you can research with a television right over here. One of the last and most important things I do is when combat gets scary, I always get a hospital. So just get a small room with sterile tiles. You want to research sterile materials over here. Then you want to research hospital beds and vitals monitor. And you can start constructing your hospital beds just like this. And it will be nice and clean. When you have a hospital with more cleanliness, then the immunity gain speed factor and essentially everything will be better. Sterile materials also work for the research room and also a small kitchen like this. You want to keep in mind that the kitchen is right next to the freezer. So I like to get a heater down, because when things are too cold, then the production benches won't work properly. Always want to keep it at 21 degrees or around that temperature, because if it's too warm, then everything will work way slower. Another pro tip with your base is you want to reduce the amount of work needed when hauling. I will take a simple example, but let's say you have a fabrication bench for making components that requires steel. So you can literally just have steel stacked down at a critical priority, so it will always be stacked up. Or you can go into a small shelf and you can just stack up resources next to it, and then the haulers will just haul close to it, and then the crafters can just focus on crafting and not hauling back and forth. Make it even easier for your colonists. Instead of taking to the best stockpile, have them drop it on the floor. For most things, that will be more efficient because again, haulers will haul and the crafters will produce more. Another example is you can get a shelf in the medical room and just have medicine in there. So just simple things there will make your base way more efficient. I have another pro tip if you have RimWorld biotech. If you have a prisoner, make sure to extract your hemogen and then keep that on a shelf as well, because if you have a pawn that is losing blood, you can do a blood transfusion. Another thing that is a little bit advanced is to have your bookcase or your library in the research room. So go here and then build a bookcase and get like a table with a chair so people can read, because there will be a reading bonus in the room, so that will link up to the research benches. Perfect. Now you can experiment with all types of flooring and straw matting for animals with that, and carpets if you want to. Another thing that I would advise on is getting fire foam poppers in the base. You can research that by getting fire foam, and that will, well, protect your base against fire, as you can imagine. Another pro tip is have a party spot where your recreational room is, because there will quite often be parties, but if you don't have this down, the party spot, which is in the misc tab, your colonists will have a party in the middle of the woods or something. So just have it in here. You can also make a separate room where people can marry when some of your colonists get married. For your production items, you can go into the misc tab and get a tool cabinet, and this will increase the production, the work speed of the production benches. As for defenses, I'm not going to go too deep into defenses of the base building because that is a whole nother video, but if you have snow in your map, then what you can do is go into snow and removal area, and this will allow you to simply have pawns automatically clean up snow after a snowstorm. And you don't have to do the whole base like I've done here, maybe just the most important paths. If you are in sandy, after sandstorms and after snowstorms, so if you're like in the desert or the sea ice. Once your base gets bigger, you generally want to get an art bench down and always have art. So just a few sculptures like this, because if we press G or we hold Alt, we can see that now it's extremely impressive here, very impressive in the barracks and laboratory. Most importantly, barracks. We want to pump that up. I always go up to unbelievably impressive. So just get a few art sculptures in there. And once it's about 170 impressiveness, it will be unbelievably impressive. And then add sculptures in here eventually. And wherever your pawns go now, you can see that the beauty is so high. 12, 26. That will keep your pawns nice and happy. Oh, I forgot to remove the barracks here. Now, if you're in a climate where there isn't really a lot of food, or the climate is too unstable to grow food and consistently, you can go into the production tab or this furniture tab here. Get a sun lamp down somewhere. Yes, make sure to encase it so there's a room covering the whole thing. And then for the perfect hydroponics layout, you want to go 1, 2. So you start with the first one like this, and then you add hydroponics to each side, and then you just add one hydroponics to the left of the one that has been placed. So that's to the left of that one, that's to the left of that one, that's to the left of that one, and this is left of this. And then you will add like a shuriken. You go to the right, like a shuriken, so it's quite easy to remember here. So it will almost be done now. And then you can simply go for a design like this, where you fill in the spaces. Or I like to have it nice and symmetrical like this. And it will fill in the entire sun lamp area here, as you can see. You would enclose this with another lamp, because this turns off at the night, and then power conduits and heaters and whatever the hell. So you can grow food here. Just make sure that it's nice and temperate in here as well, with heaters and coolers. Now this is one of my end game bases here. And I'm just going to explain this a little bit quickly, but it's essentially the exact same system as I had with the beginner base. So I have the recreational room, and then the freezer, and then a simple little prisoner barracks with a huge workshop. I do have a separate room for all the storage, but again, we have the the research room here, the hospital room, and then I've got another recreational room. I didn't go for bedrooms here, and then hydroponics, of course, and all of the power here. So all of the power here will support, and the geothermal generators, and the walls that are double layered. I like to go for a simple defensive system where I just have one hole in the wall, a door that I can open, and just literally just barricades here with a lot of cover, and then just some turrets pointing at it. It's not really too difficult. Another pro tip is if you have a really big base, you can go for more tables and chairs, because people will then otherwise have to just eat without a table. And in here, this is the only place they would otherwise be able to eat with a table. And got this separate kitchen as well, all the mortars for defensive systems, nice and safe. And the batteries, I just chuck them. I usually chuck them in the freezer or under a simple roof where it's nice and safe. And then against breachers, I would usually have turrets that would distract them. So you will have some turrets in the base. I don't have any here. And now finally you can manage your area for where you want to go. So people can stay inside the base if there's a toxic fallout, and you go into the schedule tab and you assign them there. If you want them to be in the home area, in the compound, or just unrestricted. When there's like a threat on the map, like a mech cluster, I like to go over the whole area of the mech cluster. Then I go to manage area and I invert it. So assign people to that, and then people will restrict themselves from that area. I tried my best to explain almost everything, at least the basics, so you should be able to play the game now and at least know the fundamentals of how and what structure and what party and what order to build the base in. After more than 5,000 hours in RimWorld, I've fed colonies across almost every biome, difficulty and challenge imaginable. In this guide, I'll show you exactly how I keep my colonies fed from the moment they crash land all the way to the endgame. We'll cover everything from growing crops and hunting animals to ranching, cooking, food storage, surviving winter, and all the little mistakes that can leave your colonists starving. Whether you're completely new to RimWorld or already have hundreds of hours, by the end of this guide, you will know exactly how to build a reliable food supply and never worry about starvation again. So when you start off in RimWorld, you will have 50 packaged survival meals with the crash landed scenario. One pawn has a max nutrition that they need, so food consumption is 1.6 per day. Simple meals have 0.9 and this has 0.92. So a baseline you could say is 2 meals per day, and a pawn can maximum have one nutrition of storage of food here. So once this drops, this means that we're consuming 6 meals on average per day. So a little under 10 days, let's say, until we consume all of this food. So how do we grow food and feed our pawns for when our starting source of food runs out, or if we don't have food at all? So you've constructed your whole base. Now I would recommend, if you've started off with someone, you will probably need to have plants. Always start off with someone with good in plants. You do not really need to have a good cook this early on in the game. I will explain why later, but just get someone with good plants. And if you do not have anyone with good plants, then I will show you the basics of hunting. However, you're going to want to have based, if you watch the base building guide, close to rich soil. However, normal soil will also work just fine. Rich soil here, if we hold Alt, we can see that it has a fertility of 140%, while normal soil has 100%. So of course, the higher the fertility, the faster the crops will grow. You just want to start growing rice. You can see the growing size here of this one is 35. I generally try to go around 15, maybe 20 fields of rice per pawn. It's really not so important the size of the zone as it is to not have to lill. So as long as you have above 15 tiles of rice per pawn, that should be good. So we have 35 here. I'm just going to grow, we have 35 here, so that's 70. That's more than enough, because we have 3 pawns, so that is 45. So we have a nice surplus of rice. I always like to have a surplus. I don't like to be just on the baseline, because what if there's emergencies? What if there's a prisoner that will need to be fed? So maybe 20 to 25 tiles of rice. And if you're on rich soil, then that's even better, more efficient. The reason we want to grow rice is because it grows very quickly and it is sensitive to soil fertility. If a plant has 100% fertility sensitivity, it means that high sensitivity, it will grow slower in poor soil, but faster in rich soil. So rich soil means rice is best in that. I would never grow rice in poor soil because, as you saw before, it is very sensitive, which means it's sensitive to the lower quality soil. That's why it defaults to potato plants, RimWorld, because potatoes are very good for poor soil, because their fertility sensitivity is quite low at 40%. However, they take longer to grow. But we need food quickly, and rice is good. It does require more labor though. So you could have a mix of rice, and then to stockpile up food, you can start to grow corn. So maybe I'll just grow a little bit of corn here, which also has 100% fertility sensitivity. You can just sow it, and then it will take 11 days to grow. It says 11 days, but the real growing time will be about twice as long, because it doesn't account for the time when it's dark. And so you just use corn for the low maintenance food, and then rice for the immediate maintenance. Only worry about rice. So then we will have our pawns start to grow. So silver here will start to grow and sow. If you go into work parties here, we can assign it or adjust it. So growing is harvesting crops, planting seeds, replanting trees, and sowing crops. And then plant cut is just when you manually do things like chop wood here. I'm going to show you. Right now they're the same party, so silver will continue to sow because growing is to the left. It will have a higher parity, even though it's the same number. And then I'm going to toggle plant cut to be more prioritized. And you will see that silver will first cut down any trees or anything you decide to manually chop down, like this or right here. So if you want to have a colony where you chop down trees first and immediate things, then I like to have plant cut above growing, but it doesn't really matter how you do it. I'm just showcasing the basics. You can just have it the same number. Next up, I want to talk about light and max growth temperature. So light requirement will always be at 51% for almost all crops that grow food, except for Nutrifungus in the Ideology DLC. You can grow that in the dark. You want to grow food outside, of course, and you will see that it's 74% lit. Let's see here, yeah, 72%. It's getting darker, so now it's only 60%, and it will rapidly stop growing when it turns to dark. And temperature is also important. Rice here will have a minimum growth temperature of 0 degrees and max of 58 degrees. So it will still grow very nicely in warm temperatures, but if you're in a colder climate, then it will be almost all crops will be more sensitive to cold climates. So after food has been sown, you will have a lot of time now because you still have the packaged survival meals. However, I have a freezer here, but you won't really need a freezer because once we've grown all of this rice, we can see here that the rice is grown. It will of course be automatically harvested, and we can already see here that it will yield 6 harvest yield. So you will get 6 rice per crop. Now rice takes 40 days to spoil, so you won't really need a freezer early game. I always make one because it's convenient to have, but really the only reason you would need a freezer is if you're hunting. So why don't we start to hunt a little bit? You want to have a ranged pawn, make sure that they have a ranged weapon, and assign them to hunt. The pawn with the highest animal skill, they will be the one, and the shooting skill, they will be the one who will be most efficient at hunting, because they are less likely to enrage the animals that they hunt. But I always hunt animals that won't fight back. So alpacas are nice. Go into the wildlife tab here, and you can already see here which animals will hunt or attack after being hurt or not. We can hunt for yaks or hares, but I like to go for medium-sized opponents, so alpacas. And then we will see that Poro dude here, he will quickly start to hunt. Actually, the both of them will hunt. If you're hunting an animal, then a ranged weapon is better, because again, less likely to enrage the animals. But we're not even hunting animals that will be enraged. Eventually though, we're hunting this alpaca, but a bear is hunting it already. I guess we're just going to help the bear hunt the alpaca. So once it has been hunted, it will be hauled. You want to make sure that you can set corpses to animal corpses. Do not allow rotten ones, and then they will haul into the freezer. So to butcher up the animals, you'll need a butcher's table, which you can construct right here. And we want to set the animals to be butchered. I like to just do it forever, so they're out of the way. And then drop on the floor, because it's already in the freezer. And then whoever has the cooking skill will start to butcher. We'll get a lot of meat that will spoil in about 2 to 3 days. So you want to keep that in a freezer. If you do not have any place to grow, if you're in an extreme climate, then hunting is basically the only way to get food early on. Next up, what I like to do is construct a nutrient paste dispenser. Probably the best food source. I have used it almost an entire playthrough. But in the early game, it's especially important. You want to deconstruct the wall of the freezer going into the recreational or the dining room, and then go into the production tab and get a nutrient paste dispenser. It will act as a wall, so the freezer will still be intact, and then get 2 hoppers. Make sure to set them to 1 priority above the freezer, because otherwise they will fill up the freezer and they won't properly put it in here. So put that to critical, and then pawns will automatically put that in, whoever has the cooking skill. The good thing with nutrient paste is that it won't give food poisoning. If you eat raw food like this in RimWorld, there is a high chance for you to get food poisoned. There are crops that do not really bring food poisoning or give a lower chance to have it. We have a strawberry plant. Strawberries are delicious even when raw. I almost never go for strawberries, but if you're in a niche situation where you cannot really cook down the food, you can go for strawberries, but I generally just like rice better. Or if you just have poor soil, grow like 30 or 25-30 crops of potatoes, and that will be enough. So at least in vanilla RimWorld, you've got corn, potatoes, rice, and strawberries. So we've covered all of those crops for food. However, I would also recommend, when you've grown all your food, to grow a little bit of cotton for your clothing and your recreational stuff and everything. And also grow some heel root. This will be the medicine for your colony. And then also grow some psychoid, some smoke leaf, and some hops to manage your pawn's mood with drugs. However, now let's eat a little bit of nutrient paste. So pawns will only consume 6 nutrition for a nutrient paste meal, which provides 0.9 food. And this is good, because a simple meal in RimWorld, or the packaged survival meal that you saw, they use up 10 food for 1 meal. Whereas here, it's 6 raw food for 1 meal. So it's 60% or let's say 40% less food required for the same amount to feed a pawn normally. This is really important. The only downside is they get okay, this one likes nutrient paste is -4, but in this case, this pawn was acidic, so he can eat nutrient paste, but usually it's only -4, but the upsides, you don't have food poisoning, you don't have to spend time cooking, which is very important early game, and you don't have to, you can grow less food, honestly, because it doesn't consume as much. If the temperature in the freezer gets too high, you will see that the food will start to spoil, and when the food spoils, then what will happen is, yeah, the food will rot, there will be a little bit of rot stink, so you generally don't want to waste food. Always keep your freezers at -5 degrees. I don't keep it at even 0 degrees Celsius or -1 at the exact freezing temperature, so 32 degrees Fahrenheit. Keep it at a buffer, because when the doors are open, a little bit of heat will leak out, and then it will stick the timer on the meat there, so especially when there's a heat wave, you want a buffer. So as you expand the base and you get more prisoners, you need to prepare in advance more food. So again, 15 to 20 tiles of rice, you want to stack that up. You really don't need to worry about food too much unless you have winters and such. So we will go into that and we'll show you how to deal with winters. So here I have a RimWorld colony. in one of my playthroughs where I have about 22 humans, which means that I will need like, what, almost 200, 300 crops. I have 274 rice plants here, 237 here. I have about 300, so the calculations are a bit accurate, and then I have a lot of excess food. Once you have a bigger colony, you can start to cook down food. So you can treat your ponds. You want to have the nutrient paste there in case food gets low. But if you have a good cook or two, then you want to go into an electric stove. Make sure that it's a bit warmer because the freezer will slow down the electric stove. And then I like to set up simple meals like this. So simple meals are better than nutrient paste in terms of mood, but they consume the default amount of food. So I make until I have, well, 50 in this case. The buffer isn't really too important. If you have maybe 5 people, you can do 30 and then unpause at 10. So the cook will chef up the food until it's 30 meals, and then he will take a break and then continue once it drops below 10. Otherwise, what happens is if you do not pause when satisfied, the cook will have to go back and cook again the moment he cooks 30, or the moment it goes below 30 meals. And I do not like cooking one simple meal at a time. You always want to batch 4 times. Always batch. You will save a lot of time. However, if you want to have pawns become even happier, you can get fine meals here. They require 5 protein, 5 vegetarian. So regular fine meals, they are like simple meals, but they require meat and vegetables. However, if you want vegetarian fine meals, so only plants, you will need 15 nutrition. Let's see here. 15 vegetarian ingredients. You remember, the nutrient paste only takes 6. And for a fine meal, you will need 15. So let me see here. So you will grab 15, yeah. So it is above double as much as a nutrient paste and 50% more than a simple meal. This means that if you want simple meals for your pawns, you will need about, well, maybe 20, how is my math? Yeah, like 22, 23 rice plants per pawn instead of 15, 23 or 22. And that's just the baseline. So I would go for like 30 crops per person if I were to do 5 meals. You could substitute it by just hunting. So if you just start to hunt as well when you get your 5 meals, then the normal 5 meals will be way more efficient because it only takes 5 vegetarian and 5 protein. And then if you really want to farm in RimWorld, you can decide to get a lavish meal. A lavish meal will need 8 in cooking. So a regular lavish meal requires 10 protein and 10 vegetarian. So instead of 15 rice plants, for example, you would need 20 total nutrition. So, and a vegetarian fine meal or a vegetarian lavish meal will require 25 vegetarian ingredients. That is more than double the amount, than like 150% in a simple meal. You would need to grow more than twice, almost 3 times as much than when you're consuming or producing regular simple meals. And about, well, 25 divided by 6, that is like, is it 6 times more food than a nutrient paste? Something like that. I'm not going to go too concrete into calculations, but I'm putting it into perspective. Now you will need, if you want to get lavish meals, like 35, 40 rice plants per person. So that is a bit insane. But if you like to grow stuff, or you have a smaller colony, or you have an excess too much food, you can start to produce some lavish meals. But I always go for simple or fine meals. But you could always stick to nutrient paste the entire game. It depends on how sad your pawns are, really. Because if they're happy, then they don't need the extra food mood. You're just sacrificing something with each tier of food. Next up, I'm going to talk about hydroponics. Because, well, if you want lavish meals, then the least you can do is construct this thing, which is very efficient. Or if you're in a climate where there is winters or extreme summers, then Hydroponics is probably the most important thing you will need to survive. So a hydroponics basin has a fertility of 280%, so it's double as fertile as rich soil. This means that for every pawn you will need, if it was like 15, I think it's 12 to 15 rice in normal soil, then right here you would probably only need a little bit over 2 hydroponics basins, so 6 to 8 rice plants. I like to have like 3 or 4 hydroponics per person because I like to have a buffer, and you can start to grow rice. You will see here, I will speed up the game a bit, but that is growing extremely quickly, 3% every few minutes. I mean, this is insanely good, so hydroponics is the best. However, you cannot grow corn in here. You can only grow potato. I would not grow potatoes in here because, again, the fertility sensitivity. If you grow potatoes in here, that is abysmal. Go for rice. You can also grow heel root, which I have here, and then some drugs for mood. So hops and psychoid, I got a little bit of that. So what is the layout for a hydroponics basin? Well, first get the sun lamp and then look at the area. Then you want to get a piece of hydroponics and then like a shuriken to go 1, 2. So you can go like align every single hydroponic like this. And then to the left of the one that has been placed, you place another hydroponic. And then on the right axis, clockwise, you want to go 1, 2, 3, and 4. So already you've filled up most of the radius. You will see it's like a shuriken, so it's quite easy to remember. And then you can fill in the 3 hydroponics just like this. So this is the easiest way that I do it. I actually like to have it symmetrical, so the one in the middle, I like to have one tile up like this. And you can place all your heaters here, and you can base everything in, get the temperature modulation, make sure everything is nice and cool. However, if you have hydroponics, the biggest issue is the power needed and the fact that it is quite expensive. So if you are in a climate where it's hard to grow, be sure to prepare the infrastructure for hydroponics. So a lot of steel, a lot of components, and a lot of power. And then of course, if you have winters, so if you do not have hydroponics, one thing you will need to do is in the summer, you want to stockpile up for the winter. So if we go into the growing period here, in this example, we have 30-60 day. So in actuality, if you do not have hydroponics and you're preparing for the winter, you want to grow double as much food as the summer that you would need to consume. So instead of 15, if you have a year-round growing period, you will go for 30 per pawn because you're supplementing for the days that you're eating now and then for the winters, of course. So just grow double as much if you have winters coming, or just get hydroponics to prepare for the winter. Now there's an event in RimWorld where you can get blight on your crops, and this is very important that you select and cut all blighted. And you want to make sure that your planters are cutting that. Do not let them sow. So select that, and you want to disallow sowing right here. You can select all and disallow sowing for a bit, because if they start to grow while it's blighted, then it will spread to the newly grown crop. So then the blight will never disappear. So get rid of the blighted crops like this, and then toggle everything to be sown again. If you have a lot of crops that need to be harvested and you don't want to sow, then you can just toggle off sowing, and pawns will just harvest the crops that have already been grown. Especially if there's a toxic fallout, you will need to be more precise with food. So have hydroponics, and then if there's a toxic fallout, be sure to hunt all the animals on the map immediately, because they will get poisoned by the toxic fallout, and their meat will be rotten when you kill them. If you're in need of a lot of food later in the game, then I would not recommend hunting big groups individually, because then they have a chance to go all manhunter at once and attack you all at once. So then I would just go with a group to shoot them down like this. And yeah, they're all going for us now, Muffalo Revenge. Because if you were to hunt normally, you would get overwhelmed. So this is how you do mass hunting. And then the corpses will automatically be unforbidden. If you kill an animal when you have not toggled it to be hunted, it will be forbidden and then you will not even notice that the corpse will rot. So I will showcase. We've got this dough here and it's forbidden, so pawns will not do that. You need to unforbid it, select it for hunting, and that will be fine. Next up, I will go into a niche thing. I almost never do this, but it's ranching. So ranching animals is quite simple. You will need to go into the misc tab, get a pen marker. I like to keep them in one spot, easier to maintain. But if you go into the structure and get a fence here, just construct that with a fence gate, and then put a pen marker in here. And then you can get animals here, whichever animals you want. Select them. You can decide to auto cut plants in pen that you do not want. I don't really mess with this. Just let the... You can cut down trees actually. So if you auto cut plants in pen, it will cut down all the trees and let all of the fresh grass grow. So that is quite useful. However, you can see here that you can force display animal. There will be a nutrition growth at the bottom left where you can see that it will grow 2.33 nutrition. And so for chickens, they consume 0.22 normally, an adult. You can have like 10 chickens in here. Yep. And then cows 0.8, so you can have about 3 cows. Yeah, it says here max count 2, and for the goat 6, and then chicken 10. So you can see the amount of animals you can have in the pen for the current pen size. And you can of course expand the pen if you want to. Another source of food for the animals in the pen is kibble. Go into the butcher table and then you can make kibble out of hay. And then raw vegetables, raw meat, or animal products. You will need to grow hay for that. And hay can be grown anywhere really. Hay grass here, fertility sensitivity 60%, so you can grow it in poor or rich soil. But I always grow it in better soil. It will take a bit of time to grow. You can feed the hay raw to them or make it into kibble. And just make sure to have that on a shelf so it doesn't deteriorate. So get a shelf here and then go into critical priority, get hay grass and then kibble. We have a bulk goods trader here, so these are the people where you can buy animals from. You can also buy animals from, well, settlements that you go out and trade with. In this case, we have some pigs that we can grow. Bulls are good, dromedaries. If you're strictly growing for food, I think tortoises are actually the best. However, even just having some animals to ranch while you have a lot of space is a good way to get passive food. I also like to ranch for the animals that can caravan out, like alpacas or buffaloes. That is the only reason that I ranch. You want to make sure that you also get some animal spots, because your animals will get sick and you will have to tend to them. If there's a toxic fallout or anything, then animals, they will automatically stay under a roof. You can get an animal flap here. So with an animal flap, it will act as a door, but it won't restrict them like a normal door does. So they can still go into the pen here. And then if there's a toxic fallout, the animals will spend their time under the roof. So you can get a little shelter here. Maybe if it's cold outside, you can place down heaters as well. And if you do not want them to gain filth, then you can place down some straw matting here. Actually buy a few pigs. So once you've got the pigs, you want someone with the animal skill, the handling skill that can tame, train, and harvest resources from animals. Here we go. That is pretty goddamn good. And you can also tame alpacas and boom rats for chem fuel. If you want to get a passive source of chem fuel for chem fuel power generators. If you want to have chickens, they are quite basic. They will lay eggs, so you will need an egg box here, at least a few of them. Your haulers will automatically empty that. It does not protect from temperature damage, so you want to make sure that the eggs are always warm. And then pawns will just haul them to the freezer. So you can decide what animals to ranch. If you want to restrict them, go into the animals tab here. You can decide to slaughter animals if you do not want them manually. You can release animals to the wild if you do not want them as well. Or you can sterilize some animals. Maybe the males if you do not want the the male chickens to impregnate the female ones. You just want the female chickens to lay unfertilized eggs for you to eat. You can do that. You can see the age, the gender, the life stage of your animals. You can see which animals need special training, but for regular ranching animals, they just need to be maintained in something like this. But if you go into manage auto slaughter here, you will see a more advanced type of butcher. If you're a little bit overwhelmed, I will simplify it for you. So you have a total amount of alpacas here. And if you do not want the amount of alpacas to ever go above a certain limit, because here now the growth limit for alpacas is 2, so we can go here and just set that to 2. Then if there's above 2 alpacas, they will automatically be slaughtered. For chickens, I like to have like 1 male adult, maybe 2 or 4 female adults. And so immediately when all the chickens have grown up, then they will be slaughtered. Or if you want to slaughter the chickens right as they hatch, you can do that. However, I would slaughter the chickens when they're fully mature, get the most meat. I may be wrong about this, the harvesting yield. Set the female, the adult max count, and then all the children will automatically be slaughtered once they reach adulthood. And then you probably do not want to slaughter your pregnant chickens or animals or the bonded ones, but you can decide to toggle that on if you want to. And then there is literally ranching for every single animal in the game. So if you want like a little zoo, that is how I would do it, and you can manage all sorts of ranches. Next up is packaged survival meals. If you're traveling a lot, you can get packaged survival meals. They provide 0.9 nutrition, so just like a simple meal, but they are a bit more expensive to make. I almost never use these unless I am on a long trip, but you will need 6 proteins, so like 6 animal products or meat, and then 6 vegetarian. So it overall takes about 20% more nutrition than a simple meal. But if you have like somewhere you want to go, you want to travel to a far place and you don't want the food to spoil, if you're a tribes person, you can go for pemmican here. It is not very nutrition dense, but if you want pemmican, you can make that at a stove as well. You can also cook at a campfire here. So pemmican can be cooked here in simple meals. Pemmican requires 20 meat and 20 vegetarian, and you get 64 pemmican, which has 0.05 nutrition. So if you were to make this right here, let's say you use up as much as a simple meal, 10 ingredients, you get 16 pemmican, and that is about 8 nutrition, so a little bit less than a simple meal. You will be wasting a little bit of food, but pemmican is like a tribal way of preparing food that doesn't spoil. It takes about 1 or 2 years to spoil. Pemmican takes 1.2 years to spoil. So another thing to do with the freezer if you want to is, what I have is a bunch of shelves here. And I have the priority set where I do not have rotten things, and then I only have foods. I have medicine in my food storage because herbal medicine spoils. Ambrosia and wort. Wort is spoiling. It's the beer, the thing you use for beer. And then plant matter. And you can also get animal corpses here. If you're a cannibal, you can eat human meat. You can cook meals with human meat. If you want to go into specifics here, you can disable everything, make human meat. You can decide more in specifics what you want to cook. And also which skill is best for cooking. I would generally start to cook meals when you have like above 5 or 6 in cooking. Otherwise, you have a higher chance of getting food poisoning. I always want to keep the kitchen nice and clean. Have steel tiles or sterile tiles or anything else. You can see the cleanliness by pressing G or holding Alt. And then you want the shelves to have one priority more than the floor stockpile. So just copy over the same bill as you have on the storage, and then you want to plant it on the floor. And so it will always prioritize things to be on shelves before the floor. But you need the floor stockpile so that corpses can be hauled in there and they will be ready to be processed I also like to have an orbital trade beacon to trade away excess food. So special food, we have some, well, insect jelly. This you get from insect infestations. You can get food poisoning from it, but I almost always just sell it off. But otherwise you can consume it. If a pawn consumes insect jelly, it will be quite good. And you of course have the human meat, which, well, if you want to butcher up a human, just simply turn on human-like corpses to be butchered. And we've got some human meat here and some human liver. And you can turn that into food if you have a cannibalistic ideology, which we have here. By default, in nutrient paste hoppers will not have human meat toggled, so you will have to toggle that on manually. Same for insect meat. Then you've got Nutrifungus with RimWorld ideology, and this can grow anywhere as long as it is dark. So here we've got some Nutrifungus, and this thing will take 6 days to grow, but actually it's like 12 days because of the resting period. Fertility sensitivity of 15%, because this thing is able to grow in fungal gravel. You will need the thunder meme. And so if you have a mountain, you can grow fungal gravel in a mountain base. You will need to grow it under a mountain roof though, so fungal gravel here. And you can start to grow Nutrifungus over here. Except Nutrifungus in fungal gravel will grow much slower. The fertility of fungal gravel is only it's 70%, so just like poor soil. Make sure it's nice and dark. And then lastly, you can get cacao. So a cacao tree will produce chocolate. So chocolate here, it's quite nice to eat. It will provide a little bit of recreation here. So food consumption, insect jelly provides that and stuff. So yeah, always keep your growing zone close to the freezer. Not really too necessary, but then the haulers won't have to go and haul too much. Do not grow too much food, an excessive amount, and not too little, because if you grow too much, you'll be spending so much time trying to manage food storage, it will be overflowing. Your growers will spend all the time on the fields, and your people will have to spend all the time managing food that they don't know what to do with. And if you grow too little, then you're always on the edge of starvation. So as I said, you will notice when your food storage is either increasing or decreasing. Another mistake that I see is just hunting everything on the map, and then you just have to spend all the time butchering the map. I mean, only if there's an emergency do you mass hunt all the animals on the map. But you do not need an excess amount of food, because you will have to store it and you will have to manage it. It's a lot of work. I'm going to show you a few colonies here, but the most basic one is a temperate forest with 100 people. So here I've got an excess amount of food, of course, because I'm feeding 100 people. But yeah, we've got the kitchen here. Always keep your kitchen nice and clean. I've got tool cabinets here as well, but I have a massive freezer here with a lot of coolers, and I have a large excess of food, because when you run out of food, then you will quickly start to see the stockpile run out. Also got chocolate, as I mentioned before, from the chocolate trees over here. And so for a colony like this, I'm utilizing potatoes in the poor soil. In the normal soil, I'm only using up rice, because corn here takes too long to grow. Rice is most efficient, but it takes the most amount of work. But with 100 people, we have a lot of workers. And so people are always eating. We're even cannibals here, because we need to goddamn eat. Here I have a colony where I'm on the extreme desert. Only have one pawn here, but I have just hydroponics with rice. That is pretty much enough. And in an extreme desert colony like this, I have a lot of potatoes here, and I'm going for a cannibalistic type of playthrough, because while surviving here is quite tough. Lots of human meat, but you could just do this with hydroponics. In this case, I would just grow rice in these hydroponics. Actually, you won't need a sun lamp if it is like if the temperature is just fine. and you don't have the power, you don't need a sun lamp. I have a sun lamp-less hydroponic placement because the extreme desert here isn't too bad. So if it's spring or summer in your colony and of your like tundra boreal forest type, just open up the roof and save the power. And yeah, just mass growing potatoes everywhere, even got cactuses because there's no trees here. And then in my iceberg playthrough, where it is literally at the edge of the sea ice here, I simply have hydroponics. 2 hydroponics with rice, and then nutrient paste to preserve food, because we do not have the luxury to afford like lavish refined meals here. This was just from a raid, I believe, but 1 nutrient paste with 2 sets of hydroponic sun lamps with a lot of power from toxifier generators. That worked for this playthrough. I did not go for a cannibalistic playthrough here. If you have RimWorld Odyssey, you can also do fishing, though fishing is quite efficient. You just go for fishing, where is it? Research that. And then just grow fishes, do until you have X, and people will start to fish with the animal skill. So yeah, you at least have the basics of food in RimWorld. So you know now how to grow in a temperate map. If there's winters, then you grow double as much in the summer per pawn. And if you don't want to do that, then construct hydroponics. And hydroponics works in extreme climates. You just need to prepare the power for it. And if you do not have enough of that, then start to fish if you have RimWorld Odyssey, or you start to hunt animals on the map for meat. And if you do not have enough food, you can use nutrient paste to conserve food. Or if you have a lot of food, you can start to produce fine meals and lavish meals for mood. If you have insect meat you want to get rid of, turn that into fine or lavish meals. It will offset the negative mood. If you're in a mountain base, then start to get the thunder ideology and start growing nutrifungus at mass scale, so you can grow under a mountain. Or you can just go for hydroponics in the mountain and just regulate your hydroponics with the proper heaters or coolers. So yeah, that is a pretty decent guide for food. After more than 5,000 hours in RimWorld, I've defended colonies against thousands of raids across almost every biome, difficulty and challenge imaginable. In this guide, I'll show you exactly how I defend my colonies. From early game spike traps and choke points, to compound walls, kill boxes, mech raids, breachers, infestations, and everything in between. Whether you're completely new to RimWorld or have hundreds of hours already, by the end of this guide, you will know how to build defenses that can survive almost anything the game throws at you. When you have your starter base in RimWorld, the most important thing is to worry about defenses. So, in the crash landed scenario, you start off with a knife and then 2 ranged weapons. So of course, the ones with the best shooting skill will take the most important weapons. I will have the best shooter get the bolt action. And then the one with the worst shooting, I will get with the knife, because shooting is a more important skill than melee. However, the easiest thing if you want to defend against most raids early game is just to use spike traps. A corridor of spike traps will allow you to defend against animals and humans without any damage taken, no risk on your pawns. Now there is a wooden spike trap, which is the cheapest, deals 8 damage over 5 hits. The steel ones deal 20, and then plasteel deals 22. So if you can get steel spike traps, that is best, but if you're struggling with steel, just go for wood. It will still be very effective. Now, there are a few ways you can place spike traps. You can have them in a corridor like this. You will need to have doors though in between, because when you replace them, your pawns will have a chance to trip on the spike traps, which they really don't want to do. What I like is a setup like this, where the AI, it will go over the spike traps and not defense here. So you can easily replace the spike traps, have a little bit of room to work with, and not having to waste time or resources on doors. And then when there's a raid, you want to keep open the door to your base, because raiders will target furniture and pawns. So if you were to just have closed this, then raiders will attack the walls. I'm going to demonstrate. We have a raid from a waster here, and he will start banging on the wall. Oh, actually killing my monkey first, but then he will start banging on my door. If we were to open up this door now, he will come around and he's going to target one of our pawns or furniture, and you will see that he will quickly die to the spike traps. And okay, he's actually nimble, so if you have an enemy who has this trait, they have only a 10% chance to spring it. Well, we can demonstrate a little bit of kiting. So what most people will do, especially as a beginner, I did this, you will send your melee fighter to fight her directly, but you always want to minimize risk and always take no damage, because the longer you have to spend time recovering, and also the higher chance of you getting hit means there's a higher chance of you dying. In this case, I will have the shooters at the back, and I will have Silver try to stay at a distance away, so just like this. And okay, yes, this works. And as you can see, that is the basics of kiting. I'm going to showcase with an animal, because when you're hunting, that is very important. I'm going to hunt a mega sloth, one of the most dangerous creatures. So here we have a mega sloth, and instead of just fighting it directly, you just utilize your movement against it, and then it's instantly dead, even though we only have 2 people. Or 2 people shooting. I'm going to showcase another principle, but I'm almost never going to use barricades like this and just shoot people head on. Because if you make battles equal, then you have an equal chance of dying with them. Especially in RimWorld, on the harder difficulties, you will be outnumbered. Always fight in choke points, always use spike traps, and always kite. That will make you take no damage. As the base gets bigger, you want to expand upon your spike trap corridor. Now, another thing I would probably do is I have all my growing. Usually I have growing with the wind turbines here, and then I would encase that with a small compound. Otherwise, raiders, they will go for... There's a chance for them to go for the wind turbines and light your fields on fire. Just encasing everything where the only path that they have to go is into the base where there's furniture and people. That will be an easy way to abuse the pathfinding. So spike traps like this, and you cannot place spike traps right next to each other. It is physically impossible. Also, if your spike traps aren't auto rearming, be sure to select all and select auto rearm, and then they will be automatically rebuilt after they've been tripped. Another thing that I like to do is, if they go through the spike traps, you don't want to have it all open here. Your shooters have no cover and you're easily able to be overwhelmed. So something like this. What you will see here is that now the melee fighter is isolated here, so that if Silver here gets downed, it won't be overwhelming. You can always move around a bit more. And then you do not want the people to stand behind the barricades like this. When you have pawns stand behind a wall, they are able to peek out and shoot from here, and the barricade will provide extra cover. What do I mean by this? Let's take Silver here, for example. Thomas here has a 29% chance to be shot by Nehgenga behind the wall and behind the barricade. And if I bring him here, it's 36%. You can view every single stat if you select the enemy pawn or the pawn you want to see, and then go over the pawn which it wants to shoot, and you can see all of the stats here. So the weapon determines the accuracy, the shooting quality, the cover. So the shooter skills is the most important, and then positioning, cover, everything. And then lastly, also rain. If you're shooting out in the rain, there will be less accuracy. So always have your pawns under a roof when they're shooting, especially if you have a kill box or something. So enemy pawns here, they will shoot out in the rain, have less accuracy, and you will be safe just like this. So here we have a raid, and in this case, we're just going to let the spike traps do the work. Some of them may come through. However, in this case, they are Neanderthals from the Biotech DLC. So if they get through, they will probably melee Silver and almost kill her. So I'm actually just going to kite them here. Okay, they end up dying. They move slower. So enemies that move slower, you should always kite. like an animal. If you're fighting an enemy that cannot be kite because it is way too fast, then there is a one way to easily kill anything in the game. We're going to have Nihgenga here stay behind the door. We will make her open the door by moving her out of it. But then we will just press B to select the assault rifle or the bolt action and then just target. Shoot one shot, the door will close, and then you just repeat this. The door will close right after you've opened it, and the thing won't really destroy the door unless you aggro it for too long. So this is the correct way to do it. Open the door, shoot while it's far away. It will move closer. Do not do it while it's close. Can even go here. Okay, here it might attack the door. No. So here it will start to attack. So you simply order to repair. It will not destroy it in one session. And you just stay at the door right here. And then you're just going to be patient because it will take a while. So you can see. And this is how you can kill something as big as a thrum bow. Even if you have a short bow, that can work. You have to be a little bit more precise because of the range. But as long as you have time, you can kill anything. The best weapons are probably going to be the short range weapons. So, for example, a pump shotgun or chain shotguns or heavy SMGs or light SMGs, anything close range, because that will really utilize your, well, little contraption here to destroy them. Moving on to the mid game. After you've built up your base a bit, you will want to build a compound, because now enemies will not be able to really get into your territory. You can grow freely, have lamps around, and then you would move the spike trap contraption out towards here so that you have the same contraption where you had in your base. You just move it out to your compound, and then you open the door where there's a raid. I actually like to always keep this door open, because if there's like, I don't know, a mechanoid raid, they will destroy the wall before they re-aggro. So always have this door open. It will go for the lamps or something, and you can literally manipulate them to come into your base. So after having used shotguns and a lot of spike traps, you will want to move into a long range weapon, because even though short range can be good, it is quite limiting in situations where you're facing off against a lot of opponents, you might be overwhelmed, and you are more guaranteed to take damage, especially close range. However, the first thing I'm going to showcase is that now that you have more people, you can do something that is called melee blocking. So no matter if there's a lot of opponents, I'm going to take these bisons here. You're going to use a choke point, like I said earlier, with this one right here, except you're just going to line up 3 people at the behind this door here. Well, I keep this door open now, and I do not want to have a pawn here, because then 3 bisons will be able to attack this woman here. And when you're behind here, we 3 can melee the bison here. So let's showcase it. Yeah, these bisons are just... Let's see if we can aggro them. Yeah, here we go. So even though there were quite a lot of them, they still quite easily died. I would only recommend doing this against a small group of people. If there's a huge raid, then you don't have any cover for your rangers, and enemy opponents will be able to deal a lot of damage and maybe kill your people. I do this for insects and animals mostly, or if there's a melee only raid from the opponents. Otherwise I would just have them in here. Especially useful for like breachers when enemies breach through. So you've gotten into the mid game with the compound and the spike trap and the shotgun. So you want to, as I have here, go into assault rifles as quickly as possible. You don't really want to worry about armor for now, because as you've seen, we probably won't take a lot of damage. I would focus on the offensive. Research precision rifling as quickly as possible with 60 steel and 7 components. Make sure your crafters make a bunch of assault rifles for everyone. If you don't have enough components, what I usually do is I always trade. So I always buy a surplus of components, either from a faction or from the comms console, and then you'll be able to quite easily deal with things at a long range. But for now, I'm going to showcase 2 types of defenses that I like to use in the mid game. The first one that I use is simply a bunch of sandbags, and then I open up this door right here, and I let enemies come in here. Something like this is a little bit good for dividing up enemies. And then another trick is if you have an unpowered gun turret at the entrance of your corridor, enemies will come in and they will not clump up when they come in and attack you. Instead of using the spike trap corridor, we'll use another choke point, except this time we just have longer range. That is essentially how a proper kill box is. So we have a few tribes people here, and I'm going to showcase what happens without the turrets and with the turrets. Always make sure that your people are home, inside the home area when there's a raid. What I have here is simply roofing against the weather. Pawns, they do not suffer from shooting accuracy when it's dark or light, but I still have lights for the movement speed. And then they will come in through here because I also have a mini turret. So this isn't really a kill box, but let's see. In this case, I think we will be completely overwhelmed. So let's see here. Yeah, so they're going to absolutely overwhelm us here, as you can see. And in this case, this is almost a lost cause. The best we can do, again, melee block. We have a nimble pawn at the front. And then we try our best to kill them off like here. So this should be able to work. Just in case, go for Yeon. They're being distracted by one of our turrets, so turrets are good distractors. However, we are getting a bit downed. As you can see, we are struggling. And yeah, in this case, they ended up fleeing, but as you can see, we took way too much damage. So let me show you the other alternative with just one simple change. Again, the little minigun contraption. Let's see. Alright, so these people now, not so many, but I will showcase the difference. So they see the turret here, and they're not... Even here, they're starting to break off. Look at this. So they will come in slowly, slowly. And as you can see, we can just pick them off like this. Look, look, look. Instead of just wandering in like you saw before, now they stack up on each other. And they're literally unable to move in altogether. Just this simple contraption here is enough to literally overwhelm your opponents. Now, if we speed up the game here, we still may take some damage, but you see, they're all fleeing. Even if there's 100 people there, it will be great. However, this is a kill box that I like to do that is very simple and quite effective. It's enough for me. But a traditional kill box is way more effective at cover and funneling and killing off raiders. So let's plan one out. So when do you want to make a kill box? Well, after you are at the spike trap stage, as you saw before. You can either go for a system that I went for. However, if you're less experience with the game and you don't want to rely on tactics and positioning, then after the spike trap stage you go for a proper kill box. Once you've gotten all of your assault rifles, because you do not want a short range kill box, you want to utilize your assault rifles to make a proper one. Now the best place is to look for ground that is quite stable. So in this case, I'm actually going to make it right down here. Grab anyone with an assault rifle, and you want to select their range here. I have a mod called Rangefinder, so I can double press Control and see the range. But just hover over it, go into your order tab, and then literally just mark out how long the range is. And then from here, start constructing the first wall. It really depends on how many people you have, but we're going to go for one in the middle and then 3 walls spaced out on each side. And then we're going to fill those spots in with the barricades. You remember how I set it up with the barricades inside? We're going to use the same principle of behind wall, and then they peek behind the barricade cover to have some extra cover. And then we're going to simply have the Garleen come over here, and as long as she's still in range of where the opening will be, keep on constructing. Now the design of this isn't too important. You can literally space it out like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Even this is simply enough, as now we have a bunch of range. And you want to fill this right here with extra barricades on the outside You can have pawns literally behind here or behind here, all over here. And then what you simply want to do is have a little bit of space, maybe 3 tiles here. And then at the opening here, we're going to place down walls like this to connect everything. Just make sure to add some doors here so they cannot overwhelm that easily. This is the simplest design of a kill box. The reason that we have the assault rifle range right here is because you only want to start shooting the opponents once they're inside of the kill box. Because if you have it a little bit more up and you start shooting them while they're stuck at a choke point here, they will start to pile up and start to shoot here, and then the battle will be delayed by much longer, your pawns will get sadder. You want the battle to be over as quickly as possible. You want the enemies to keep on just flowing in one by one, not stack up and shoot. And then what you want to do is double layer the walls right here, because while you're shooting, there is a chance that the walls get destroyed, and then your formation and the people inside the funnel, they will start to splatter out. So just make it more secure there where you're about to fire down. I have a few barricades here because when they're on the barricades, they're less likely to shoot. And then what I'm going to do now is get about a few wooden barricades, let's say 8 or 10, and then fill in the funnel here. So you can do this however you want. You just want them to be able to walk in the funnel for a long time. And you want to place doors on one end and then the other end like this. Lastly, you want enemies to come in way more slowly. You can simply have sandstone fences. When enemies move over it, I will show you. When you enter a fence or something that is obstructing, then it will slow them down for a minute. You do not want to stack your fences up like this, because then they only get slowed down when they enter the fence, and then they will move normally the whole time, as you can see. Versus now, it takes way longer, as you can see. So you want to keep these doors open, and then also these doors open. We want to isolate this whole area here and roof it all over, because we want to burn our opponents. So get a few sandstone doors here. Get a place for where Molotovs can come in or something that is flammable. And then again, as we had up here, we're simply going to place down the turret and the kill box is essentially done. Alright, unpowered turret, you need to have it unpowered, okay? And then in the kill box itself, it's very easy to place turrets, but we're in the mid game for now. You can place autocannon turrets, rocket swarm launchers, uranium slug turrets, but I always just go for simple mini turrets and then pawns with assault rifles, because we will become the turrets, you know. So I like to have uranium or plasteel turrets. They are tougher. Just lined up like this, because then people will shoot at the turrets and not at your people. Line that up. Make sure you have lights for your pawns, and then you want to roof in where your pawns are shooting, because again, I mentioned the weather conditions. And yeah, the whole thing is essentially done now. I mean, we have the perfect range, the perfect parameters, so to speak. Everybody can shoot the opponents when they come in. And now we're going to summon up our raid and you will see what happens. So, tribes people here, Molotov cocktails. Simply want to light a nice fire. Shield belts are only for meleeists, so in this case I have to take off the shield belt. I'm going to light a warm fire for them, and it will start to cook very, very fast. Make sure that your home area is not in the heat box, because otherwise the pawns will try to extinguish the fires. You will have problems. Again, restrict the pawns when there's a raid so that they're inside the base safe. And now it's going to start to cook. So, yeah, just in case, you can always line up your pawns. But they're entering one by one now, and there is literally nothing they can do. Even if there's 200 of these people, if there's a normal raid, which is most of the case, they will always burn down to the ground. So this is how you deal with humans, insects, animals you can burn up. I'm going to show you against mechanoids later, but for now, there's no real reason for me to be here. But how you would position your pawns is right behind the walls like here. So behind them they can peek out. If you have the mod defensive positions, you can simply press T and then you can easily turn it to base defense mode. But as you can see, they're all dying now. It's 700 degrees Celsius, so really nothing they can do. Really nothing they can do. I almost never use a burn box actually, because even just the normal kill box is quite effective. And they should flee. Yeah, they're all fleeing. Make sure your pawns aren't able to go in there initially. You can unrestrict them once the fires are gone. So if I do not have the fire on, it will essentially be the exact same thing that happens here, except you have way more cover, you have turrets here to block, and they will funnel themselves slower. So now, for mechanoids, you want to get EMP grenades. Research microelectronics for EMP grenades and make that at a machining table. You can also start to get flak armor as well, so this is the best armor, especially in the mid-game. You then want to equip your pawn with EMP grenades, and then just like with the assault rifles, you want him to be protected here. So we're going to have a barricade and then a wall like this. Or actually, we're going to have a wall right here. We're going to have a barricade and simply have doors here and then roof that in for the weather. You can also have like a protective shelf here where you keep your EMP grenades and the Molotov. So we have a raid from the mech hive, a few centipedes. This is, yeah, looks difficult, but we're going to use the same strategy. Home area, everyone. They're attacking immediately. In this case, we have a caravan. I do not want the caravan here. So they're going to enter here. And then we want our EMP grenadier. Take Yayo if your pawns get sad. Damn, they're a bit quick. But here we can see the Lancer. Lancer has a 4.5% chance to hit Yuna. A 5% chance to hit Stitch. So look how much cover we have. We have an extreme amount of cover. Okay, that 5% is when your pawns get shot, you want to reposition them, because you do not want a pawn to get hit twice, then they're more likely to die. Just reposition here. In this case, I made a little mistake, because that turret is able to shoot while they're in. Or actually, it's aggroing on it, because it's right at the entrance. We need to move the turret a little bit out of the way. So the centipede will be entering. The EMP grenades you want to fire not at the entrance here, because then you stun them and then they will pile up. So just EMP out here. The centipede will be stunned now, and then you want everyone to target that. So nice and slow. Just want to keep on attacking them right here. I'm not sure what the hell this Lancer is doing, but we can speed up the game here. And that centipede is dead. And here we go. I would actually make a turret right here, or along the walls right here, just to protect our EMP grenadier, because he is the most important part. The more turrets you have, the more likely you are to survive, essentially. Because now they are literally attacking only the mini turrets. Yeah, and pawns are getting sad, so need to snort to Yayo. Having a tantrum here. Always have Yayo, a combat drug, or go juice. Okay, so now that turret got destroyed. Reposition. Yeah, I need to reposition the turrets a little bit better, because they can... The problem is that the Lancer has such a big range, but we have all the time in the world. So we want everyone, you want to select all your pawns and focus down the most dangerous threat. In this case, it's the centipedes. So now that it's dead, just free shoot. But it's way easier if you manually shoot down everyone individually. Because if you focus down the same fire, you're not spreading out the damage everywhere. You're focusing down on, okay, that centipede now really needs to die. So we're just going to do this. Yeah, we're going to take a little bit of damage here. But again, just focus down that. I'm going to reposition some pawns that cannot shoot that centipede to come over here. We just want this centipede to die. It's about to die. Okay, now that it's dead, immediately reposition to target the next weakest one. Yup. People are getting sad. Now I'm actually going to target a little bit more accurately closer to that. Okay, that wall got destroyed there. That's the problem. I should have a plasteel wall, but the battle is almost over. You will notice that things won't go perfectly. Even if you have a kill box, like, you will still have to try sometimes, especially with harder raids. So Siren is getting shot at. I want to re-aggro the centipede. Every time someone gets shot at, to reposition, as I said. The problem here is that we have 3 Centurions just with their shields here. But okay, now they're all dead. So, now that you know about kill boxes, the mid-game is about getting more pawns and more turrets so that you can essentially maul down opponents once they enter the kill box. However, now we're going to focus on the turrets and the mortars. Turrets you want to place down a little bit haphazardly up against the compound. They will distract raiders that come in through sappers, for example. And next up, I want to talk about mortars. This thing is very effective against dealing damage before the fight starts, or if you're up against a siege or like a mech cluster, where you will have to destroy their structures before they attack you. However, I will show you how to deal with a siege. Now, the easiest thing to make them attack is to simply use a mortar to destroy them. However, you won't always have the capabilities of doing that. So how do you deal with a siege when you do not have a mortar? Alright, so we've got a siege here. And of course, the easiest thing is to have a mortar prepared before you start getting sieges. However, if you're on the harder difficulties, sometimes you may not have a mortar before all hell breaks on board. Again, do not fight fair. So if you have, for example, a psychic animal pulsar to disrupt the siege, do that. We just want to get them to attack us so that they can go into the kill box. When there's a siege, I would light up the kill box already, and then they will burn. But in this case, we're going to try to disrupt them so they do not bombard us at all. Okay, so now they've started to construct the mortars. Again, if we had any sniper rifles would be great. Just use anything you can. Psychic animal pulsars. You do not want to fight fair, so we're going to try to activate their mortars. I'm actually going to light up a nice fire. We're going to have our best shooter here on Yeo. I'm going to try to shoot down the mortars. The mortar people. I'm not going to let them shoot. Okay, so they are slowly dying. We can destroy this mortar. Always have a sniper rifle handy, because if you do not have a mortar and you do not have anything, then a sniper rifle is the easiest way to destroy their mortars. In this case, though, it worked with just the assault rifle. Let's get everyone in position. And in this case, Gurion is moving so slowly. He's not gonna die, but he's gonna get down. But I have prepared... As you can see, already prepared. We have a group of traders. Okay, that wasn't part of the plan, but oh well. They've decided they can kidnap and leave. Okay, well, they would have died anyways in the heat box, but that is one way to get them to attack. Use sniper rifles. Use anything you can to get them to attack you. Or if you just have a mortar, bombard them. They will start to attack your kill box, burn them up, or just deal with them in the kill box. Next up, I'm going to showcase how to deal with breachers, both mechanoids and humans. So you want to, after you've got the kill box, get some turrets up, because it will disrupt the path of the breachers. And you just want to have some barricades alongside. So you just have a place where your people can shoot from. So we have a breacher raid here. And we have a few of them. Okay, we need to watch out for those triple rocket launchers. How I will position myself is try to look for where they come in. Now, these people have short-range weapons, so the best positioning is to be fully outranging them. They're going to start bombarding around here. So we're going to position ourselves where we can shoot at them straight when they come in, because they will come in one by one. The grenadier should die. I will position myself here, just alongside the wall, and then I just want to kill them one by one real quick. Breachers don't have as many people as a regular raid, so you can just kill them off one by one. And now it's good to have turrets, because I could have positioned myself right here, But the reason I didn't is because they will have the range on us, so it will be an equal fight, even though we're behind barricades. I'm much rather going to prioritize our range. You will have to optimize for what they have. If they were to have come in elsewhere, I would have placed myself here, but now we're going to take care of their sniper rifles, so make sure you focus down the people with the long range. That chain shotgun is essentially a pawn that has 0. Okay, now we have triple rocket launchers, so we want to probably head the hell back. Okay, this is a little bit bad because we've let them come in, and we need to be very careful of the triple rocket launchers. I need to focus. What is the objective? They wasted that. They're going to try to breach and go for our beds. That's their only objective. In this case, it's unfortunate that Lilith is here, but they've wasted all of their triple rocket launchers on our turret. So we're just going to focus them down. We're going to try to breach without the grenadiers. That's not going to be so good. And let's see here. 2 sniper rifles. There's not really much we can do about that. We're going to try to kidnap Lilith, but they're just going to sit here anyway, so quite easily kill them now. So we're just going to go back a bit. And now they're fleeing. That wasn't the cleanest breach, but you get the idea. Take out their grenadiers. Their only objective is to, I mean, literally not even destroy anything. Just reach the middle of your base. And as long as you can pick them off one by one, they will die. Let's go for a mech raid. It will be a little bit more difficult, but same principle. Now then, breachers. It will look a little bit like this. On your difficulty, maybe less, maybe more if you're playing on the harder difficulties, but the principle will be the same. We're going to analyze where you're going to attack from. In this case, it looks immediately like you're going to try to attack somewhere right here. So we've already prepared the turrets for this, the breachers now. This should be a cleaner raid than what we had up here, because there's no triple rocket launchers. I actually think mech breachers sometimes is easier, because you also have the EMP grenades, maybe EMP launchers to stun them, and there's not as many of them. So I'm going to utilize our range. I'm actually going to come in through here. And then I'm actually going to move in a little bit further. In this case, I don't really care about cover that much, because I just want to stun them with the EMP. We're actually... No, we're a little bit too late. We're going to let them get distracted by the turret. I want to make sure I can pick them off one by one. Actually, in this case, I think it's best if I stay inside, because you see here, we're going to reposition here. If I can destroy... I always go for the termite, because termite is the biggest issue. Actually moving them towards here. I do not want to fight equally. You always want to make sure that the lancers aren't firing or something. I'm going to move back a bit more. The termite is dead. Then we're just going to kill them down. Kill them while they're focused on destroying the turrets. You're going to try the same principle of breaching, but without the termite now, you're going to take so long to breach our base that we have all the time to pick them off one by one. The only real problem is the lancers and the centipede. Everything else is quite easy. Let's see here. We're going to focus down that lancer. Only make sure one of them can target us down. We do not want to position ourselves where the centipede can shoot. Here we go. In this case, they are all clumped up in here. So what I'm going to go for is the easiest pickings. I don't care about the ciphers. I only care about that centipede. So I'm actually going to have Gigarusa come around. And... could actually stun a bunch of them here. I'm going to pick off them right here. Okay, they're actually through. I'm going to stun them right here. And we're going to maul all of them. Here we go. So I'm going to kill off the lancers first, and then the centipede. Okay, that lancer is not stunned. Please go for that lancer. Okay, our EMP grenades are not hitting. Okay, that thing is stunned for 14 more seconds, so it will die. The first EMP grenade is the most effective, so you want to deal most of the damage during the first EMP shot, alright? So deal as much possible damage as possible. And now if you want to be really safe, I usually just go in there and kill it, but if you want to take no damage, just do this. And okay, it's dead. Even if it would have breached here, what will happen is that breachers, they will just wander about the room here, maybe destroy a little bit, but it's not really that bad. You just have to take your time and deal with each breacher one by one. And always position yourself where you have the most amount of shots on only a few of them. Never have many of them, all of them shooting you, because especially in harder difficulties, you will never have a fair fight. As long as you're patient, you should be able to deal with them. Next step, we're going to look at a drop pod raid. So they're going to land on top of you, and immediately you want to pause the game, because this is a little bit unexpected. Now the weaknesses of a drop pod raid is that they will have way less people than a normal raid, but you do not want to attack them close range, because you do not know what they have. So I'm always going to try to position myself, and they're also stuck in the compound in the base with you. So like, even if they try to steal something, they will have to exit the base with it. So just gather up everyone, group everyone up, analyze the situation. In this case, we'll have a bunch of melees, but in most cases they will have like short range weapons, and they will go for the turrets here, but you can easily, they're not breaching, they will go for the turrets for everything. So just pick them apart. Oh, just like this, and then be patient. Do not get emotional if they destroy stuff. Just pick up a murderous rage. Good lord. But just deal with them, and after you kill like half of them, they will already start to flee. So this is the easiest way to deal with a drop pod raid. Now, a mechanoid cluster. This is from RimWorld Royalty. In this case, we have an automortar. Mech clusters are one of the most dangerous types of threats because it's a little bit more difficult. You have to systematically tear it apart. You cannot just deal with it with a normal raid or a normal siege. First of all, this one has a mech high shield. So what you would do is you would see how much time you have. We have so many days until this will initiate. I'm going to get some EMP shells and I'm going to disactivate it. I'm going to start bombarding the automortar. If there are any unstable power cells, try to shoot them down. There's no mech low shield actually, so could try to shoot down the mortar, but the turrets block it. A smoke launcher will allow you to block out the auto charge or the turret's attacks. So you select EMP shells initially, get the one with the best shooting and intellectual for the mortars. That will be the best accuracy. And now we're just going to load up an EMP, and then we're going to launch it right here, and then immediately get a high explosive shell. What will happen here is that the shield will be broken. They will actually start to attack straight away, so now you will systematically first destroy the minions. Okay, that thing is already active. You have to keep on doing it. Okay, they're not coming. I would recommend 2 mortars, one with EMP, one with high explosive, because that shield regenerates quite quickly. But now they're going to start attacking. Our pawns are so damn sad. And a few of them to make them keep on attacking. You want to re-aggro them until they're in the kill box, because then you're dealing constant damage. And so just attack with the EMP. And then just wait it out. This playthrough, my colonists are so sad. Good lord. Anyhow, so once you start systematically destroying them. Okay, that's just the thing. Cyclops needs to die. And then just destroy the rest of them. Just going to reposition a bit for the centipede burners. You could get some fire foam poppers here. because fire foam will protect you against the fire centipedes. But we're just going to focus down. So I'm actually going to focus down the... Okay, that cipher getting through was my mistake. Not the end of the world. Now we're going to focus down the centipedes. Just want to make sure that you extinguish the fire on your pawns. If they do get caught on fire, you want to have a pawn manually extinguish them. Maybe we can try it out. But yeah, just focus down manually the most important targets. Here we go. So we're going to have Garlene prioritize extinguishing fire here. Okay, please. Okay, go back. Silver, extinguish. There we go. And she's fine. And then keep on shooting down that thing. Here we go. And then we cannot reach them, so let them aggro on. Okay, actually they're aggroed on to someone else, so we can just kill them quite easily. Damn, this thing won't die. Here we go. Not the cleanest fight. Now take your time. Take your time. Just recover from the battle. Heal up. And then deal with the rest. Okay, so the mech birther here is just stating centipedes. That is bad. Now, one very important thing while you rest or before mech clusters, or just have it prepared overall, is a smoke launcher. This thing will obscure incoming shots and prevent turrets from locking on. This thing will be essential for mech clusters. You want to grab this thing, grab all your pawns, because now there's only turrets left, as you can see. Just obscure the path manually, and then just that centipede is just distracted. And then you can just simply line up your pawns, keep on smoking yourself, and everything will be shot down. Just like this. Perfect. Kill off everything. Okay, they Shinso smoke him. Good lord. Mental breaks. But essentially now, you're just fine. So systematically tearing it apart, and the mech cluster has been defeated. So mech clusters come in like 2 or 3 stages. You first need to lure all the mechanoids, the units, into your base and kill them off systematically with your kill box. Then what you want to do is you want to use smoke launchers to wipe out the turrets themselves before the next mechanoids gestate. And always take a break before or between the centipedes or the mechanoids dying the units, and then before you destroy all the turrets. Unless it's like a automortar which needs to be taken care of immediately. Let's focus on destroying everything immediately. Now then, next up is a manhunter pack. In this case, we have a large manhunting pack of bunch of megaslavs. Now there are like 3 ways to deal with this. You can either just ignore them because they will not, as long as all of your doors are closed, there's no way for them to attack you. Just have your colonists be at home and they will naturally disappear after 1 to 2 days. Next up, you could just lure them into the kill box, either burn them up or just shoot them down, which is probably the easiest thing, but I'm going to showcase more melee blocking here. Another thing is you don't want them to overwhelm you. You can go a little bit further away and then they will come in one by one. I actually think that is the best thing to do here because mega slavs, they deal a lot of damage. So if we just do something like this, then we should be able to mow them down. You can already start to see now that they're starting to pile up. In this case though, I think we're fine. Just make sure you target them all individually. And you can also kite, like this. Okay, yeah, you need to kill that. Now we're going to take a little bit of damage. No, why are you not shooting? Here we go. And then the rest of them we can melee block, but I think this will be worse because we might take a little bit more damage. Ah, seems like it works. So there are many ways to deal with manhunters. They're generally the easiest thing to deal with. Next up, we're going to deal with an infestation. So insects are one of the most dangerous things in the game if you let it go unchecked, because like a mech cluster, if you don't deal with it straight away, all the things will just start to grow and it will become a massive problem. I've had colonies where I've had to reset because, well, if you don't know how to deal with them properly, they will die. But there are a few easy ways. If the infestation is outside of your base, you can lure them with your assault rifles and they will die in the heat box. They can die to fire or to your turrets. I would actually just recommend burning them down because usually there's a lot of them and they are quite tough, usually more tough than even animals. However, in this case, I will show you the power of body blocking plus grenades. If you have an infestation in a mountain, you can't really lure them into a heat box and kill them off. So you will have to use choke points in your mountain base, where you only have a bunch of these with one door. And I'm going to have some grenades here. So we're going to have 2 grenades. Make sure to get that. And then just like with the animals, we will body block. Except this time, we're going to want to lure them. So have one pawn start to shoot. And then they should all come and attack. Yeah, here we go. You want to quickly get 3 people up front. I get the weakest shooters. You want the strongest shooters to stay back. And so now we're going to position ourselves a little bit nicely here, and now we're going to grenade right at this spot. The problem is if you throw a grenade right here, the fail radius, like the grenade can land 1 tile around it, so sometimes they won't actually throw it at the right spot. So I would throw it right here actually, because if you throw it here, then it can land between all of these things and then it can damage the walls. So just have both grenadiers throw that. And then let's see what happens. Actually, I want them to throw in different intervals. So right when the first one throws the grenade, then the second one starts to throw. Okay, the turret here is in the way. This is the best way to deal with insects. I'm actually going to have the people at the front take Yayo, because if they get down, then we may get overwhelmed. But as you can see, the grenades are absolutely tearing through their flesh. Alright, perfect. And now we're going to not fire at will, not have more grenades fire. And then you can quite easily, you have to take care of the hives, because if you let the hives be, then they will start to reproduce again. So just get all of your ranged people, and you will start to shoot them down. Just like so. Make sure you don't miss any, because even 1 hive can turn into 1,000,000. So you will know your hive is defeated once you get the +4 defeated insect hive. So yeah, that is how you deal with almost every single threat in RimWorld, at least vanilla RimWorld. There are a few niche ones like RimWorld Anomaly with the abduction ritual. It's like you will have to siege it or activate it, but generally now you have the framework of how I think when I deal with all kinds of threats. However, one thing I would like to showcase now is friendly fire. I'm not going to go into too deep of specifics, but some people mistake friendly fire, like if there's a person right in front of another pawn here, then there's a chance that they can friendly fire onto here. Friendly fire won't affect pawns in a 2 tile radius. So if you have pawns like this, then there's no chance for this silver to friendly fire here, because within 2 tiles there are 2 people, so friendly fire will start after 3 tiles here. So we can showcase this actually. We're going to fire at this wall here, and it won't, nobody here will be hurt. So have a 3 pawn line is fine. However, if we were to move our pawns outside of this line, sometimes I have it like this where there's a higher chance, but if we were to do it a little bit worse, then we'll see what happens here. Actually, we're not getting any friendly fire. Yeah, so friendly fire. Okay, here we go. So we just had some friendly fire here in the head. But as you can see, friendly fire isn't that common. Even if you have, I would never shoot like this. So if you just keep it 2 tiles or have a row of 3 tiles towards where you're shooting like this, then there will not be any friendly fire. Next up, I will talk about a few defensive structures. So you've got the barricades that I like to do. You can also get sandbags, but sandbags give 55% cover effectiveness, have 300 hit points. A granite barricade has the same cover but more hit points. They are both not flammable though. So you can use whichever one you prefer, although usually you have more stone than cloth. As for mini turrets, they can deal friendly fire, so you want to shoot close to it. Just like I demonstrated with the pawns of friendly fire. Keep nice and close. Another pro tip is if you were to research IEDs, one of the best things that I like to do is have IED traps like this. How you want to place IED traps is you can see the explosive radius right here, 3 tiles. You do not want to overlap them because then if one explodes, it will cause a chain reaction. You'll have to replace every single IED trap. So just right at the border of each, you will see that the explosives or the explosion doesn't overlap. So this is just how I do it, and then I get a bunch of explosive IED traps. This will make essentially anything that tries to get up close to you die instantly, so you will be nice and protected. You don't have to worry about, you know, fast runners and be ciphers coming up. There are other traps, like I don't really use the incendiary traps that much, but you can experiment. EMP traps are great against mechanoids, but I would rather use EMP grenades and such. One thing you can start adding up in the late mid-game are autocannon turrets. These things will absolutely shred through opponents. Probably my favorite type of turret. I also like uranium slug turrets, but I have usually more autocannon turrets than uranium slug turrets. They are quite expensive though. Another niche thing is a foam turret. I never use it because you have to... I think you have to activate it manually. Yeah, someone has to activate it. I just pop a bunch of fire foam poppers everywhere, like this, like this. Another thing I would recommend getting is a bunch of sculptures in your kill box, because keeping things nice and beautiful while your pawns are stuck shooting for hours is going to be very important. You also want to cover your kill box with flooring, because otherwise if it's natural terrain, they will move slower. So you can reposition better and tend to your pawns much quicker with a proper floor. And then you want to get a hospital eventually, so get a hospital right next to the kill box. Sometimes they may be threats on the map, like maybe a mech cluster. And then you can activate the mech cluster. Then you want to close the door to the kill box. So I usually do this, because now if there's a human raid, they will go straight for the mechs here. So you can utilize your... how would you say, compound, because otherwise a half of them will come and fight you, but you want to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Always make enemies fight each other. Lastly, I'm going to show one of the best techniques if you are an advanced player in RimWorld. It's a little bit hard, but especially with the RimWorld Anomaly DLC, this is probably the best way to fight raiders. So the technique is called kiting. If you have a long-range weapon like an assault rifle with 31 range and then a centipede which only has 27 range, you want to get pawns and preferably use go juice for this, but yayo can work. And then you want to outrange them a little bit, so line your pawns up like this. And then I'm going to use my mod here to view the range. And you can view the range of the centipede. But the default way is just once you shoot, you move back 3 tiles. Because the centipedes literally cannot reach you. You are outranging them. So yeah, almost messed it up, but you can just go back and forth here and slowly start to chip away at whatever threat. You just want to make sure that you move straight after all of your colony shoots. Or I'm actually just going to toggle the range of the centipedes so that I know their range. So you can see here with the rangefinder mod, the only problem with this technique is that, well, your pawns will be moving around a lot, and if they get sad and get a mental break, it's maybe over for them. So, like, their moods are too sad. That's why I like having a kill box, because if something happens, they get a mental break, they will just be safe. But here, they might die if even one pawn messes up. So we would just kill them like this. If you have RimWorld anomaly, I would get the turret packs here. This thing is absolutely broken, not because of the damage, but because of the distraction mechanic. So you can make this at a machining table, but once you've researched it here, a turret pack with RimWorld anomaly, you want to start kiting as always, and then I just like to deploy a bunch of these, because yeah, we got a mental break, but look, this thing is going after this tiny little turret, and you don't even have to kite anymore, you can just straight up shoot. And if you have like 20 people throwing down turrets pack each, and they are also very cheap, or not too cheap, but a turret pack costs 70 steel too. That's nothing if you have crafters and fabrication. So in the mid game to late game, this is probably the best thing you can do actually. And as you can see, that centipede just dies. Now everyone will have mental breaks, so they will die. So you can also kite things that are slower than you this way. I would not kite people with sniper rifles or lancers that outrange you unless you have sniper rifles. But yeah, sniper rifles would be much easier to kite with, but they deal less damage per second. And of course, when you're kiting, you can also use the natural cover like trees and bushes. You can see that they have cover effectiveness. A marble chunk has 50%. A tree here has 25%, so rather hide behind stone than a tree. And yeah, once you level up in the mid game, you will slowly transition into the late game. So if you've done everything correctly, you have a kill box, have a compound, have turrets to cover against breaches with some barricades, and you just want to focus on defenses. My personal favorite weapons after assault rifles are either the charge rifle here, a little bit less range, but this thing has insane armor penetration and damage. Or if you want something more raw, you can go for a minigun. A bit more expensive, but these things have the same range as an assault rifle, but will make your pawns move slower. And generally you want these with good shooters, because the accuracy isn't too good. You can try and test maybe half your squad with miniguns, half with charge rifles, but even sticking with assault rifles for the entire game is what I've done sometimes. It's a all-round very good weapon. Just make sure you get the best quality weapon. So if you have RimWorld ideology, get a production specialist and craft up some masterwork or legendary assault rifles, because when weapons have a masterwork quality, then they will deal 25% more damage, I believe, and then legendary has 50% more. As for armor, you can stick with flak armor. One thing I usually do is I get flak vests and flak helmets, and then I try to get devil strand dusters or parkas and then pants, because that is better than the flak jacket itself and the flak pants. Or you can move into marine armor if you're richer. So marine armor here is quite decent, although will slow you down a bit. And then lastly, if you have RimWorld royalty, cataphract armor. This will really protect your pawns. The sharp protection here is the only thing that I look at. The higher this number is, the better. I don't really think about it too complicated. 120 sharp protection on the cataphract armor. On marine armor it's 106%, and on a flak vest it is 100%. And then there is blunt damage, so this is things like from fists or club. It's not from gunshots. I don't worry about blunt armor too much unless it's like on one of my meleeists, because we most of the time get shot in RimWorld or take projectile damage, so you want sharp protection. Another thing you will do is if you have a lot of if you want to have one pawn that does the melee fighting and the body blocking, so a nimble pawn or a tough pawn, you get them the best armor, and you want to give them a shield belt here. So a shield belt will allow people to block against ranged attacks, but you cannot fire with ranged weapons. You can only use melee weapons. And these people will be the ones who kite as well. So you will kite with them and you will body block with them. They're going to be your tankers. They will be the ones to distract, so your ranged targets can deal damage. So lastly, I'm going to showcase my final base here in RimWorld. I played this playthrough on... You can view it on my video. I beat RimWorld's true hardest difficulty. But this is literally the hardest difficulty in RimWorld. And what I've done is I don't even have a normal kill box. I did this whole playthrough with... You remember this contraption? This is it. And I have my EMP Grenadier be right here, so he's nice and protected, and he's aligned with our people here, so if he gets hurt then we can deal with them. I would recommend using a normal kill box, but I have turrets here for distractions. I have a lot of autocannon turrets here for more distractions with fire foam poppers. I have a crematorium. You can place one down next to your kill box to cremate corpses. I have double layered all of the walls here because of, well, breachers, and I use a mechanic of where I let them initially start to bang on the walls, and then once I open up the door here, because they don't have a path to attack to, then they trickle in one by one even more slowly than with the turret contraption here. I did not have turrets this playthrough. All I did was use barricades against breachers, and all I have are assault rifles, excellent assault rifles, some masterwork ones with flak vests, flak armor, some thrombo for parkas, and so this is literally my whole setup. And then I have a meleeist with a shield belt, of course, Gigarissa here, and then 2 mortars, one for EMP, and then I mean, it's good to have 2 mortars to speed things up. You want to make sure you can buy reinforced barrels from a trader, like for example here, or a combat supplier. Always buy a reinforced barrel. And if you do not have enough pawns because the raids are too big for your kill box, just place down more turrets. Turrets are actually busted because number 1, they deal damage, but number 2, they act as a distraction, so they target the turrets and not you. I'm going to go into a few niche things. I never use a rocket swarm launcher. I mean, it's quite alright, I guess, but needs to be targeted manually. Does deal a little bit of damage though. But this armor penetration isn't really the best. I mean, if you have tribals, then you can use it. Just stack up on autocannon turrets or uranium slug turrets are actually very nice. Wow. I would put uranium slug turrets right here. I actually quite like an open kill box because it's more flexible. You have way more space to work with. The uranium slug turrets can utilize its full range. You can place hunter traps, you can place IEDs. I have IED traps here. And then with the light levels do not affect combat shooting accuracy. The only reason I have it, as I mentioned before, is for movement speed. So you want your enemies to move slower, so no light for them, and then your pawns to move faster. And don't forget to roof in where your pawns shoot because of the weather conditions and because of snowy terrain. Will make your pawns move slower. Anyhow, I really hope you've enjoyed this guide. I probably missed a few things, but I covered everything about how I at least think and build and structure my defenses. After more than 5,000 hours in RimWorld, I've experimented with hundreds of different research paths across almost every biome, difficulty and challenge imaginable. In this guide, I'll show you exactly what I researched from the moment my colonists crash land all the way to the endgame. We'll cover the best early game technologies, the research I prioritize, what you can safely skip, and all the little mistakes that can slow your colony down. Whether you're completely new to RimWorld or already have hundreds of hours, by the end of this guide, you'll know exactly what to research and when to research it. So once you have a proper base down, then the next step after getting the food, you want to construct a research room. So I'm going to explain my first researches, but the reason why you want your first simple research bench in a separate room is because it needs to be in a laboratory here. It will say if it's not in a laboratory, you can press G or hold on Alt and you can see the room type. So we need to have this thing right in here. So there it is, a laboratory. I usually make a research room for everybody that can research, because when people have nothing else to do, then the least they can do is just always research. That way they will never be idle. So 3 research benches for 3 people. Make sure you get a lamp. If your pawns aren't researching, because it says research is a long-term task, that means that they have a priority that is more important. You cannot force people to research. You have to prioritize the parties. So for example, Sir Bless, if I were to put him on at 1, he will start to research straight away here. And so I always have it last though. The people who are not so good at researching, I have do hauling and cleaning. Otherwise I put that at a 2, and then they will do researching before every single thing that is a number 3. So how researching works is that it will take into account global work speed and the intellectual of the pawn, the manipulation and the sight. So like the hands and then how good they see. Once the laboratory is constructed, you want to make sure to get some chairs down because they will be spending a lot of time there. It will make them more comfortable. Other than that though, you won't really need a floor for now. It is a little bit dirty, yeah, but we'll go into more cleanliness later. The more clean the room is, the better the research. So if you're going with the regular start, I would prioritize batteries. This is always my number 1 research, because with a wind turbine and a battery, you have a renewable source of power. If you cannot get that and you need power, then if you have a lot of trees, you can simply get a wood fire generator. You can start researching, well, maybe hydroponics if you need food, but I go for batteries and then I go for solar panels, because then with this combo you will be able to have a very good source of power. Just get 2 batteries, 2 solar generators and 1 wind turbine. You will have power for a very long time. After that, you're a bit more flexible. I like to go for advanced lights because it will cut the power consumption of lights by half. Won't affect sun lamps, but you also get a floodlight, which is quite bright. Also lets you customize lights and everything, so that's nice. But a floodlight here, good for working with the crops during the night, rush like that. And then you want to get a few defensive things, so every time after I get the basics of batteries, solar panels and advanced light, you want to go for smithing and machining, because with machining you can get or actually with a smithing as well, you can get a simple helmet, but I usually just construct a machining table. And I get the workshop up so I can get everything for that. Once you've got that, there are a few paths. If you're playing on the harder difficulties, I would focus more on getting gas operation. And then in the early game, you can use some pump shotguns, or you can use some chain shotguns, heavy SMGs, start making really good weapons, and then go into gun turrets. So these researches here are quite important. If you're playing a little bit of a more casual playthrough, then I actually like to go for beer brewing and then drug production, because managing the pawn's mood is also very important. However, a baseline is I like to go for gas operation and gun turrets here for defenses. And then after this point, what I would do is go for microelectronics to get the advanced high-tech research benches. So let me show you what that is. So after having researched microelectronics, I have a playthrough here where I'm 100 days in and one of the hardest playthroughs I've done combat-wise. And so what I've done is I went into microelectronics and then I got all the drugs, as you can see, for the mood that I mentioned previously, so you can go for that order. And then I literally haven't touched anything else here. It's not really that important yet. I'm not going to discuss every single research, just the fundamentals. But once you get microelectronics, you can fill in with mortars and flak armor. So after researching microelectronics, I would go straight into assault rifles, because if you watched my defense guide, you will know that you should go for the best offense first. So get microelectronics and then get some components, get precision rifling, research that. And then you can make the kill box with the gun turrets. And then for the armor, you go for flak armor, which is plate armor, flak armor, and then a mortar for sieges. And that is literally the basics of the mid game. And my research setup is, now I don't have for every single pawn, I simply have a 13 by 14 room here, 11 by 11 interior, but high-tech research benches require a bit of power and a bit of components, so you want to save up for that. You also want to have a bookcase for your books, because that will speed up the reading bonus. Place down some tables here, just like so. And then for my priorities, I can show you again. So my priorities here are more clean, but I've got research on the good researchers at 2. So they are very much more prioritized to research than to do cleaning, hauling. So if there is no research, then they will start to clean and haul. And then the people who are bad at researching, I have them clean and haul. So as you can see, the 5 most important researchers will do that. So I'm currently in this phase right here where I only have simple compound here. So all of this research is in the mid game, and my power system still looking quite dapper with the battery. I only have 4 batteries, 4 solar generators, and 3 wind turbines. I haven't even gotten into geothermal power. However, what I have done is I've prioritized going into fabrication and multi-analyzer, because on this map, or in general in RimWorld, you will have trouble getting resources like components and steel after the map has been mined out. So after you've got the defenses and the drugs, you can go into ground penetrating scanner and deep drilling. So first precision rifling defenses, and then you will get the ground penetrating scanner, and you will scan for resources like steel. And that will allow you to deep drill for steel. Then I researched multi-analyzer, which unlocks higher tech research. And after that, I place it down close to all of my research benches because it will speed up the research speed factor, and you need it for the further research. And then I went straight into fabrication to get components. So in the later stages of the mid game, you would go for that, and then you can start to fill in the spots. I only got medicine production after that. And I got some niche things like biofuel refining for mortars, but that is literally the whole tech tree. So we started off with batteries, then I went into solar panels and advanced lights, then I went into smithing, machining, I went into gunsmithing all the way up to gas operation, gun turrets, went into microelectronics and then precision rifling, then I went into mortars, flak armor and all the drugs. And then lastly, I went into deep drilling, ground penetrating scanner, multi-analyzer fabrication. Now I have the same base 100 days later. So in this case, I've gone for geothermal power. So if we look at the tech tree, you will notice I still haven't researched literally any single one of these basic researches here. These things are a bit more niche, but I have researched prosthetics so that people can replace their arms and legs if they get hurt. I've gone into hydroponics for the winter. If you have a colony with winter periods, then hydroponics would be more important than, for example, drugs and such, and maybe even defenses, but it depends on what difficulty you're playing on. If you're not playing on such a hard difficulty and you have winters, go for hydroponics. And then I went for a few things like IEDs for the contraptions. I went for fire foam, and then other than that, literally nothing much else here. So let's take a look here. Again, nothing has really changed. The only thing that has changed is transport pods here to trade with people and send them stuff. And 100 days later, all I did was get advanced fabrication and bionic replacements. So the advanced components for the bionic arms and such. In this stage of the game, the research setup still looks the same, but it will benefit more if you get some steel tiles here, which provides 0.2 cleanliness. And you can see the star icon next to the cleanliness to the left. It will say that it's important for this type of room. So sterile materials would be even better here, 0.6% cleanliness. If we look at the research speed factor, it's 126% with the sterile tile. With metal tiles, it is 119%. And then with just regular concrete, it's 116%. So it's 10% more research speed with sterile materials. You want to research with a room like this. I also have some sculptures and such, and the chairs as well, but the sculptures will make them nice and happy looking at something beautiful while researching. And in this stage of the game, I've still got my little kill box here. I've literally only expanded upon the core structures and gotten the hydroponics. So what changed was more power for the hydroponics, and then I got more pawns, so I expanded upon that, expanded upon the walls. And as you can see, the basics of the gun turrets, the addition of the IEDs were beneficial, and the mortars as well right here. And the ground penetrating scanner, they're really starting to compound now. The earlier you get the ground penetrating scanners, the better, because now you can literally get resources from all across the map, and you can mine up plasteel, uranium, every single resource. If you want people to scan in the ground penetrating scanner and not research, then can stop all of the research that you're doing. Or if all of these high-tech research benches are occupied, then the rest of the people with the research priority, they will go into the ground penetrating scanner. Lastly, I've got the same base where I've completed the game with the ship launch. So, have you noticed any difference? No, we still have the basic research tree. I've not changed anything here the whole playthrough. I've only filled in a few more things, like, well, sterile materials I finally got. Other than that, though, we got long-range mineral scanning, which was needed for the ship. Autocannon turrets are important for late-game defenses, which is this thing right here. There's fire foam poppers already got. Hospital beds and vital smother. The proper hospital now has been constructed as well, as you can see right here, with sterile materials and a vital smother and research bed. Other than that, though, I just went straight for advanced fabrication, or I already had that, and then Starflight basics. So I've literally not even researched any marine armor. I've not gone through the game with uranium slug turrets or anything. Just the simple basics of power, defenses, drugs, and then mining, of course, and hydroponics for the winter. And yeah, you can beat the game with that research tree, really, because you have a lot of resources, you have all the weapons, hydroponics for the food, the hospital for the recovery. However, I will show you 100 colonist endgame colony, 112 people. So in this case, I've gone for the more niche things. I've got chocolate for cacao. I mean, this is a really advanced colony. I've got the piano for recreational purposes. Carpet making, why not? I've researched almost everything in the game. Didn't go for hydroponics because we're in a warmer climate. Then I also went for specialized limbs with the royalty DLC, because that will increase the deep drilling speed, and fields hands increase the plant work speed. Shields is not really needed, but a shield belt you could use for pawns who are meleeists. Then of course I got the deep drilling, uranium slug turrets and autocannon turrets. This is the defenses for this colony. Looking quite dapper. As for the later stages of the game, I went for the royalty ending. But yeah, this time I went for marine armor because, well, I had a lot of people. But you can see the basics are the same. You can go for charged rifles if you want to, but the structure of my research is generally the same. Medicine production as well, and then prosthetics and everything. The research room is relatively similar, except this time I've painted it, but I've got a sterile material type of room with the bookshelves, the books, and yeah, it's generally a pretty good room. So how would you research if you start off as a tribal? Well, in this case, I would go and build a base for stone cutting, just to get a proper base up, and then I would actually go into complex furniture to get a bed for people, complex clothing for proper armor, and then straight into electricity. And then electricity, you go for air conditioning for the cooler. And then you repeat it, so batteries, solar panels, advanced lights, maybe hydroponics if you're in a cool climate. And then again, smithing, machining, the defenses, go for microelectronics, go for the drugs. And then precision rifling, get the deep drilling for the resources, fabrication. If you need more power, go for geothermal power. Now there are a few researches I would skip. I used to delay microelectronics for too long, and then you don't get the comms console to trade with people. And delaying fabrication is, well, you will have to always use components. So a fabrication bench is really, really important, because otherwise your bottleneck will always be components. You will be having to get a lot of money to buy it, which is very expensive. And then chasing technologies that don't really matter, like security door. You don't really need like tube television. You don't really need tox gas. All of these harpsichord, piano, those are for the later stages. Devil Strand could be good for clothing, actually. Devil Strand I would go with if I have a year-round growing period. But as long as your defenses are fine, you can take your time with researching. That's why I think getting the best defensive technology will allow you to buy time to research whatever you want. And then getting the mining and the crafting will be most important, so you don't get bottlenecked. After that, as I said in this video, you can just go for whatever order suits you the best. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed this video. I explained most of how I think when I research in RimWorld, and hopefully you will have a little bit more structure and know how to research in your colony. After more than 5,000 hours in RimWorld, I've made fortunes across almost every biome, difficulty and challenge imaginable. In this guide, I will show you exactly how I make silver, what I sell, what I buy, how I trade efficiently, and how to manage your colony's wealth without making raids harder than they need to be. Whether you're completely new to RimWorld or already have hundreds of hours, by the end of this guide, you'll know exactly how to build a rich colony while staying one step ahead of the game's wealth scaling. So, when you're starting off in RimWorld, you won't have a lot to trade, but you do start off with a bunch of silver here in the crash land scenario. The easiest way is to, if you've settled down, if you watch my base guide, you should have settled down next to either these people right here, the purple faction here, or you've got the yellow faction. These people are neutral, which means that you can trade with them. Everyone else you can't really trade with. So we will head out, and to trade, you want to bring a caravan, and then you want to bring some money and hopefully an animal to carry all of that. And so now you can simply trade. So when we're trading here in RimWorld, I was so overwhelmed when I first saw this, because what the hell are these arrows? Why is the arrow to the right here? Why is the arrow to the left? If I'm honest, they could probably have made a better system for this, but you have your total amount of silver here to the left. So you have the numbers here are at 0, so you can see, and it says that positive numbers buy, negative numbers sell. What does that mean? So if we're going to buy one Yorkshire Terrier, we'll see that there is a positive number in the bar here. I thought it was over here, but no. If there's a positive number here, then you're buying it. So we're buying one Yorkshire Terrier, which will cost minus 127 silver. For example, we have our horse here, and then the arrow is to the right of the number, which means that everything to the right here is what we can sell. Everything to the left is what we can buy. If we were to sell our horse, it should say -1 and then plus 361 silver. So as you can see here, it is correct. We're selling, so negative numbers sell, -1, and we're getting 361 silver. Now you can see the total amount of silver that the settlement has, so 1,461. So if you were to trade for more, then they won't be able to afford it. If you want to, you can search up for certain things like medicine or rice. You can reset trades if you click on the reset tab here. Can sort things by the name, the market value, quality and everything. I never use these things actually. I just search for something if I need it. And you can also search for 2 things here. But by default it is category here, so the animals will always be at top. And then when you want to trade, you for example sell off a rice, then you accept, you will get 1 silver for selling off 1 rice. You can show everything that this trader wants to buy. So this trader will buy everything that you see on the list here. And after you have been to a settlement and traded, you will see here that they will restock in 30 days. Lastly, there is a gift mode here at the bottom right. So if they don't have any silver and you still want to get rid of stuff, or if you want goodwill with people, you can simply give away stuff. And so if you were to give away everything here, we would get plus 13 goodwill. Nice. So that is the basics of trading. Next up, you can get traders arriving on your map randomly. So these people will come from their bases to trade personally with you. They will have less resources, but again, the same principle. The buttons to the right of the numbers is what you will sell. And then if you want to buy certain things like a chicken, then the arrow is to the left of the number. You can see 1, so we're buying 1 chicken, and we have to spend 64 silver to get it. You can gift people here as well. Next up, you can get trade ships. So once you have a comms console, you've placed down a few orbital trade beacons where your stockpile is. So you can start to trade online. These people probably have some of the most amount of stuff, so you want to get a comms console and such, and you will get that by researching microelectronics and then constructing a comms console. You get the person with the best social skill. How trading works is that the person with the best social skill will be able to get the best deal. So trade price improvement here. The better your pawn is at social and has decent talking and hearing, the better they will get like a sale, you know. And then there's also negotiation ability. So whenever you trade, always trade with the best person that is good at social. You can see that the negotiator Samuel Silver has a plus 20% trade improvement. So what does this mean? We want to buy medicine, we have to spend 24 silver with silver. And if we were to get the worst pawn here with social, it would instead be 30 silver. So from 24 silver with our best trader, and it wasn't even the best one on the RimWorld overall, but still 20%. This A-Run, she only has 0 social, and she has 0%. So 30 silver for one medicine with this, and 24 for this one. So you really want to trade with your best pawn. Anyhow, so these people have way more silver and more stuff. What do you actually trade in RimWorld? Well, when you're starting off, I would recommend mostly buying components, because this is the biggest bottleneck you will ever undergo. And until you research fabrication, where if you watched my research guide, it will be expensive to constantly buy components. So buy components until you can make them. Make sure you buy some advanced components before then, maybe 2 to 3 to 4. So you can get the ground penetrating scanners to scan for resources and then turn those into components with a fabrication bench. Just want to stack those up. Apart from that, you can buy medicine. If there are any decent weapons in your colony that you need early game, like short range weapons, you can buy that. Maybe a little bit of armor. EMP grenades for mechanoids, and maybe some drugs for mood. But other than that, I don't really buy anything else. I mean, medicine, maybe drugs, buy a bit of weapons, armor. And that's pretty much it. If there are some niche situations where I need to get like a bunch of plasteel that I'm missing, then I just buy that. But every time you trade in RimWorld, there will be a trade disadvantage for you. Whatever you sell, look here, price you receive for selling this. So when you sell something, you only get 60% of the trade value. Because of my difficulty, it's reduced by another 20%. So even though the market value of smoke leaf is $11, it will say the market value for anything in the game. Because of my difficulty and because you're selling, you will always sell at a lower price than what it's worth. So selling away stuff is a great way to reduce wealth, especially if you're on the harder difficulties, because the richer you are, the harder the raids you will have. Whereas you're buying something, let's see here, for example, the market value of a component here that they have is $32, but if we were to buy it, it's $43. How come? Because when you're buying at a 1.5 times disadvantage, so 140% default price, and then because of my difficulty level, it's another 20% or 1.2. So, but because of silver, we have a minus 20 negotiation bonus, so that's $43. We're to take a Ren here, our worst trader. That will be $54 for something that is originally $32. And it's insane to actually buy stuff in RimWorld. If you can make it yourself, you will have much better success. However, if you become rich enough so you can just buy anything without a worry, how would you do that? You could get extremely rich and just buy your way to victory. Well, firstly, we've got Flake. So if you grow a bit of psychoid, this crop right here, and a bit of rich soil, what you can do is you can turn that into flake. Now flake here sells for $14. You do not want to make yayo, which is... it is the better drug, but it sells for less per leaf. Flake takes 4 psychoid, yayo takes 8 psychoid leaves for 1. So it takes double as much to produce yayo, but yayo doesn't cost double as much. Yayo is only $6 more. It would be worth it if yayo costed $28, but no, yayo costs $21. So flake is the one I go for always. So you just want to bulk that at ×4 and you will really start to stack up on money. So out of all the drugs, you should get flake. Everything else should be for recreational purposes. The next thing is making clothing. If you actually start to hunt a lot of animals, there are a lot of animals that will roam into your map. You will get a lot of meat for food, but the liver, you can turn into great parkas or dusters. If you make dusters, for example, right here, you make that out of all types of clothing with the best crafter, then you will be able to get a market value that is higher than what the fabric would be worth, and you can sell it off. Next up is art. You can make sculptures. Sculptures are good, especially if they're made out of jade or something. I use them, I basically never sell them, but they are a viable way, especially if you have a great artist. Hopefully not from Austria, but yeah. I would never sell weapons. Weapons in RimWorld have a disadvantage. For example, weapons in RimWorld, because RimWorld, I guess, wanted to balance it because you get so many weapons from raids. Smoke launcher here is worth $380, but it sells for $44. The item sell price multiplier is times 20% stacked on top of 0.6 with the selling. So weapons in RimWorld, I just sell them off because they're just taking up space, really. You cannot really sell weapons sufficiently in RimWorld. However, armor is good to sell. If you have any spare armor, you can start to sell armor. It's actually a decent way that does not have a trade negativity. One of the best things for money early game as well is to harvest organs. You can harvest a lung, kidney, and either heart or liver. So we have a kidney here and a lung. So the kidney is worth the least $900, but sells for $518. It will probably be more on your difficulty, because I'm playing on the hardest difficulty. The lung will be a bit more, and then the heart will be the most expensive. The heart and the liver are worth the same, but one person here in this case sells for 1,783 silver, so organ harvesting is probably one of the best ways to make money. It's harder to scale compared to drugs if you have growers, but if you need some quick cash, just extract. Another great thing I love to do is with the Odyssey DLC, like to get a shuttle, get a long-range mineral scanner, and then once you find gold, you can literally just scan for a day and you can go out and trade really quickly here. So if we go here and then here, you can quickly get gold just like this. And so one batch of this will bring about, what, 300, 400? Just load up bad boy, 417 gold. And then all of that gold, 417, that will sell for 2,318 silver. Gold here is also negative when selling. But gold and silver, they are the global currencies in RimWorld. So I would never buy things that are easy to produce, because then you'll be wasting a lot of money. Like food, for example. I would never buy resources like steel unless I'm in a really steel deprived biome. You never want to buy resources. Sometimes I buy plasteel if I really need it and it's bottlenecked. But don't buy food or resources that you can easily mine up. Wood, well, only buy wood if you don't have any trees. Other than that though, that gives you the basics of trading. Now I want to talk about wealth management. So in RimWorld I used to have a huge amount of storage, but now I condense everything because I'm constantly trading. I always trade away excess weapons, excess clothing that is below 51% HP, because when clothes are below that, they will be ratted and they won't be as effective, and your pawns will get a negative move debuff. If you're playing on the harder difficulties, the more wealth you have and the faster it spikes, the more your raids will start to compound, and you won't be able to handle raids because you're getting too rich too quick. So by trading away stuff at a disadvantage, you're actually getting rid of a lot of wealth, and thus you're making the game easier for yourself. So that's why you do not want to have a large stockpile, because the stockpile is worth more than if you were to sell it. I always sell off organs quickly, because then I get less silver than what it's worth. I always sell off my drugs. If I have an excess of food, I will sell that off, because, well, food is really a huge source of wealth. Because wealth in RimWorld, it scales directly to raids. That's why you will see in my playthroughs, you will see my playthrough guide that I generally try to sell away everything that isn't important, and if I were to get a lot of wealth, immediately I expand upon defenses, because if you're rich, well then the others will want to get those riches. So immediately before you're going to get rich, construct and improve upon defenses. Watch the defense guide, or if you want to, you can give that away, because by giving away the stuff, you essentially lose all of the value, but you get goodwill, so that's another way to get rid of wealth. Another thing is getting a pod launcher and then giving stuff away from here. You can send stuff here, and so you won't have to go out with a horse or something and launch it. You would send it to people. Let's see if I were to send all of my gold. I have 805 gold, and that would give 36 goodwill. So I can give that to some people here, and I can befriend these people. So yeah, if you're on the harder difficulties, trading away stuff, getting rid of it by gifting, preparing your defenses after you get rich or right before, and keeping your storage small is the best way to manage your wealth. If you watch my base tutorial, you will know to sell down near people that you can trade with. In default RimWorld, it will be the yellow and the purple faction here, with a road to easily traverse. So yeah, I would basically never sell off components. I would never sell off medicine, for example. I will never sell off things that are in constant demand. Now I'm going to showcase one of my hardest colonies that I've ever played. And here, you can see that, well, have you seen my storage here? There's basically nothing there. I'm always compressing down my storage to stone blocks, basic resources, a bit of clothing, and then, yeah, like textile for clothing, more raw resources, and then maybe a few weapons and bionics, components and medicine and such. Other than that, though, I'm always trying to keep my stockpile nice and small, as you can see. My wealth graph on this colony is, yeah, it's actually quite well. Every time I trade, I think it's here, I lose a bit of wealth. I can control it better. However, if you're a god and you know how to kill everything, no matter how much wealth you have, then you can get as rich as possible. At a certain point in the end game, you can take care of everything, and then you can become as rich as you want. I caravan about every time that these people restock, so once every 30 days you want to see if they have components. Because if you will need components, especially in the early game, and sometimes in the middle of the game if you're struggling, because it's such a great resource. Even though it's expensive, I would always have money over for components. Anyhow, that is the basics of trading, so hopefully you understand a bit more now. It is a little bit complicated, but that is how I think, at least after 5,000 hours. With around 5,000 hours in RimWorld, I've learned what really matters. Base layout, pawn efficiency, mood control, and more. This video covers everything from beginner to advanced tips, so you can skip years of trial and error. Welcome to RimWorld. When you first start off your playthrough in RimWorld, make sure to untick toggle automatically expanding the home area around new constructions. I like doing this manually, and then you want to toggle automatic rebuild of destroyed structures in the home area. You want to take that on. By default, if you were to start constructing something, you would now have a home area that automatically expands close to whatever you build, or even zones. This is alright, but what will happen is that pawns will try to clean dirt outside of the base here now, so I ideally just like to keep the home zone on top of my buildings if this is closed in rather than that. Also, if you have a raid or something and you want to be indoors, then all you have to do is go into the schedule here and then click on home. And also shift and then left click. If you shift left click, you go in the home area. Shift right click, unrestrict. Shift, so you can automatically do it. So if you have a column of pawns, you just have to shift right click or left click to change. And I don't know why toggle automatic rebuild of destroyed structures in the home area is toggled off. Because what this means is as if this got destroyed now, it's in the home area, but it wouldn't get rebuilt. So if you take that on, we will destroy this one, but it will be set to rebuild. So keep that in mind. Next up, when you start off your RimWorld playthrough, go into quests here, reward preferences. You want to toggle off goodwill for, yeah, every single faction, I would say. Keep the honor, because honor can be good in some playthroughs. But the problem with accepting goodwill as a quest reward is that it will take up a slot in the quest reward, so to speak. So goodwill you can get by giving factions resources or just trading with them, but you won't be able to, for example, if it's replaced with an narcotech leg or something and there's instead goodwill. I would rather have physical rewards rather than goodwill. But of course, if you want to improve relations with someone, you can always take it back on. When you're starting off a new playthrough, what you want to do is go into the Assign tab here, and if you have a medic, be sure to have them carry medicine on them, because if someone were to be injured, then they could tend to themselves or someone else with medicine in their inventory, so you don't waste time going back to your stockpile for medicine. You can also change the medicine type here. Another thing I like to change is the apparel policy here. So instead of anything here, you want to make sure that it's only 51 to 100 health points, because apparel that is under 50 or 51 HP is ratted or tattered, and that will give your pawns a negative mood debuff. Another thing is that you want to untick tainted apparel, because most pawns don't like wearing tainted apparel unless they're like a psychopath or something. Next up, you want to make sure that, because by default all the pawns will have a natural instinct to flee, you want to change that to ideally attack. If there's a random animal hunting you and you have a really good weapon, then attack is very useful, but you can change this also to ignore. Next up, the priority system. 1 is done first and 4 is done last. The higher priority is to the left right here, so firefight. If we have 2 priorities and firefight is at 1, fishing is at 1, it will still count from left to right, so they will do firefight first and fishing last. I'm going to show you how I usually would set up my priorities. So usually I have the really important tasks at 1, like firefight, patient, doctoring, childcare, basic warden. Bed rest is at 3 for me, because only if your pawns are really hurt should they spend time bed resting, because you do recover faster if you're in bed, but you will recover just fine if you're out of bed. And then another thing is, for example, plant cut. I like to have a priority higher than grow, because then pawns will cut the plants first before growing new ones. Or what I mean by that is that growing here has harvest crop. If you need to get some wood, and they will prioritize cutting down the wood before harvesting your crops or something. You can change this to whatever. Crafting is a task where they do low skilled labor, so I like to have pawns do like stone cutting and smelting and such, and then go to high skilled labor later for crafting. Then hauling and cleaning can be at 3 and research is at 4 last. The problem is that if you have every task at 1 like this, then if you want to prioritize one task to be done like straight away, then there's no way to do it. So keeping most at a baseline of 2 and you just press 1 would allow people to prioritize growing if you needed to. Or if you want to really haul, then they will mostly do that. Next up, if you have a pawn and they're a medic, you want to make sure to go into their health tab and you want to allow self-tend. Then colonists with self-tend enabled will automatically tend to themselves on the spot at 70% the normal efficiency. Your doctor should be on self-tend. You can also change defaults for medicine here. I like to not waste clear world medicine on smaller wounds. I like to manually just use clear world medicine if necessary, but most of the time I like to tick it so medicine on colonists is just industrial tech medicine. If you have a wooden base like this in RimWorld, especially during the start when you might not have any other resource, what you can do is construct a roof area 3 tiles around your base like this, because what this will allow you to do is construct roofing over the crops underneath. The crops underneath will die. So once your pawns have constructed a roof, you can then cut all plants in the tab here and they will automatically do that. Remove all the wood that acts as buffer. And what will happen now is that if you have a forest fire, there is absolutely no way for that fire to spread onto your wooden base. So that is a very nice tip. Next up, during your early games of RimWorld, you want to store all of your items slightly away from your recreational area, because most items in RimWorld have a negative modifier to beauty. I just like to store things on shelves as well, because then they're neatly packed away far away. Next tip, if you have a cooler in RimWorld like this, raiders will be able to destroy it. Coolers are one of the most vulnerable things in RimWorld, so they will go for that. So a simple solution is simply to construct one open area like this, and you have to make sure that there's no roof there actually, so all the heat can dissipate. Coolers need to be safe. If you have a cooler like this in RimWorld, a freezer setup, you might want to change it. Step 1 is to add a simple little airlock here to minimize the heat loss, and then you could double layer the walls to even further minimize the heat loss. Another thing is that instead of setting your target temperature to 0 degrees or -1 degree Celsius right at the freezing point, The problem is that when pawns open up the doors and close them, then some heat will escape and then your food will spoil for like a split second, so the timer will go down. Simply setting it as a buffer to like -5 degrees Celsius or even -10 will prevent that. Another thing you can do in RimWorld is construct a vac barrier with your freezer setup. This completely insulates, no need for an airlock. This works so well, in fact, you could theoretically have an open freezer like this because the temperature will be completely stable with vac barriers. So that is an option if you wanted that. Almost no heat loss with vac barriers. They insulate temperatures quite well, so their uses on space can also be used down on Earth. If you have a little bit of jade in RimWorld, what you could do is go and build a few jade fences, because the good thing with jade fences is that they provide a lot of beauty, and that will drive up your room impressiveness, so it's slightly impressive. And with just 8 jade, let's see, rise up the beauty by 1 impressiveness, as you can see. And the overall room is more beautiful because jade fences have 10 beauty. Imagine that. You can kill a Frumbo with a short bow in RimWorld. What you need to do is quickly open up the door and simply shoot. The Frumbo will be enraged, but it will now wander about. Right when it comes near the area, you want to just stay at the door here. Simply start repairing it. You can do this with any animal, in fact. You don't want to shoot it when it's too close. And now it will start banging on the door. You don't want to go out. When it's right outside like this, you want to go to your designated spot. You want to draft, or I mean undraft, and then draft. And then it will stay at the same spot and you get a free shot. It still doesn't come right here. You want to simply go out and then shoot at it. You're always behind door when it closes. Open the door, fall back. Open the door just like this and attack it without actually going into the doorway. You just have to rinse repeat until it's dead. When you start in RimWorld, sometimes if you have a lot of trees, it's way easier to go for wood-fired generators instead of wind turbines. You will have to research batteries for wind turbines, and well, there's not always wind. Wood-fired generators are very efficient and they output 1000 watts consistently. If you have insect meat in RimWorld, instead of throwing it away, you can either turn it into chem fuel, or you can make fine meals or lavish meals out of them. Let's make a fine meal. By default, insect meat will be toggled off, but once you have it, you're going to consume the carnivore fine meal. You will get a moody buff for insect meat eating that. 8 cooked insect meat -3. However, 8 fine meal +5, but there's still a +2 mood buff. So insect meat can be eaten. If you are in cold climates in RimWorld, one thing you could do is build over a geothermal steam vent, steam geyser, because that will increase the temperature of the room quite substantially. So if you're freezing, you can either get a campfire heater or just use a natural geyser. And if you don't want the heat, you can use a vent to close off the temperature, the rest of the base, whatever base you would have. If you're attacking a melee enemy in RimWorld, instead of attacking them head on like you would normally, like this, keep your ranged pawns away and instead have one pawn kite around, being close to it, just like this. Then the bear should die, because now way safer than attacking head on. You want to kite with a person while the ranged pawns stay at the back. If you have wind turbines being blocked by trees or other plants, simply select the wind turbine, go down to AutoCut, and then you need to do AutoCut blocking plans. And you can also do it manually to cut now. And as you can see, everything will be designated to be cut, all of the trees. As you can see, silver here will come and clear out the trees. Instead of using a heating system like this in base layout, it does take a lot more effort to heat up and cool down the different buildings. Instead, make one big building and have a corridor, then allow vents to transfer the heat more efficiently. Normally, items outside, they deteriorate because they're unroofed or outdoors, and outdoors. What you can do is build a roof to further slow down deterioration. You can place a shelf so the wood or the items don't deteriorate. It is completely safe even if there's not a roof. Items on shelves like this are completely safe from deterioration, but you might not want to store food outside if it's warm because that will still spoil. You can smoothen floors and walls to increase beauty from -1 beauty to +2 beauty. I always like to connect my freezer to my recreational/dining area. Not only does it reduce time when people go to eat, but they can also easily get food from the nutrient paste dispenser instantly. Place down armchairs or chairs to increase the comfort of your pawns. Keep in mind that the quality of the chair also determines how comfortable it is. You can see a quality multiplier depending on the quality. Be sure to place stockpiles or shelves close to your production workbenches, because then that reduces the time that pawns need to haul resources from and to the workbenches. Sometimes it is important to limit the search radius on builds so that your pawns don't go out too far from them. Sometimes, for example, if you have a butcher's table, you're gonna butcher a creature, I would recommend setting the ingredient radius from unlimited to close to your freezer, because then what will happen is if there's dead animals, then they don't go all the way out and butcher individually from like half the map away. They only butcher once they're in the freezer. Keep in mind that you can do this with every single build type. This is kind of a pro tip, but if you're growing any type of plant, all of the plants won't be sown at the same time. So what will happen is your pawns will harvest a few and then do like some other tasks like hauling the rice away or something. If you were to schedule your growers to only do plant work at night, they sleep during the day, then they would have evenly have grown and then they will all be harvested in one batch instead of individually. Saves a bit of time, because then all the rice will be completely fully grown, everything. If you have two doctors, you want to assign one to be active during the day and the other one to be active during the night, so you have 24/7 patient treatment coverage. If you automatically want to cut local forage, like trees and berries, all you need to do is get a growing zone here and then select the growing zone and untick allow sowing, and then the pawns will only come to cut down fully grown plants in the area. You want to assign at least one pawn to be a full-time cleaner, so if you find someone that's bad but can be a good cleaner, then do that, because cleaning is a very important job in the RimWorld. Normally, to extinguish fires, either you need to have the fire in a home zone, or you would manually have the pawns extinguish the fires, but while this is an effective way, you can also draft pawns, and then they will extinguish right in their immediate area around them. If you have a couple of animals, go into the animals tab and go to manage auto slaughter. For example, we have a few horses here, so usually I will only keep one or two male, but a bunch of females, because they give milk, they give birth to new ones. And then what you can do is you can change how many animals of, for example, the male young. So if we have, for example, 5 male horses, and then when they turn into adults, they will automatically be slaughtered for meat. You can also set this to 0, so immediately when the horses give birth, they will be slaughtered. Spawn camping the horsey. You can play around with the settings here with the manage auto slaughter. This is in vanilla RimWorld. So if you were to have a couple of animals, you can limit the total amount of animals, but I don't like using the total amount because I like to be more specific. Like, I don't know, don't slaughter female adults if they're pregnant. You'll have to manually slaughter the pregnant ones, I think. Allow pregnant animals to be slaughtered along with other females of the same species and bonded. You can set all of this. If you have a couple of non-violent pawns, but they're good at, for example, medical, good thing is that these people can stay behind in the combat lines. You can give them a shield belt so they will be safe. They can safely take away your wounded soldiers. Boomalopes in RimWorld are a very good way to get chem fuel. They can power chem fuel generators quite easily. If there's a raid in RimWorld, what I like to do is draft every single pawn and then get them to a safe area. You can also get a new area, manage new area, and then get this new area so that you can assign all the people to a safe area where they can be safe from the raids. If you have some sort of threat on the map, like a mech cluster or some sort of static threat that, well, you don't want your pawns to get close to, go into a loud area, and then what you want to do is simply drag the area that you want your colonists to avoid, and then you can go back to the area, manage areas, and you can invert that area. And usually I have that as like some sort of restricted area, and all the pawns can go freely through the whole map except for that area down at the bottom of the map where we have a mech cluster. I like to look at the turret range here to determine where my colonists won't go, so you should do the same. If you have some sort of melee threat in RimWorld, like insects or animals, this is the wrong way of having your pawn stand, because now 3 animals will be able to, attack Delacruz here, because we are not at a choke point. You want to keep all of your pawns at a choke point like this, and then only 1 animal can attack at a time. Lovely. If you have a bunch of enemies in RimWorld, instead of having them drafted and just manually selecting your fighter to go out and kill them like that. If you set your pawn to attack automatically, all you have to do is undraft your melee fighter and they will automatically kill everyone on sight. You can also do this with range fighters, but this is more automatic. In RimWorld, instead of constructing a spike corridor like this, the problem with this setup is that when your pawns are going to come and repair all of the spike traps, they will maybe trip, and yeah, that will hurt them, maybe kill them. Another option is to place doors like this, but that's a lot of resources and opening doors takes time. What I like to do is place spike traps like this with fences like this, because raiders, they somehow don't want to go over the fences like that. They will go in like a zigzag and trip on the spike trap. Let's see here, Stiletto, yes, tripped on that one, and now straight and dead. If you have like a kill box or a place where your pawns often shoot at enemies, then you want to place a roof over it. Not because of the darkness, because if you didn't know, darkness has no effect on shooting accuracy. It's only because of the weather, so if it's snowing, then the raiders, the enemy should be out in the open where it's snowing, because then they will have reduced shooting accuracy and movement speed and everything, or if it's raining or something. But for you, you want to have a roof over wherever you shoot, and then ideally a light because of the movement speed. So darkness doesn't impact shooting accuracy, but it does impact movement speed, so still have a light. If you were to run out of the resources on your map in RimWorld, for example, components is the biggest bottleneck, especially early and mid-game. Instead of waiting for traders to buy from, or like waiting for ship chunks to land so you can deconstruct for components, simply grab a pawn and start heading out, some sort of miner, and then just send. You cannot settle right next to your base. I would not recommend camping because resources don't spawn there. As you can see, no resources. You have to go 2 tiles away from your base and then settle. And then voila, we have components, and probably could find some, yeah, an ancient danger here for resources. So just grab a few animals that you can caravan with, like a few horses or something, and then you're running out of resources like components, which are quite light, you can hold them back. I would not recommend going out to getting steel, because steel is a very heavy resource, like uranium and such. But if you run out of steel, then it could be an option. But jade and gold and silver are also other resources you can find. You can use the skip psycast to teleport enemies out of cover. Maybe you didn't know that you can use the skip ability on chunks. Look at that. And actually any other resource. So you can skip back any resource or anything on the ground. You can skip your allies back to you even if they're downed, and you can skip yourself as well. So the skip teleport ability is insane. If you have RimWorld ideology, every single ideology will have a leader. You can use the work drive ability here to boost the work speed of a pawn by 50%. Global work speed. They also have the combat command and the trial, so you want to always have these on cooldown. Always use them. Speaking of which, you want to make sure that you only assign the leader role or the moral guide role when you have good infrastructure, because they will have higher expectations, which means that they will get a negative mood debuff essentially. They won't have as good mood as other pawns because of their expectations. The leader here, expectations are raised by 2 levels, so you want them on happy pawns. And again, same with the moral guide. You want to use the ability called counsel and preach health more often with RimWorld ideology with the moral guide. Preach health boosts the pawn's immunity speed and wound healing speed, and counsel essentially can cancel the effect of a sad memory of a pawn. So this ability, both of them, you should always have on cooldown if you can. You always want to make sure that you have your ideology rituals on cooldown, because when you do these rituals, if they are of good quality, then your pawns will get a mood boost. The convert ability with RimWorld ideology is great. I always have this on cooldown if you have a prisoner, for example, and then they will be converted faster. If there's someone on your ideology that isn't really that certain in your ideology, you can use the reassure ability, increase someone's certainty in their own beliefs. If you have a few pawns that have bad shooting, you can get them an EMP launcher or EMP grenades against mechanoids, and if it's against fleshy enemies, then you can use an incinerator. EMP launchers have longer range, but the splash damage is not as good as EMP grenades. So that's why I like to use more EMP grenades, especially in for example, kill boxes. But if it's out in the open, then EMP launchers are better against mechanoids. I always like to have one pawn with an EMP launcher or an incinerator. If you didn't know, with an incinerator, you can also have a shield belt. But as you can see, a shield belt works just fine with an incinerator. If you have a mech cluster in RimWorld, you want to make sure to always destroy the unstable power cells if you can't really deal with the mech cluster, because this can cause a chain of explosions, just like that. And if it were to have hit all of these other ones, they would have been dead. If you have RimWorld royalty, then the jump pack and locust armor is one of the most versatile tools in RimWorld. With 5 uses on a jump pack, you can easily have these on your meleeist especially, and they will be way more versatile and agile. In terms of defense, it is a little bit weaker than a shield belt, but if you're a really smart strategist, then the jump pack and locust armor is perfect. You can either buy jump packs, or you will have to research it with a tech print with the jump packs tech print. If you have a lot of resources with the ground penetrating scanner, you don't really need to scan for a while. What you can do is simply plan over here, for example, all of the steel, just like this, mark it, and then you can switch off all of the ground penetrating scanner to save on power, and you will still be able to know every single resource. You can also change the colors to whichever color to fit the resource need. So for example, with this like brownish color, I know that there's iron here, so yeah, I don't need the ground penetrating scatter on, just in case you have power trouble. If you have pawns that are really hurt, or for example a pawn with luciferium and you have no luciferium, so they will die otherwise, either you can construct a crypto sleep casket or find one from an ancient danger on your map if you have one. And you can simply load up your pawns in the crypto sleep casket until they're ready to be healed. For example, if you have luciferium, or if you might get glitter roll medicine if they have life-threatening wounds, and glitter roll medicine would save them. With RimWorld biotech, you can extract hemogen packs, which is blood packs in RimWorld. If you were to store these in your medical room, then you can easily have hemogen packs, blood packs, and transfuse them into people who are bleeding out. I always like to keep medicine or hemogen packs in my medical room. If you're low on resources, especially early game with components, you can make a setup like this. So instead of having how many 4 vitals monitor, you can have 1 vital monitor supporting 8 hospital beds. This layout reaches all of the hospital beds. If you have a few animals in RimWorld like pigs and boars, you can have them eat human corpses. So essentially you turn the human meat into clean pig meat, and you can eat the pigs if you aren't cannibal. So you just have a freezer for the human raiders, and then your animals can eat the raiders, and then you're feeding your animals with raiders, and that is just some extra food and liver. If your colony is starving and you have human meat at hand, it's the only food you have, so cannibalism won't be so bad if you've just attended a wedding. So eat human meat after a major mood boost, and it will offset it. What you can do is have some sort of practice prisoner in RimWorld. So if there's like a prisoner you don't want to recruit, go into the prisoner here and just set to reduce resistance only. If the prisoner still has resistance, wardens will speak to them to reduce it, but they won't actually be recruited, and you can also convert them. What this will do is train up your social skills while not recruiting a pawn. So yeah, that's quite handy. Early game in RimWorld, if you have a pawn with not enough construction skills, for example, to maybe construct spike traps, you can simply have the pawn start constructing literally anything. I like to go with the chess table because it takes quite a while to construct. Maybe you can go for a chair. And so they will start on that. It will level up their skills quite quickly, and then right before it finishes, you can cancel it and then reconstruct, and then you have to do that until you have your desired construction skill. Just keep on cancelling right before the building finishes. You should hunt boomalopes in the rain because they explode when they die, so then the fire will be extinguished by the fires. Quite self-explanatory, and they provide a lot of meat and liver. You want to keep your hospitals, your research rooms, and your kitchen sterile with sterile tiles. A cleanliness bonus to all of these things provide better buffs. Less food poisoning in the kitchen, faster research speed in a research room, and faster injury healing rate and such with a good hospital. A sterile hospital. You can view the cleanliness of a hospital by holding Alt If you hold in Alt, you get this pop-up here. You can see everything. So cleanliness is sterile there, as you can see. Or you can press G to also see the cleanliness. With the hotkey G, you can toggle room stats display. If you have a really bad social event, like somebody giving up and they're about to leave the map, what you can do is simply arrest them. Arrest them, and then you can immediately just go into here and release. And then what will happen is that your pawns will immediately release them. You won't get catharsis, but at least they stay. For example, if a pawn has a daze in the middle of the raid and they're going towards the raiders, you can arrest them, release them, and then it will be fine. You want to make sure that every area of your base is well lit, because a well lit area improves work speed and movement speed. Though I also have the outside of my base lit with floodlights, and yeah, everything is just nice and lit. Bedrooms don't really need to be lit though, because well, they're sleeping. So you always want to make sure to have a diverse amount of recreational types, especially as your colony wealth and impressiveness gets higher. Your pawns will have, for example, at the current expectation sky high, each tolerance falls by 70% or 7% per day awake. So having 6 recreational types is recommended. So you always want to make sure to, for example, buy recreational books, or buy a TV, buy a telescope, get some cloth for a billiards table, or like poker's table, get a harp, get a piano, everything. Horseshoes pin, chess table is, yeah, what I like to go for first. Always make sure to have a table and chair, not only in your dining area, but at the edges of your base, so they don't have to go all the way back here to eat at a table. Simply saves on a -3 mood debuff if they eat at a table. You do not want to let your pawns eat food at a table, because that's a war crime. In RimWorld, nutrient paste is the most efficient food, but it gives the least amount of mood. And simple meals, they give no mood bonus, but it's like the default food. However, if you cook up fine meals, then you're not getting the same amount of food as the ingredients would, for example, be with a simple meal and a nutrient paste meal. And lavish meals, they are the best, they provide the best mood, but you will need more food, more ingredients, and they take a longer time to cook up. If you have turrets or such in RimWorld, you always want to make sure to space them out, because when they explode, then they might cause damage to the closer turrets and cause like a chain explosion. So not only with turrets should you do this, but also with batteries. Just make sure, here I've done it a bit badly, but you would want to wall them off so they don't cause a chain explosion. But the reason that I have it like this is that if you have hidden conduits, if every single conduit in your colony is a hidden conduit, then they won't cause a short circuit event, so that will never happen, so you're safe. They are more expensive, but worth it. Hidden conduits also cannot be destroyed by raiders or fire. If you have a mech cluster in RimWorld where you have to deal with turrets, then a must-have is a smoke pop pack or a smoke launcher. What you want to do is simply smoke off an area and then have all your pawns in that area. Turrets, they cannot shoot through smoke, and so if you just, I would recommend smoking off your own pawn just to be safe, and then yeah, everything just dies. If you go to your drug policy here, and for example manage drug policies, and the default one, social drugs, the default one will have like a star on its name. I like to have a schedule like this, because pawns were to get too sad, then they automatically take drugs. For example, if their mood is below 35%, then they will take Psych IT. If it falls below 25%, then they will take beer, and so on and so forth. I also like to keep yayo in my pawn's inventory. You can also have go juice, but this is like a combat drug. If you're in the middle of a fight and your pawns are sad, you just pop a yayo, cocaina, and then they will get a 35 mood bonus buff. They won't be sad, and it will increase their combat capabilities. You have to be wary though that pawns on yayo or go juice have less pain. If they get too damaged, they will die instead of get down, so you want to avoid that. You should keep narrow corridors or paths where enemies will go, because then they will be slowed down by the stone chunks, for example. Any type of chunk. You've probably played RimWorld for dozens of hours, maybe even hundreds, and your colony still collapses. Not because the game is too hard, but because you're making the same mistakes over and over again. After 5,000 hours, I can tell you this: most colonies don't die to raids. They die because of decisions you made hours earlier, and by the time you realize it, it's already too late. These are the 50 mistakes that quietly destroy your colony. From the first few minutes all the way to the end game. Picking a biome without understanding the growing season. If you pick a map, especially when starting off, without looking at the growing period here, if the growing period is 30 out of 60 days, that means you will have to prepare for winters and you might struggle for food quite a lot. A lot of players settle for something that looks nice, but especially if you're beginning, a growing period of year-round will allow you to not worry about the harsh winters and the complexities that come with it. Settling far away from traders and friendly factions. Trading is one of the most important things you can do in the game, especially early on when you don't have a lot of resources that you can manufacture and create. And so if you have to go too far for factions, you can use this tool right here, the planning mode, to see exactly how far you have to travel for factions. These purple bases and the yellow bases, they will be friendly with you. You can, if you press on the factions here, see which ones are neutral. So you want to settle down with these people, the purple and the yellow guys. So ideally, instead of over here, I would settle down somewhere close to here, so it's only a day or two where I can trade. Ignoring the terrain when you settle. When you look at the terrain tab, you will see that the terrain types are either flat, have small hills, large hills, or even the mountain type of terrain. If you pick a flat map, you will have to struggle for steel especially, and a lot of resources may be missing because there's not a lot of terrain to mine from. Ideally, you should go for small or large hills because then at least you will have more resources before you have to research deep drilling or have to scavenge for steel, and steel can become a big bottleneck if you don't figure it out. That's why if you want the easiest time, I would go for a mountainous type of terrain, because mountain bases provide you with a lot of safety, a lot of resources, and so flat maps have more space but are harder to acquire resources on. Choosing colonists without covering the core jobs. You need to look at your team skills here when you choose your team, and if you end up lacking in the most important skills, which I would say are construction, mining, plants, intellectual, and medical, you will struggle a lot because you will have to quickly recruit people to cover for what you lack in, but at the start you barely have any people to get going, so choosing the right pawns in the beginning of the game will determine how fast and how strong, and it will be the core foundation for the rest of the playthrough. Also, don't forget about the social skill here, because if you're lacking in social in any of the pawns, you will recruit new people way slower, so in actuality, cover the important team skills here, but don't miss out on one that can do social. Otherwise, it will take you a longer time to recruit the next colonist. Prioritizing skill level over passions. A pawn like this might look good, but in actuality, you should look at the amount of passions that the colonists have. These burning marks next to the number of the skill. If it's 1 burning mark, it gives you 100% learning speed. If it's 2, it gives you 150%. And so ideally, you want to pick someone with more passions, because when you don't have, it's only 35% learning speed. So even though it looks like they have a lot of points, you should rather pick someone with more passions, because RimWorld is a long-term game and not a short-term, and you will see how quickly your colonists will level up these skills, especially when they have passions in them. Taking bad traits, addictions, or health problems without a plan. Traits like slow learner, people who are incapable of combat, these people will really bring you down. People with health conditions like cancer, people who are too old. If you bring someone who is, for example, 80 years old and they don't have any health conditions, it might look good. But in RimWorld, every time your colonist gets a birthday, there's a chance for them to gain a new disease. So make sure you don't recruit people who are too old. And if you recruit someone with a drug addiction, you need to make sure you have a plan to actually get that addiction away, either by getting the drug before they go into withdrawal, or when they get into withdrawal, they will be so sad, they will have mental breaks all the time and not be productive. So if you want to save yourself the hassle, go for no health conditions, young, with at least good traits, like this woman. And for the next skill, again, the worst thing you can do is get someone who is incapable of combat. It's not so bad in and of itself, but when you have 3 colonists and one of them cannot do combat, then that's a third of your colony who cannot fight. And if you want to go for a good pawn who doesn't have capable of combat, then you need to recruit these people later in the game, not when you're starting off, because, well, literally anything can happen in the early game, and you want to be prepared and defensive about it. Starting with a base that is too ambitious. A base like this might not look too big, but in the beginning, it's way better to... You don't have to cancel, but you need to allow yourself to build one section of the base first before the next, and not all at once. Because otherwise what will happen is they will take too much time and they won't build one section first. They will go around building bits and bits and bits, and so you won't have a shelter during the first night and you won't get everything up nice and smoothly. First construct one part of the base and then the next. I usually just construct even the simplest form, which is just the walls and the door, and then you evolve the base naturally. You don't go for a big project early. Another mistake is building too far from resources. The problem is that when you build too far away from natural resources like steel and components here, it will take way longer to actually transport the resources and to go out and mine. It will take way longer to travel to the ore than mine it and then have to transport it back. And the map in RimWorld is a little bit big, so ideally you want to base near mineable resources and near rich soil, which will provide you with more fertility in order to grow crops faster. So this location right here, I would instead have built it right over here, where we have some steel nearby, a lot of steel here, or even down right here, or even right here would be better, not towards the edge of the map where there's not much. Another mistake is not pausing the game directly when you start. When you start off, you have to set up your actual planning for the base, and RimWorld does not pause when you land, so this means that your colonists will be idle when they land. They will have nothing to do, and don't plan while they're walking around, because then they will do things haphazardly. Set up the growing zones, set up resources that need to be mined, plan out the whole first section of the base before actually unpausing the game. You will have a much smoother start, and most importantly, you may be able to get the whole base down before the night, and your pawns can actually sleep indoors on a bed, which will not happen if you plan while the game is on pause. Next mistake is not toggling on manual parties. By default, RimWorld has parties in this type of system, but being able to do it more precisely with this system is one of the best ways to get your colony to become more efficient. For example, your researcher should ideally not do hauling or cleaning, because the other pawns will be able to do that. In this case, we did not get any, but also being able to turn on the parties as a kind of emergency system is important. For example, if you desperately needed to mine, can easily just toggle mining here to 1, and they will prioritize that over all the other numbers here. And with manual parties, it's all the same. You cannot prioritize things at a certain time, and it prevents you from organizing your colony more specifically. Number 1 is the parties done first, number 4 is the one done last, and the party system goes from left to right. So even if we have the same number here, they will first do firefight before patient. So firefight is ultimately the number 1 party, even if it's number 1. And research, even though it's number 1, they will first do mining, and then the basic tasks, and then patient and firefight, if you understand. Next mistake is letting your pawns idle around. Giving your pawns rest is humane, but an easy way to get them to never be idling around and actually contributing is make sure that at least research is toggled on for every pawn here, even if it's the last thing in their task party. Because what this means is that if they're done with all their tasks, they will at least help you out with the advancement of the colony. So if you're researching something, always have research benches for each person, and then if they have some time left over, it will advance your colony even faster. Next mistake is not assigning a dedicated doctor and not assigning medicine to them. You will need to have a doctor or two in your colony, and you want to make sure that you doctor, when you go into their health tab here, you need to allow them to self-tend. This is off by default, which means that if your doctor gets injured, they will not tend to themselves. You will have to force them to. So if you allow self-tend, they will do that. And you want to go into the assign tab here, and you want to make sure that your doctor is carrying medicine. I like to go for the maximum free amount. And if you don't have regular medicine, you can go for herbal medicine or even glitterable medicine. Just make sure that they're carrying medicine, because any time that you have to go to get it is less time being able to tend to the pawn that might be injured or bleeding out. Another mistake is wearing tainted apparel. Now there are a few traits in the game that allow you to negate this tainted mood debuff, but if you wear the apparel of a dead person, your colonists will become quite sad. If your colonists are wearing tainted apparel and you don't know why and how to stop it, and wondering how to stop it, go into the assign tab here, go to the apparel policy, and make sure that they do not wear tainted apparel, so they will not wear the apparel of the dead. Speaking of which, tattered apparel that is a bit broken and torn apart, you can adjust them to not wear that as well by going for 51 to 100% HP clothing. And also, the more broken any armor or apparel is, the less effective it will be in protecting you. So always wear fresh apparel and armor. A mistake is using wood long term instead of stone. You can obviously see why this is a problem. And if it is a problem, at least build a roof, at least 3 tiles around your wooden base, and then cut all the crops under the roof, because now no matter what happens, the plants are what actually transfer the fire, so you're completely safe with this contraption if you still really want a wooden base. But keep in mind, raiders will always try to ignite your wooden walls. It is much more of a hassle to keep it around. Next up is eating without a table. It may not seem big, but I had to eat a meal off the ground. Can't we get a table around here? It's only -3, but simply having a table across your base with a chair will prevent that -3 mood debuff. Another tip I see is that when people don't get up their base early, they don't really go for recreational stuff, or they only go for a few. At least get a horseshoes pinned down as quickly as you can, and possibly a chess table. And then once your colony gets richer, the expectations of your colonists will get higher. Right now it's at very low, but keep in mind, recreation is very important. Once your colony gets richer, you want to get poker and billiards table, and you want to research tube and flat screen television. Get a TV for your pawns, buy telescopes, make them read. Recreation starved pawns will have a huge -20 mood debuff, so keeping your pawns happy and fun is essential in this game. Just like how you play RimWorld to have recreation and fun, you need to do the same. You need to play with your pawns. You need to rim the pawns. Another mistake is making your pawns work in the dark. Not only do they work slower, but they also move slower. Multiplier for light means they move 80% of their normal speed and their global work speed. They also work at 80% times 80% capacity if there's no light. And you might think this is common sense, but when I see people mining into mountains, when you mine into a mountain like this, it seems like the easiest way to go about things. But it is night, and you can always see the dark by holding Alt. You can see the light level, and also in the bottom left you can see the dark right here. You don't need to get a huge lamp with power, but just get a torch lamp wherever you're working in the dark, and you can deconstruct it later once you've mined out the section. Not only that, but what a lot of good players do is, even when it's night, some of your pods might not be sleeping, and even if they are and there's a big raid or something you have to deal with, you will move slower and work slower during the night. You need to get floodlights across your base like this. It also looks better to light up your base during the night. You get a little bit of light pollution, but oh well. If you don't see the floodlight building in the furniture tab, you need to go ahead and research advanced lights to get the floodlight. Another mistake is keeping items forbidden on the ground, and this doesn't just apply to when you start the game and you want to unforbid everything. Every few days or weeks in RimWorld, there will be a lot of animals that will die to predators, or they will die for other reasons, and they will be forbidden, so you can butcher their meat if you just unforbade them. And also if there's raiders dying across the map, or if literally anything happens that it drops, it will usually be forbidden. So go to orders and make sure to unforbid all things, just like this. Right click and unforbid all items on the map. Next up is poor stockpile management. The default stockpile zone in RimWorld is not really that good. It allows rotten corpses and such to stay there, which we don't want. We don't want corpses that are especially rotten in the base. So I like to untoggle that. And then corpses, I like to have mechanoid corpses that we can shred later. And then you want to make sure you don't have any biocoded weapons, because these are weapons that are forbidden to you and are only specific to one pawn. And usually it's one of the raiders. And then apparel, no tainted or biocoded apparel. And then when you get a freezer, you want to make sure you cross out everything in the freezer stockpile zone. Again, no rotten, but at least foods you cross out of the general storage. It's only food in the freezer. You want to go for herbal medicine, because that spoils. Raw resources, plant matter, and so you just go back and forth forbidding what you have in the freezer, and then make it the opposite to the general storage. And then animal corpses in the freezer. And you want to make sure that the priority of the freezer storage is higher than the general storage, because, well, food spoils, so you want to haul that in first. Which leads us to our next mistake. Not using the shelves. They are really strong, because you can store items outside on shelves and they won't deteriorate, and even a few shelves can improve the impressiveness of your base. You want to make sure to select all the shelves and then link the settings, and you take and copy from the storage here, the one on the ground, and you just paste it here. You want to make sure that it's one level priority higher than the one on the floor. So you will always have things on the shelves, and then only on the floor once it's filled up, or corpses as such will be on the floor. And then the same with general storage. Just copy that over and make sure it's one priority higher. You will quickly see that our pawns will organize this, because items on the ground, they also give off a beauty negative modifier. So when you sort everything in one corner, well, it's not so ugly, and you're saving a lot of space. It also looks better. The next mistake is mixing the freezer and general storage. This makes sense, but if your freezer is filled with regular stuff, it will obviously take up more space than from food. And not only that, when you have set up a workshop, you want to have your general storage at the workshop, or very close, for the rest of the game, because all the production and such will lead back to the resources that you have. So there's less time hauling and moving around for the resources. So freezer you keep only for food, and for the workshop, another thing that is pretty good is just having critical priority on one type of resource close to where you use a lot of resources. So for example, steel close to the machining table, or close to a fabrication bench, or you have psychoid leaves close to a drug lab, because then they literally do not have to move from the spot to use the steel. You will see here, I will cancel the bill, but steel helmets here, look, will automatically be done, so you save a lot of time. So as long as you have a few dedicated haulers, you will spend a lot of time producing and less time on hauling. Next up is no dedicated dumping zone. Your pawns will get a moody buff if they see a corpse or something. So simply make a dumping zone a bit far from the base, maybe behind a mountain or something where they won't pass by. This also allows you to get stone chunks there to haul. So that will happen. Or you can set up a stockpile zone close to the stonecutter's table just for stone chunks. You can set up, cut any type of stone blocks, and then you do forever and set that range to about where the stockpile zone is. So every time you want to clean out an area, just press haul like this, and then it will automatically be hauled there and then cut up. Next mistake is not expanding the home zone properly. A home zone like this might seem fine. The problem is that your pawns will clean everything that is in the home zone. So they will clean up dirt that is out here, which isn't really necessary. I like to have the home zone on critical infrastructure and possibly on growing areas. You can toggle off the automatic expanding the home area, so it doesn't do it automatically. Also, keep in mind that when things break down in RimWorld, there's a chance for things to always break down and you have to repair them with a component. It will only work with things that are in the home zone. It's especially useful if you have a geothermal generator, for example. That thing has broken down on me so many times, but you always need to remember to expand the home area. And pawns will also repair things in the home area. And also finally, they will extinguish fires in the home area. So don't waste it having it all over the map, because, well, you don't want pawns going off to extinguish fires here, repairing things, cleaning things here. No. You just want to keep it nice and tight. A few economy and resource mistakes I see is that people ignore, and I was doing this as well, ignoring steel and components early on. You may think that you have a lot of steel and components to mine on the map, but especially if you're on a flat map or small hills, eventually the resources will run out. So even before you mine all of the steel, you constantly want to go out to traders and you want to buy components from them. This is very important. Every time there's a trader, buy as many components as you can until you've researched fabrication where you can make your own components. As for steel, I don't really buy steel that much unless it's really scarce. But that's why I go into deep drilling and ground penetrating scanner early on, because then you can scan infinitely for resources under the map, and that's when you don't have to struggle for steel, because an even worse bottleneck than components is having a lack of steel, and I promise you, it will run out faster than you think. Another thing is not setting up stone cutting early, especially when you make a compound. I highly recommend getting a compound around the base. Doesn't have to be too big, but even just something small like this to protect your fields from being lit up by raiders. They want to come and light up your fields and they will destroy your power buildings. You need to make sure you have stone blocks available for when you can make one of these perimeters. Not only that, but you are way safer when you have a compound like this. Set up stone cutting and just make any stone blocks until you have like at least 200, or stockpile up a lot, 500. And then anyone with the crafting party here will do that. Another big mistake is not using hidden conduits. As you know, there are regular power conduits in RimWorld. They cost 1 steel. However, the problem with power conduits is that they're pretty ugly, -2 beauty. They're also flammable. They can be destroyed by raiders. And you can short circuit the power conduit. Sometimes the power from the batteries will short circuit. And if you have a lot of batteries, it will cause, instead of fire, a big explosion. In fact, I've had a short circuit, where the power cable exploded on one of my babies. And the baby, I think its head got torn off or something. So thanks to power cables like this, my baby died and I won't forgive it. Now, it's not personal, but hidden conduits cost 2 times as much. They are hidden and they will never short circuit, but you need to keep in mind that no power conduit can be visible, or it will still short circuit from that. So I only have hidden conduits. They cannot be destroyed by raiders. They cannot be lit on fire, and it is more beautiful. Wonderful. Next tip is not batching production for almost everything. The most important is food. When you cook simple meals, you want to do until X, but then you get something like this, 0 out of 10. But if you go into details and instead were to toggle pause when satisfied, what will happen is your pawns will cook until you have 10 simple meals, and then once your pawns have eaten up until there's under 5 or 5, then they will start to cook again. So your cook will have time to do other things. Instead of cooking to 10 and then someone eats, then it's 9, and then we'll have to go back and cook again. And then it's back and forth and back and forth. And when you have more people, you do something like this, where you cook until 50 and then 20. And so they cook for like a day, and then they take a break for like 2-3 days until there's only 20 meals. so they have time to do something else, because otherwise they will be working all day just running back to the kitchen and cooking, wasting time moving. And this applies to literally everything. Fabrication, your crafters, you want to batch your production, and if you want to be even more precise, you want to, instead of take the best stockpile, drop on floor, because what will happen then is if you have dedicated haulers, your haulers will be the one to move everything around the base, while your production people, they just produce. They don't haul stuff back and forth. And so that is how you get the most efficient colony in RimWorld. However, if you only have a few people, then from the kitchen to the freezer, you can still take the best stockpile. Another mistake is selling useful resources early. You might think that selling off components or steel or food is important, but only if you have an excessive amount of, for example, food would I sell it. I never sell off components or steel, because while you may not need those resources now, you for sure will be needing those later. A general rule is if you are constantly buying something, then never sell something of that. I always buy components, I always buy neutral-amine, I sometimes buy cloth, so unless there's a specific reason to sell it off, I really don't. Next up is overproducing food without storage planning or realizing just how much food your colonist needs. I never try to overproduce food because food is worth a bit of money, and if you're at a surplus, eventually your freezer will fill up. Instead of making a huge rice field like this for only 3 pawns, you only really need 150 to 200 rice fields of rice to be comfortable, and once you add upon people, you can expand slowly. Another mistake is not trading regularly, and I mean very regularly. The reason my storage in my videos, sometimes I don't even have, I have a little bit more than these amounts of shelves, but I almost never have any fluff or an abundance of items, because when you trade in RimWorld, you can of course get the resources that you want, but you also trade at a disadvantage. Every time you buy something and sell something, you buy for more than it should be costing. You buy more than what the market value is, and you sell things for less than the market value. So selling components, I sell at 60% the market value, and I buy components at 40% the market value. And so this will also reduce your wealth in the colony. And especially if you're playing on harder difficulties, when you trade a lot, you reduce the wealth and you have an easier time with the difficulty of the game and the raids. And also the more you head out to traders, the more components you will find. And global trading is one of the most important things. You should also get a comms console, an orbital trade beacon, so you can trade away your resources digitally. And you can do that by researching microelectronics and getting that. So I'm always looking to trade, especially in the early game. Next up is valuing goodwill over physical rewards. When you get quests, there's a chance that you get a quest with a goodwill reward. By default in RimWorld, when you go into the quest tab and reward preferences, it will all be like this. But honestly, you're wasting physical rewards if you do goodwill for a quest. You want to cross out most of this, maybe if you want honor for your playthrough, but I don't do that most of the time. And instead, if you want goodwill with factions, you can do it by trading with them, by going into the gift mode and giving them stuff, you get way more goodwill, or by simply sending items by transport pods to factions and befriending them. Quests are really good. They are really good for giving you physical rewards, so keep the quests for that and goodwill separately. Another mistake is cooking early game instead of using nutrient paste. Unless you have a busted pawn with insane cooking skill, even if you had a pawn like that, when you have 3 colonists, you want them to work as much as possible outside of the cooking skill. That's why a nutrient paste dispenser is perfect, because not only does it not provide food poisoning to your pawns, which can happen with a cooking stove, especially if the cook is bad and the environment is unclean. It will consume less ingredients and time than any other meal preparation method. You do get a -4 mood debuff from that, but when the expectations of your pawns are quite low and you can get mood from other sources, a nutrient paste is one of the best ways to go about the game. In fact, you can go the entire entire game in RimWorld. I have done that with just a nutrient paste dispenser. No cooks, no chefs. How you want to set it up properly is you want to make sure that the nutrient paste hoppers are set to the highest priority. So I set it at critical. I link them together, and that way your hoppers will be filled up first before anything else. That way you won't be missing food in the hopper if you find yourself doing that. And if pawns still aren't filling up the hopper, you need to make sure that they have the cooking priority set. Next step is not freezing food properly. A lot of people have their freezers out like this, and while it can work, the problem is that raiders will destroy structures. They will destroy certain structures over walls. So instead of punching the wall, they'll prioritize this freezer of yours. So I like to place mine neatly inside of the base like this, and then simply unroofing the output of the freezer, the red square, because what will happen now is it's completely safe. You can also get another freezer right here. And by default, the target temperature is at 21 degrees. You might think that even 5 degrees, for example, is a good temperature. But in actuality, 0 or -1 degrees is when food starts to freeze, and only then is it really safe. But when you open the door here, and especially when the temperature of the outside world gets hotter, then the freezer will struggle to keep up a bit. So I like to have a buffer. My target temperature usually is -5 degrees Celsius or 23 degrees Fahrenheit, because then there's no split second where the food spoils for a bit. It's consistently frozen. Takes a little bit more power, but it is worth it. Next up is letting crops die before season mismanagement. If you're playing on a terrain where it's winter and there's summers, you want to grow corn at least during the beginning of spring. You don't grow corn in the middle or towards the end, because then you may have a cold snap and your whole harvest will be destroyed, or something like that. Rice is a generally good crop because it's fast to grow. And if you lose one batch, then it will only take a few days to grow the next batch. And if you really do run out of food, especially during the winter, or even if you've mismanaged your food, it's not the end of the world, because you can always hunt. Go into the wildlife tab here and start hunting. And if there's a group of animals, you can always group up your pawns, because if they will attack back, then we can easily just kill them like this, hunt them. You also get a lot of liver from their fur and stuff, so you can get a lot of silver just from hunting. This comes back to another problem, but not stockpiling up food for the winter. Now, I did say in the beginning of the game that you should only grow what your pawns requires, for example 150 plants of rice. However, towards the summer and towards the fall, you really want to start expanding because, well, winter is coming, which means you need to grow for what you lack in winter. So at least twice or 3 or 4 times as much food. But in the beginning I said that you should probably just stick to an all year round growing period to start off, because then you don't have to worry about this, because you will have to spend a lot more time dealing with food than everything else. Next up is fighting raids out in the open all the time. And you especially want to use cover if you're going to do this mistake. But you might think every raid you should fight out in the open or even behind barricades like this. But the problem is that you're making the fight equal and fair. But you know how life is. You should have the advantage over the raiders here. I will show you 2 examples of this raid right here. One is where we just fight them like this, where we're getting absolutely grenaded. Yeah, we're getting absolutely bombarded, as you can see. Because later on in the game, they will also have high explosives. Instead, we're going to run back home. And in this case, they are breaching. So I want to open up some of this area. Now we can actually shoot through them like this, where they can barely shoot at us, but we're shooting all at once towards them. So positioning yourself in a way where you have the advantage at any point. So now it's becoming more open and they can shoot at us. I'm going to move into this corner because now they have to move towards us. So now again, they cannot shoot at us at this angle. They will have to walk in front of us before they can start shooting, and they will be generally out in the open. And in this case, we have a few armored targets. I'm going to focus all of our fire on that person right there. And the other down. And now they should die. Well, that was not part of the plan. Okay, they're all fleeing. Okay, that was a bit of my fault, eh? Probably I focused down that person, but you see what I mean. If that weren't tough to hit, then we wouldn't have taken as much damage. But we used our positioning in a way where we made it easier for us to defend ourselves, because they have to attack us always. You're not the one attacking them. Now, of course, I made a mistake there. However, when you get regular raids, you want to funnel your raiders into a choke point here. This is exactly why, because raiders attack, so that's why we have a thing called a kill box in RimWorld. Precisely because people have to come towards us, and so we attack them one by one as they come in, which makes it way easier for us to deal with them. In this example now, could have dealt with it a little bit better. Another mistake is not using spike traps properly in RimWorld. Spike traps are one of the best tools, and you can even use them the whole game if you're playing at a certain difficulty. The reason I place them like this is because raiders will prefer to walk over the spike traps than the fence. It allows you to more easily replace the spike traps. Otherwise, you will have to have doors like this to replace, which is a lot of time and resources. But even just having spike traps like this will be detrimental to some raids. Especially if you're 3 people and you've got 5 people coming at you and then 2 or 3 of them die to the spike traps. It's insane. For example, we have a raider here and that raider will go for our power systems. So this is why you want to keep them safe. But okay, going for my lamp and now you will die. A spike trap deals 8 melee damage, but it provides 5 hits here. So it's 8 damage on 5 different parts of the body. But as you can see, even that, just 8 damage is destroying this person. But you should make your spike traps out of steel if you want the most damage, because wood isn't the best material for dealing damage. But the good thing is there's a lot of wood in most maps in RimWorld, so volume definitely works. Spike traps out of stone take a bit too long to build. We've got a granite, so stone spike trap, it deals 65% of the damage. Plasteel spike trap deals times 110%, so you get 22 damage. This spike trap might be the best one in the game. Uranium is also 110%, and steel spike traps are 100%. Keep in mind that you do lose the resources from the spike trap once it's triggered. So using steel for that when, well, steel is of a limited resource early on, I would not recommend it too much. Next up is not using choke points. Now we've got a raid here from a bunch of manhunting bears, but this comes a little bit about choke points at the kill box, but this is different. When you have a raid where there's a lot of melee people or a lot of threats that only deal melee damage, you can just hold a choke point like this. You don't even need an armored pawn really, but when you have pawns behind a choke point like this, the bear can only come in and attack at once, like one at a time. So as you can see, it's quite easily to deal with any threat this way, just with a simple little choke point. You do not want to place the pawn in the middle of the choke point, because then 3 bears can attack him. You want to place it on your side so that you have the advantage. Another useful thing with this is alongside insects. I almost always use this trick, just a simple choke point. So I go up in here behind, as I said, that wall, and then everyone behind our colonists here, and you will see them absolutely die. And as you can see, they're all dead. If you were to have been on the open here, like this, what would happen is that the insects would start meleeing everyone. And that would be 10 times worse. So just by using a wall, you make raids and threats 10 times easier. Especially if you have chain shotguns, which is one of the best close range weapons. You will be shredding enemies. Another mistake is letting colonists wander during raids. You want to make sure that everyone on your team is drafted. And if you have people incapable of violence, sometimes what I've had is people that are not part of the raid just go into the fight in front of all the fire. You know, the AI in RimWorld is not so smart when it comes to avoiding threats like that, they will go into the middle of gunfire. Make a zone where you restrict your people so that they're only inside the safe areas of the base like this. Then when there's a raid, you can easily assign them to that area, because otherwise they will just be wandering in front. They will be doing anything but keeping themselves safe, especially with animals. If you have any animals, make sure to keep them from coming into this place. Next mistake I see is ignoring the drafting mechanics. You might think that drafting is only useful for threats, because it's like a combat icon military draft. When you're undrafted, when you press to tend to yourself, your pawns will tend to themselves with the best medicine or what they have. When you're drafted, you can prioritize tending without medicine, which can be useful when you don't have medicine available. It's the same with tending to pawns in bed. Tend without medicine, can only do that if you're drafted. If you want to arrest people, you can only arrest people if you've drafted them. So if you don't see yourself being able to arrest people, you first need to draft and then arrest. And generally you have way more control over your pawns once they're drafted. You can move them wherever, you can have them wait wherever, you can do a lot of things while they're drafted. And not just militarily or combat in combat ways. Next up is ignoring kiting mechanics. If you were to deal with a threat like a mega sloth, a big animal, how would you deal with it? Some people, what they will do is just go head on like this, but this risks taking damage on your pawns. Instead, you have your melee pawn, or just one pawn overall, just walk around like this. Because what will happen is, while you damage the threat, they will walk towards the pawn that is kiting. So this is the same with any melee raider. They're coming here, and instead of going head on, you just have them chase whoever pawn is here. And there's nothing they can do. You take no damage. All you have to do is manage your pawn like this. And just like this, Snake is just dead. Make sure that your melee pawn, or the pawn that you're kiting with, is closer. Because if you go out of range like this, then he might go for the range people. This only works with a small group of melee combatants or raiders. If it's too many, then some of them will go for the range people. Next up is building doors and walls that slow down people during combat. What I have here is a little contraption where people, when they walk over these buildings, raiders, they will move so slowly. You will see here, they walk very slowly because they have to go over each individual piece of barricade. The thing though is that they only get slowed down once they hit the actual structure of the barricade. You might think more barricades will slow them down more, but actually it's only when they come in that they get slowed down, and now they move at basically normal speed. So splitting it off like this is way better. And not only that, doors, you want to make sure that you have doors that don't slow you down. So I like to have outdoors close to combat areas. I like to have concrete. I like to have a roof. I didn't have it now, I don't know why. Because when you have a roof over your head, the people shooting won't be impacted by, for example, rain or fog. So if it's raining or foggy, then your pawns are safe and don't have a shooting penalty, but the raiders will. I also like to have outdoors here out of steel, not out of stone, because that will open slower, so that we can quickly maneuver and go to the hospital and such. So slow down the raiders, make yourself quicker and more efficient. Another thing is having a defensive system like this, because if you were to have just barricades, I will show you. Right now, Weston has a 10% chance to hit Silver right here. Silver has a 41% chance. Because when Silver shoots, she gets cover not only from the wall, but from the barricade. If we had just barricades here, now Weston has an 18% chance to shoot Silver. So instead of 10%, it's 18%, almost twice as much. Simply because we have barricades here instead of a wall and a barricade. When you see here, when I move behind here, it's 10% again. Here, it is 8.9%. And now Weston, yeah, it's double with the barricade. So it doesn't look like much, but twice the chance of hitting just from that difference. And different angles also affect the shooting accuracy. If you're like this, then this guy basically has no chance to hit Silver compared to if she was here, for example. So just angles and such, and if you want to calculate this, just select the pawn that you can even select a raider and then hover over your pawn, and you will see the chance of being shot. And and all of the factors that affect it. Next up, some mid to late game mistakes. A lot of people, they keep to just solar and wind power, but I would argue that geothermal power could literally carry. You have a lot of geothermal geysers here that you can tame, and each steam geyser generates 3600 watts, and that's constant power. So when I'm struggling for power in the mid game, I like to get 1 or 2 of those, but you can get as many as you like. I like to get 1 or 2 of those, but you can tame everyone in the map, and just make sure you have hidden conduits going there because they cannot be destroyed, and you are flowing through with power. You need to research geothermal power here, but it's not so bad and it's not so expensive. Another advanced tip actually is you can build over this, and then during the winter it will heat up the base, actually, the steam geysers, because it is a bit warm in there. Another type of power that people seem to ignore is wood and chem fuel power generators, but especially chem fuel power generators because they provide a lot of power, 1000 watts, but they don't consume too much chem fuel. And because you can get chem fuel from wood and rice and everything, if you're struggling with power and you have all the stealing components to get it, well then that's a little bit unnecessary. Always construct more power and more batteries, especially if you're struggling. Make sure to keep your batteries under a roof or they may short circuit. Another mistake I see is people not transitioning to a type of weapon. Doesn't matter what it is, but you don't want to stick to tier 1 weapons, for example pump shotgun, bolt action rifles. I like to go for a good mid-game weapon of assault rifles, and then I get that on every single pawn because it's a pretty decent all-round weapon. If you want to go earlier and if you want something a little bit more risky in close range, chain shotguns are one of the best weapons in the game, but I think the skill ceiling is a bit higher because it's close range and you're more fragile, so you will have to play around with strategies and take angles better and such, but this weapon is insane. Another great gun you can go for later is miniguns, because this weapon absolutely shreds a group of targets. And then my favorite weapon personally is the charge rifle. If you can get yourself on legendary charge rifles, these will shred anything in their path, especially with the armor penetration. You can even go for a mix, like half people with assault rifles, half with miniguns, but generally you want to have a type of weapon where everyone has the same range, or at least longer, because you don't want chain shotguns and assault rifles in the mix, because then that's not very flexible. Maybe assault rifles, maybe a few sniper rifles, okay. Maybe charge rifles with charged lances. Miniguns with assault rifles are good for me. Just pick a weapon and master it. Another thing is not preparing for ship launch. When you're about to beat the game, it will be a lot of raids, and so you want to stockpile up on food. I like to have a large batch of resources and a large batch of plasteel and everything. And medicine, especially medicine, yes. Because this ties down into the final mistake, which is that RimWorld raids and ship launch aren't really about winning the fights. It's about how long you can recover, or how fast, because the faster you can recover from the raids, the better chance you have of actually fighting the next raid. So it's not about the battle, it's about the after battle, the post battle, and how quickly you can repair the base and heal up your people and such. So, because there will always be damage of some sort. It depends on how quickly you can recover. So always have a stockpile of backup resources, whether that is medicine or stone blocks, anything to recover as quickly as possible. And get a proper hospital room, because healthcare, well, they say health is wealth. Health is wealth. And yeah, that is pretty much all of the mistakes. Just something to make you survive and have a better time in RimWorld. So, after 5,000 hours in RimWorld, this is the guide I wish I had when I started. If you are new to the game or still feel overwhelmed by everything RimWorld throws at you, I'm going to walk you through the entire game step by step. From your first shelter and first crop, to base building, building, defense, research, colony management, and eventually launching the ship. By the end of this video, you will not just know what to do, you will understand how to think in RimWorld. So the first thing we're going to do is click on a new colony, and then we're just going to pick the crash landed start. After that, we'll just go for the default storyteller Cassandra Classic, and we're going to go for adventure story, which is recommended for experienced strategy gamers on their first game of RimWorld. And then for now, reload anytime mode and just create a random world. I'm going to be playing on the ultimate. I'm actually going to set the advanced settings here to have a slightly larger map, and let's generate. Now we have our world here, and this world is full of desert, but we're just going to pick a temperate forest. I'm going to settle down close to a few traders here. You will see that if you click on the factions here, you can see which ones you are neutral with, which is the ones you can trade with, so the purple guys. And I'm going to settle down right here. You will see a slightly big brown spot, which means it has large hills. This means more mineable resources in the beginning, like steel and such, so we're just going to pick this map. It will, however, have a 30-60 day growing period, so we'll have to deal with summers and winters, so keep that in mind. You can pick a warmer map with a year-round growing period if you want a bit of an easier time growing and getting food. As for our colonists, generally, you want to have all the team skills here filled up with at least passions, because people learn better when they have this burning mark next to them, and 2 burning marks means they are extremely passionate about it. So just randomize until you get someone who ideally does not have any scars or no drug addictions. For example, someone like this, not perfect, but has a bunch of decent basic skills like construction, mining, cooking, and social. And then we repeat this, and then we get pawns that complement or make up for what the others don't have. So I'm going to go for... Now in this case, I did get a guy with an alcohol addiction, but he starts off with a bunch of beer, so we should be able to get beer up before he goes into withdrawal. So again, I'm just going for all skills. You want to make sure now that the last one at least has good in plants, because we do not have a plantist, and maybe a few other good skills. I would not go for traits such as slow learner, which will, well, make your pawns progress much slower. Now, as you randomize, you will find new pawns that might be better than the other pawns. Like, for example, this guy now, I think is better than Bryn, so I will go around and randomize. For now, I would say the least important skills are animals, art, and cooking, so just go for the rest. So we don't really have the best or the worst pawns, but we have a pretty good team here. So they all have somewhat of good skills, the core skills. We are lacking a little bit in medical, but in the future we can always recruit people to make up for what we lack. So you can take a look at the people that I've chosen here, and you can also rename them. The people here who are left behind will not appear in your colony, but they may appear in the world map. So you can go ahead and randomize these, but I'm just going to skip it. I never do it. However, now we're just going to start. No DLCs and only the smart speed mod, just to speed up the game. Now we're in RimWorld, and you will read the scenario here. After you've pressed OK, you want to pause the game immediately by pressing space. I'm going to save the game here, and if you want to play along with this exact same start, then join the Patreon. You can follow along perfectly. But this will be the ultimate guide for how I would beat RimWorld from the zero, the beginning, to the absolute end. Next up, I'm going to untick toggle automatically expanding the home area around new constructions, because I want to increase my home area myself. You will see exactly why later. And toggle automatic rebuild of destroyed structures in the home area. And then I like to go into quest rewards here, and I like to not accept goodwill, because quest rewards, you want physical stuff, you don't want goodwill. You can always earn goodwill from trading and such. Not really that necessary. Next up, you want to go into the sign tab here, and in apparel policy, you do not want people to wear ratty or tattered apparel, so only wear clothes that are 51 to 100 HP, and then tainted apparel means that people won't wear clothes worn by corpses, you know, in the exact description. Next up, you want to find your medic, which we have Brian. Brian is our medic, so we go back to assign, and then we make him carry medicine here, because then he can tend to people on the spot with medicine. Next up, we can leave schedule how it is. Now for the work tab here, we want to go into manual parties. Make sure that firefighting and patient is at 1. If you click on the individual numbers here, you can change that. But if you shift and then right click, you will decrease party. And if you shift and then left click, you will increase the party for everyone. So just click on the name and that will be good. Now bed rest is not the most important unless you are really in a war. But I like to have 1 parties up to cooking because that is the most important. Next up, hunting, we can leave that. Construction, I actually want Weston to do growing before construction. So you can see that they're both at a 3. But because the higher party is to the left and the lower party to the right, this means that even if they're the same number, they will still do construction before planting. So we have to actually do this. And now the Weston will do growing and planting before construction and mining. And Weston will do construction before mining, even though they're the same number. Because again, from left to right, the party system goes. And if you take a small look at the icons here, you will see a burning mark. So you can actually see the work that the people have passions for. I'll assign silver to mine. And actually everything else is completely fine, I would say. However, when people don't have anything else to do, I like to put them on researching, so you can do that. Now then, you can start the game by pressing space or 1. So just press 1 to start the game, and we have our people exiting our cargo pods. Now I want you to pause again, and you want to find the person with the best melee, which would be Brian. He's also best in shooting. Okay, then I will actually take someone random and just equip them with the plasteel knife, plasteel helmet. You want to select your pawn and then right click and then equip. And then if you hold shift while doing this, it will queue up the rest of the work orders that you decide to get them. So Weston will do that, Silver and Brian. Brian, I want you to get the bolt action rifle, and Silver, you can just take the revolver. And now because I queued that up, everything is looking good. Now then, all the items on the ground here are X'd out, so press right click and then it will pull up the architect tab, which you can go into orders. Will automatically pop up, and then the allow tool here, unforbid all items. Once that is done now, we simply want to look for a base location. If you go to the bottom right, we can have a fertility overlay to see where we have rich soil. So the normal green soil is just normal fertility, which is just fine. But if we base near rich soil, we will grow our crops faster there. I also like to take a look at overall minerals and resources in the mountains. You can see that we have compacted machinery, and steel is especially important. So you want to generally have steel close by as well. Those two are basically the main things that I look for. Where to grow food and where to mine for resources to expand. However, rich soil really isn't that important if you have normal soil. So I'm just going to base at the center of the map here. By going into the structure tab here at the architect menu, you just want to drag wooden walls. I like to go for a 13 by 13 area because it will fit all the things that we need. It's a very good template. And then the doors, you can either have 1 door, but I like to have doors at each side of the base for more mobility. Then you want to go again into the architect tab and then into the zone where we will have a stockpile zone. So just drag that in the base. You don't really have to configure with anything for now. I like to disallow the visibility of zones here because I like to keep things more natural. Next up, we need to grow some stuff. So I'm going to have our growing zones up north. Literally just drag it wherever, and you can see the total area here. 156 tiles of rice, which you want to grow. So that's the start, and then just chop down some trees in the area for wood. But you do start off with wood and steel initially, so we're just going to speed up the game a bit, and our pawns will get straight to work. And because we set up the priorities correctly, Weston is growing instead of constructing. But if you see here, if I change the priorities, he will go straight to building, hauling wood to wall, which I do not want. We already have builders, so growing is the bigger priority. So our pawns here, they are also, well, In the start, your people will be quite unskilled, but they will level up as they go. So they won't be this slow forever. Now, as the base comes online, we want to plop down a few beds. So we're just going to plop down a few beds, 1, 2, 3. And then you want to have pawns eat without a table, because in this game, if people don't eat without a table, they literally become depressed. It's not that bad, but just give them a table, and you can have a wooden chess table to keep our pawns happy. Have something they can play with, a horseshoe pin, and then get some chairs at the table, and that is going to be good for now. As the base and the walls are up, you will see that people will construct roofs. This is automatic. But if you do not want roofs, you can actually just remove the roof whenever you want or ignore the area. But you want to have a roof over your base. And preferably we want some light, because people work faster and move faster in light. As the base comes up, I would like to research. So you want to go into the architect tab, production, and you will see a wooden simple research bench. And you can actually just search for anything that you want here. So if you don't find it, you can search up anything. And people have a comfort stat, so people are more comfortable at chairs, so you want to have chairs. Initially people will be quite happy because they have very low expectations, but just doing these basic things, you don't have to worry about their mood for now, that I can tell you. We'll go into that later, but let's just have them continue. Now that most of everything has been constructed, we will go into the research tab here. Here you can just click on it, or you can press F6, and the first line of research are batteries, because we want to get power. And to get power, you can either go for wind turbines or wood-fired generators, but I like renewable energy. You don't have to maintain it after it's constructed. We're just going to construct a wind turbine here. Just make sure you don't construct it close to a wall where it will be obstructed. Place it up here. And then I like to have hidden conduits connecting to the base. You will see why I decided to choose the hidden ones over the power conduits, which are visible, even though they cost twice as much. You will see later. However, now that people are constructing and going to research, we have the wind turbine up, which means power. And you want to right click on the wind turbine and go into the auto cut tab here, because by default RimWorld does not auto cut blocking plants, for example trees growing nearby. So want to make sure you cut down trees that grow in the radius of the wind turbines. Okay, I actually will change the priority so that Brian does researching before hauling and cleaning, because yeah, that is more important. Now that our people are hauling resources from the map, because when you land on the planet, there will be scattered resources. Let them do that. We want to deconstruct our torch lamp, and we can go into the furniture tab and get a standing lamp, which will, well, not require wood to fuel like a torch. Next up, go into the production tab and get a stonecutter's table. You want to place your production items or workshops indoors, because if they are placed outside, people will work slower on them. And things in RimWorld need to be in their own rooms to get the maximum work speed efficiency. But for now, we have to just keep everything on one room. You need to start small and then expand. So we will just get a stonecutter's table, because we want to replace the wooden walls, because they are fragile and can burn down. Weston here, you can see, has a time clock in his icon at the top. That means that he is idle and not currently doing anything. So why can he not construct? He is missing wood for that. So actually gathering a bunch of wood would be a good long-term solution. He will need a lot of wood. Always have your pawns working. Never let them rest. No, they go to sleep and such. But after you have the stonecutter's table, just left click and then add bill. And then for now, I want to just make marble blocks, because they are the most beautiful block. And I want to just do that forever. Do that forever. And then whoever has the crafting skill will start chopping up blocks. In this case, it's Brian. But actually, I want him to research batteries first. So we'll have him research. And then if we just assign someone else to crafting at 4, they will be chopping up blocks as well. So Silver will do that. Also, for now, we don't really need to worry about defenses. So you will have notifications here of what you need. But we have a chinchilla here named Tess. Tested chinchilla. And also view your pawns here and their social relations. Weston compared Silver to a gerbil. Western corded silver by complementing her muscles. However, again, batteries are more important than defenses for now, and a meal source is not that important because we do start off with a few packaged survival meals, which is good food. For now, keep on cutting up. Now we have 240 marble blocks, which is good enough to replace the walls of our base, so we can suspend that for now. And yeah, we're just going to tear down the walls. Make sure you do not tear down the doors, because if you deconstruct the doors and everything, then the roof will collapse on your people and your items and they will be hurt. So that will be done. It's quite fast and efficient to deconstruct. And then go into structure and then just click on the wall or press Y, and you can see that the material type will come up, and we're just going to replace with a marble wall. Just keep it nice and simple and drag that. Nice. Or if you wanted to, you could go into here and press E to make a box and drag it here, so you can change the shapes. Now, you can have a circle base, a square base. Now we have a group of visitors, so you will have alerts at the bottom right, which indicates that something has happened. And here we have a few people with a question mark. If we were to select one of our pawns and have the one with the best social skill, and you want to right click and then have them trade. Again, you can just press to trade, or you can let your pawns do what they're doing, and you can shift and then click. So they won't do it initially, they will do it after they've constructed or done their current thing. For example, if people are sleeping, you can shift click and let the people sleep out until they interact with something. So queuing up order is quite efficient. So for the trading menu, I really struggled to understand this here. Essentially, the arrows to the right is what you want to sell, and the arrows to the left of the number is what you want to buy. Essentially, it says here, but if this is a positive number, then you're buying 4 packaged survival meals. If it's -4, you're selling 4 packaged survival meals from your colony, if you understand. And you can also sort out by anything if you want to. But to keep it simple, we start off with 800 silver, which is the currency in RimWorld, and we're just going to go for medicine. So again, the left arrows, I want to get all their medicine, and we're going to acquire 2 medicine, and I won't need anything else for now, so you can just accept to trade. I will go more in detail about the rest of what you can do with trading later in the video, but for now, that is just everything you need to know. Oh. You won't believe what happened. Eve subtly shamed Hakoya's open-mindedness and they started fighting. So now what happened is they're taking their guest, a wounded guest, out of the map. They started fighting, and then one of them got down, and now we get a free auto pistol, which is a pretty good weapon. Yeah, you're going to realize that RimWorld is one of the most fun and random games in the world. And again, because we have a stockpile zone, people will automatically haul these items back in. You will see. The automation of this game is one thing that I really love. You can set it up exactly how you want to. Brian's smoking a smoke leaf joint, but silver here, oh, you're going to consume. But because we don't have a battery, we haven't constructed here, but you know, sometimes there's no wind, so then you want a battery for when there is wind to supply the no wind stages. We're almost done researching here. By the progress bar, you can easily see how far along you are. I would actually like Brian to research and not build, so I'm going to prioritize that at 1. So he will do and skip all the higher numbers except for these ones, because they're to the left, if you remember. Now then, our people are idle. Why aren't we constructing this? Here we go. Actually, you can go into the floors tab here, and because we have an abundance of wood, almost 1,000, just get this wood here and just floor in the whole base, because, well, we don't want to have a dirt base, do we? We also have a bunch of stone chunks in the base, which are quite ugly. If you hold down Alt, you can see negative and plus numbers. So plus numbers is beauty, that is beautiful, and negative is generally more uglier things. So by covering up the dirty floor, it will have no number, which means that it's a neutral number or 0 beauty, because beauty is a stat that will determine your moods of the pawns. I'm going to get a dumping stockpile zone here and simply select these granite chunks and just haul them out, press them to haul. And our people here, nice and efficient, and we're soon done researching. Again, to prevent people from being idle like that, you want to assign them to work, but if not, construct research benches for everyone in the base And then if they're truly idle, they can just research and speed up the progress of the game overall, because researching is always going to be the most, or one of the most important things. However, we have our first threat here, a mad squirrel, which is essentially an event where you will have to prepare your colonists for combat. So just drag over all of them at the top, or like this, and then press R, or press the draft button here, again with R, and then you can select them to go anywhere. For now, we're going to have them close to the squirrel. You can line them up in whatever position by holding down the right click button, and then your pawns will just start shooting. And Weston is our melee, so I will automatically have him try to go for it. But Brian's bolt-action rifle bullet annihilated the squirrel's front leg, and body into a fine mess. You can view what happened to the squirrel. Its body got literally destroyed. Now you need to, again, undraft them by selecting and pressing R like I did, and they will go back to work. Anyways, batteries have been researched. So I'm going to place down a battery just in the base here. And just like that, we have a battery. As for defenses, one of my favorite defenses is a spike trap here. Because people, when they walk into it, or animals, they will, well, trip, and essentially leads to no damage on your pawns and all the damage on them, which we love. I'm going to place them outside like this, and I'm going to cut up some granite now, actually. So granite. I'm going to do until I have X, because them pawns will automatically stop when it reaches this threshold. Once I go into details, I want to do 100, and we can pause when satisfied. Let's say 40. So once they have cut up stone blocks until it's 100, then they won't start cutting up stone blocks again once it's right below it. You have like a buffer. Once it goes below 40, then they go back to work. Your pawns are going back and forth doing one simple task. They bulk batch it, which means that you save time in the end. And you can either take the best stockpile, or you can drop it on the floor. I like to drop things on the floor usually, and then have dedicated haulers do stuff. With the spike traps done, I want to get a few granite walls. Just place them like this, and then in RimWorld, if you place fences down like this, the raiders will prefer to walk over the spike traps rather than the fences here. And this will make it much easier to replace the spike traps, because otherwise, if you have a corridor like this, if they wanted to replace the one in the middle, sometimes they will have to walk over the spike traps to replace the ones. And well, you can imagine how bad it is if they tripped under spike traps. Alternatively, you can place down doors like this to access the inner spike traps. And now we always want to have research lined up. So the next research, I'll probably go for advanced lights. However, the rice, the fields of rice will be coming in soon, in a few days. I will start to grow some psychite, because Brian here is addicted to drugs. I'm just going to grow some psychoid plants. All you have to do is create a new stockpile zone with the plant that you want to grow. I'm also going to queue up some cotton plants for furniture and clothing. And then I like to have some medicine in case of combat injuries and infections and diseases. So just for the future, I'm going to have hops for beer and smoke leaf plants for, well, so they can smoke. In this game, there will be periods when your colonists do get a bit sad. So I like to have a buffer of drugs, because you can set that up automatically to have people take drugs when they're sad. It's way better to take drugs than to get a mental breakdown and destroy the base, for example, or do something stupid. So rice, psychoid, cotton, heel root, hops, and smoke leaf. I would actually like to get another wind turbine for even more power. If the battery isn't filled up, you will know that you don't have enough power. Alternatively, you can also look at the grid excess here, 16 watts, and you can see the amount stored. With all the constructions done, I'm going to expand the base now. So I want people to cut up more marble blocks, and I'm going to set up exactly how I set up the granite blocks. The reason why I constructed this out of granite and not out of marble is because granite has way more hit points, so HP, which will make the wall tougher. So for defensive structures, you go for granite, and for beautiful structures or for the rest of the base, you make things out of marble, which is nice and beautiful. So Silver researching, Brian cutting, Weston growing and planting. If you're at this point, we have a... Okay, now we need to rename the faction and settlement. So the faction is essentially the name of your whole colony. However, for now, I will just name it the Ultimate RimWorld Guide. The settlement name name is what you should name this specific map, because in RimWorld you can have multiple colonies if you wanted to. I never go for that. If you were to settle down somewhere else, that's what the settlement is. It's just the specific map that you're on. Oh, we have a psychic soothe on females, so this is an event that makes our females way happier. If the mood is reaching towards the right, then they're more likely to have an inspiration, which will boost their productivity. You do not want their moods to get too low, but if you've done everything that we have, you can see that they are quite comfortable because I put the chairs down and the beds, the spacious interior, the decent dining room. One thing I forgot to do is have a home area, because people clean and repair things in the home area. And also extinguish fires in home areas. So base here, we can do that. Usually I do it, but if you want that to be automatic, you can simply toggle this button right here. I'm going to expand the base with 3 new rooms. They don't have to be too big, but I like to have a spacious interior, so because too much space is better than too little. So in this big room we will have our workshop, which will be our production area for manufacturing and smelting and all sorts of things. And then in these smaller rooms on the top I will have a food storage area with a freezer to, well, cool down the food. And down here we will have a prisoner area, essentially a bedroom where we can capture people and recruit them, because I don't want to be stuck with 3 people the whole playthrough. I want to have more people. The merrier the better. As you progress the game, you will see that Silver leveled up construction, for example, because she is burningly passionate for that. Your people will get really good as the game progresses. Yes, don't let them die. And then I'm going to deconstruct these 3 walls right here. The reason why I didn't want a cook early on, even though we have a cook, I will actually make the flooring here out of concrete because, well, it's a little bit uglier, but concrete doesn't burn, so I like concrete. Anyhow, we have a building called a nutrient paste dispenser. This thing consumes less ingredients for food than any other production method, and it does not cause food poisoning. Even though you have a cook, if they aren't good enough, they will cause food poisoning, which will slow down your pawns. Not only that, you will have a proper kitchen set up and everything. Not only that, but a nutrient paste dispenser requires no effort to get, while as if you have to cook food all the time, well, especially in the early game, I like to have my pawns work on elsewhere, so a cook is not that important. And for the nutrient paste dispenser, once it's constructed, you will need a hopper to feed the ingredients in, so just point the hopper into there. You can rotate with Q and E. And for now, actually, I will have all the storage in here, because items on the ground are quite ugly. And then to condense storage, we can get some shelves. I'm going to get us a few small shelves like this. Get a butcher's table in case we get an animal we can kill and butcher. And I want to copy the settings of the storage here. And then I want to set up the storage here. I don't want any rotten things. And I want to have animal corpses, mechanoid corpses. I do not want any bio-coded weapons. We cannot use that. Apparel, no tainted apparel. And that is basically good enough. Copy that. And then double left click. And then link settings. And then paste settings, so now everything here is identical. And I want the priority of the items to be on the shelves and not the floors, so I can change the priority here to preferred. As long as it's higher than the stockpile zone at the floor, things will always be prioritized on the shelves. Again, our people are constructing so quickly. One thing I did forget is the actual freezer system. The squirrel that we killed from earlier, if you remember, it will spoil soon. It will spoil, so just in the butcher's table, set up a build to butcher creatures, do forever. You can let the cook automatically do that, which will yield light leather, which you can craft and trade away with, or food, which we can eat. Squirrel meat. Okay, we have our first raid. If we click on the alert, we can jump to location and see that we have a human female here with a club, a naked woman. So I'm actually going to open up the door here, because raiders, they like to go for furniture and general buildings that are not walls and such. So in this case, she would prioritize the wind turbines or everything in here. That's why I like to open a door to redirect pathfinding. And if we get lucky, she should just walk into the spike traps and die. We could also fight her in the open, but Weston would take some damage probably. wobbly. We could also fight her in the open with a method called kiting, which I can show you, and then we waste no resources on the spike trap. So Colmea is coming, so again drafting our pawns, and Brian has a lot of range, so he will start to shoot. But Weston, I will have a little bit at the front, and then she will be aggroed to Weston. But because we're shooting at the woman, she will be slowed down, and Weston will kite her towards him. You keep the aggro away from the ranged people, and you just attract the raiders with your meleeist, which is just running around. And as you can see, they are quickly going to shoot her down, like this. And she should die. There we go, as you can see, it worked. So a method like that is also a very efficient way of dealing with a raider. But usually this only works with a small group of them. Otherwise, some of them will go for the ranged people and then there's chaos. Then you would want to use a spike trap and a choke point. However, this woman now we want to store outside. Well, corpses are quite ugly and they cause us to... Well, I saw a dead body lying on the ground. It was disturbing. So keep that a bit away from the base. So now that the freezer has been constructed, we actually need to freeze down the food. So what I like to do is have a inner freezer where the cooler is protected inside of our walls, because otherwise raiders will destroy them. However, you need to remove the roof of the output of the heat. So the blue zone here to the left of the cooler is where it will cool down, and the red square is where the output of the heat will go. So by doing it like this, it will go straight into space or into the air. And for now the space is quite small, so I only need one cooler. And with the cooler constructed, it will use up a bit of power. But you can reduce the temperature here, and we want to reduce it down to about -5. I don't like to have it at -1 or 0, because when the door is open, then some heat is released. I like to have a buffer. I like to have buffers. And then we need to construct that wall right here. And you will see at the bottom right of the game, you will see here that indoors it's going down to -5 degrees Celsius. So whatever temperature is freezing in Fahrenheit, you would do that. If you want to change the temperature unit, you can change it right here by going into the options, and then you want to go into interface, and then right here you can change to Fahrenheit. So that would be 26 degrees Fahrenheit. Anyhow, it's a bit dark in the freezer, so we can go for a wall lamp. It's cheaper to construct, uses less resources, and we have a small room in there, so wall lamps will do. Just make sure you have lights everywhere, because again, people work way slower in the dark. And just make sure to get hidden conduits. The reason why I use hidden conduits is because raiders cannot target them down and destroy them. Not only that, but there is an event in RimWorld where the batteries will short circuit and explode, so there might be a bit of fire or something. So by saving yourself all the hassle, just get hidden conduits everywhere, and you will avoid a lot of things. It's a bit more expensive, but you know what they say, quality over quantity. Anyhow, I will extend the base now. I don't really want to stick with wood in a few important areas, because we don't have a way to extinguish fires with fire foam poppers. So wood is beautiful, but it's also flammable. Concrete is a bit uglier, but it's pretty damn good. So in the prisoner area, we're just going to get a few beds down, and then an end table and dresser for more comfort. Make sure that even the prisoners eat with a table, because otherwise they might be sad. And the worse condition the prisoners are, the more likely they are to have a prison break and try to break out of the prison. So keep your prisoners happy. I do need more wood. This is the reason. I will get bedrooms for our pawns soon, but for now we need to focus on the rest. So to turn this room here into a prisoner area, as long as it's enclosed, you can go and select the bed, and you want to take 4 prisoners. And then that is nice and simple. However, now we have a heat wave. Heat waves will, well, boil the temperature in the air. So what we could do is simply get a cooler, but I don't think it will become too warm, will it? However, the harvest of rice has come in, so people are automatically hauling that back into base, and then people will automatically eat the nutrient paste. I actually have a bit too much food. Or now I do have a bit too much food, so I will actually grow corn. It's less labor intensive and longer to grow, but we already have a bunch of food here, so you can view the resources up on the top left. If you want to have a grid like this, where it's nice and categorized, you will have to toggle this button right here, which will essentially sort things out neatly. And I like to have things outlined to see my resources in my colony. Transport pod crash. This is an event where someone has crash landed into the base, and this pawn right here is actually pretty decent at mining, which we will need. So we'll take our best medic and have him go out there. He is going to bleed out in 5 hours, but Brian is here. I will have him tend to him with regular medicine. So just right click with your medic and you can tend without medicine or with medicine. But I want this guy. Now what we could do is try to rescue him or imprison him. When you have people that are crash landing on RimWorld who are neutral, if you rescue them, then there's a chance that they join you. You don't have to actually imprison them and take the time to recruit them. Or I can actually just unprison that area so he gets a bed. Next, research advanced lights. Cuts the power consumption by half. And we can change the color of our lights. Who doesn't love that? Oh, I like to have some random colors that I like. And you can also get a floodlight, which is a massive light that lights up a massive area. They said lights everywhere are important. We'll have one in our growing area. Now we have another problem. We have run out of steel. So we have a bunch of steel here. I will just click to mine the vein and people will automatically mine the steel. And I would like to continue researching. For now, I need psychoid brewing because Brian has a psychite addiction. You know, rice does take a lot of labor to get, so that's why I'm planting corn. If we run out of food, we can always hunt animals because we have animals on the map, which is a pretty quick short-term solution. However, we have spring and summers and winters, so I will stockpile up a bit of food. Shroud has recovered and decided to leave, so he won't be joining us. So now I will force him to join us. Silver has the most social skills, so you want to draft her and then right click, try to arrest, and he is arrested. Then go into the prisoner tab, select Shroud's prisoner, and then you want to just recruit. Press that and automatically the resistance here will go down, and once the resistance is at 0, then Shrouds will be recruited. We also have a bunch of steel runes here and steel walls, which we can deconstruct for more resources. Let's go into the orders tab, press X, deconstruct, and then deconstruct a bit faster than mining. Now we don't really have a laboratory, so, and we are getting heat stroke, only initial, but usually it's not that bad. I would like to get a small research room though, so we will plan that out. If you want to view the room types, press G or go down to this to toggle room stats. See that this is a workshop, so it's in the appropriate room. And barracks, kitchen, everything. Prisoner barracks. Okay, it is summer, so we really need to start getting food for the winter. Let me get rice again. And then let me get some storage here, because now I only want food in the freezer and the rest outside. So then I would clear all in the freezer here and only allow food. And then what you would do is just make it the opposite, essentially. So what's X'd out here is allowed at the freezer. I like to have herbal medicine because that spoils. Wort in the freezer. Anything that will spoil, you have to put in the freezer, so keep that in mind. A prison break. So Shrouds, even though he has good care, he has still decided that he wants to break out. He will open the door and we need to down him. Come on, Shrouds. He is rather weak, but Silver is taking a bit of damage. We'll have 2 people. Yeah, there we go. He is fine. So now he won't prison break for a while. Mind-shattering pain. No wonder. New lovers. Brian tried to flirt with Silver by cheerfully making fun of her honesty. So now Brian and Silver want to sleep together. So what you would want to do is get a double bed and then make them sleep together. Now they are in a barracks, so they will make love next to, who is it, Weston. So he will have to watch while they do their love until I make a bedroom. I will have to make bedrooms for them soon. And then once you have the double bed, you want to select owners and then assign the couple. So Silver and Brian. Now they will sleep together. If you don't do that, they will have a negative mood debuff that they're not sleeping with their partner, but now they will. And people who are in love will have a much higher mood than people who are single. Who would have thought a girlfriend makes one happier, eh? As you play the game, you will get a few quests here. We got one to rescue a woman named Sam, but she is too far away to be rescued. Actually not. But I usually don't go out to save people. I let people come to me and then I recruit them. However, now we have a bunch of steel. We have a lot of resources. Brian and Silver made love right in front of Weston while he was sleeping, so probably he didn't hear. We have a raid from a group of pirates. A group, it's a singular, one pirate. But this time I want him to trip on our spike traps. When you do get a raid like this, you want to go into the schedule tab, and here I want you to drag people over the home area. You can also shift right click or left click like to the home area. What this means is that they will stay close to base like this. They will only be in that area. So when there are raiders, your colonists aren't all scattered across the map. You want them all safe at home. Psychoid Brewing. So we finished another research. Our addicted Brian. Next up, we're going to research solar panels for more power. And Shroud or Lab. He's going to light our fields on fire. So actually have to go out and take care of him. Head-to-head combat. He did up getting downed, but he has this thing called unwaveringly loyal. So he refused to be recruited if taken as a prisoner. That's a shame. One thing we can do though is organ harvest. Since he doesn't want to join us, why don't we take his organs? He can prove useful that way. You will get the unwaveringly loyal notification when you capture him, but I want you to click on labs and then go into operations, and then you can harvest a lung, a kidney, and then any of the heart or liver. Doesn't really matter, they're the same price. However, we do need some medicine for that, so I'm not going to waste normal medicine. We have some wild heal root here, looks like this. And select that and then just harvest it. So Brian doing his due diligence and harvesting. And he will basically die now. His lung has been removed, kidney been removed. Did fail the surgery for the heart, but I don't care. I want the heart. Another surgery failed. The good thing about failing surgery is you get a lot of medical experience still. We have a bulk goods trader. This is probably one of the best traders. Because now you can trade away more of your stuff. So we did get a lot of those organs. So of course I want to trade that away. However, these people are tribal, so they don't really have much useful to trade. But we get almost 2,000 silver for those organs. I'm actually going to buy some cloth, some herbal medicine. And they cannot actually afford this. They only have 1,000 silver, so we'll keep my kidney and then accept. Another thing you can do with the trader is this tab right here called gift mode. If you give anything to them, you'll see here we will get plus 29 goodwill. So if you want to befriend people, you can also give them gifts for free. Shrouds also has 0 resistance, so he will soon be recruited. Raid from a group of pirates. Okay, so while we are with the traders, this guy comes, but he will probably get downed or die because, well, one man against all of these. Curie got downed. However, she is not good. She really is not good at all. Animals I don't need. Cooking I don't really need. You cannot do firefighting, or you can't research, you can't do caring. You have some armor which we can strip you for, so select. And you can strip people for their clothing while they're downed. If they die, it would be tainted, which we do not want. We can trade that off. The reason I wanted all of that cloth is so I can get more recreational stuff to keep our people more happy. A poker table and a billiards table. And then connect some chairs here, and we're good. New recruit Shrouds. Welcome aboard Kagarath from our Patreon. You're good at melee mining animals. Perfect, you will be a perfect miner. And overall, you can just help around the base. So now our people diligently working. We also got some hops coming in. I forgot to deselect raw resources, plant matter. Plant matter I want in the freezer. And we've got a flash storm, so there will be a forest fire. Now with RimWorld, if there's a certain amount of fire on the map, it will start to rain. So it's not guaranteed, but let's see if it will happen here. It will randomly, quote unquote, start to rain. Looks like I was maybe proven wrong. The forest fire is closing in. In fact, the whole goddamn map is burning. The whole map is burning. Oh, I do need more wood. Okay, probably should get all the wood before it burns down. Yeah, the fire is reaching our base. This is insane. The whole map is going to burn down only 16 days after arriving here. This is a bit iffy, but we've got solar panels. Now I will research smithing, which will be used to get machining. So we can get some proper, well, weapons and such. But I will get a solar generator behind the wind turbine. I'll probably get another battery. Yeah, this forest fire is actually insane. Wow, okay. The whole map has actually burnt down. Now, luckily for you, you will probably not be so unlucky. However, now... Okay, now the rain comes. Lovely rain. For now, though, I would like to expand and get some bedrooms. So, as I said again, 13 by 13. We're going to get some steel doors here. The reason why you want steel or wooden doors and not stone doors in RimWorld is because stone doors take a lot more time to open, while steel and wooden doors are normal. Actually, wooden door speed. Wood doors open faster. Okay, then I guess I'm sticking to wood. But in RimWorld, steel is also flammable, so steel and wood, well, the doors don't really matter that much. We just want our people to sleep nicely in their own rooms. It's not really necessary because in RimWorld there's not much of a penalty to sleeping in a barracks. But you know, it's nicer if people have their own bedrooms. And then I will get some end tables and everything. Smoke leaf binge on Brian. Ah, yes, he doesn't have enough psychite, so that's why. But we will get psychoid plants coming in soon. We actually have a bunch of hops, so we could get beer. I will get beer brewing. Transport pod crash. Oh my god, this guy. Okay, he has 19 in animals, so we could maybe have animals. I almost never go for that, but he's a good medic. Or she is a good medic. She was a herder in her childhood and a healer, so that's why she's good at that. And she can also be a cleaner and a hauler, so we really want her. Armadillo. Oh, Brian is way too slow. Yeah, that's not good because of his withdrawal. Hagraf is somewhat of a good doctor. Yeah, look how much quicker Kagraf is. You go into the health tab here. I just looked at the moving speed here, 20%. Yeah, he's stoned on smoke leaf and in withdrawal of like cocaine. Anyways, again, recruit. Resources incoming, bedrooms, everything is looking good. Now we have a proper recreational room, bedrooms, workshop, laboratory, prison, and a kitchen slash freezer. We have most of everything that we need. I will get an electric stove. Ideally, I would have that outside of the freezer because it's too cold, but that's not the end of the world. We just want to get Psych IT. And don't forget to expand the home area with your buildings. On day 20 here, you can hover over the date here to see days pass since your arrival. But on day 20, you will get a quest called Ship to the Stars. So this is a way to beat the game in RimWorld by traveling to this place with a ready built ship, but I almost always just build a ship because I like that satisfaction and I want to beat the game with my own base where it is. So we're going to beat the game the normal way. To beat the game, we will have to go all the way to the right here of the research tree and research all of this, but we'll take it step by step. So Silver is quite happy, so she got, well, an inspiration thanks to high mood, so she will work faster for 8 days. If we select her and then go into the view information here, search up global work speed, and she will work almost twice as fast. I would like to deconstruct these ruins, make space. Kagaraf also needs a weapon. Okay, Kagaraf needs to become the melee. So I will select Western, go into the gear tab, and then you can drop things. And if you shift click all of the drop here, it will be queued up and he will drop all of his clothes at once. Get naked. No. And then I will do that with Kagaraf and he will become our new meleeist. Weston can equip our auto pistol that we got. And we've got beer brewing. So production tab, a brewery. I think beer is one of the best drugs because, well, you can use it for recreational purposes and everything. Keeps people happy. I'm going to go into the assign tab and then drug policy. And then you just want to edit the social drugs here. And then by default, this will be on like this. So people will use beer and smoke leaf for recreation. We'll do that for Psych IT as well. Then I will go into scheduled, just like this. And I will set it up that if people's moods go below 35%, they will take Psych IT. If it goes below 25%, they will take beer. And if it goes below 15%, they will take smoke leaf. And then yayo, which is like cocaine, only if below like 5%, maybe 1%. But what this does is that they will only take it once a day. or every day, so they don't really get addicted. But this is a way better way of managing mood, because then people won't be so fragile, because, well, human emotions, we all have emotions. If you let your colony get too sad, then people will start to have berserks, they'll want to kill each other. People will want to run wild, so run away from the base. People will want to have a tantrum and destroy stuff. So managing your pawn's mood is an important thing, but just by following what I've told you to do, with the drugs and by having bedrooms and the recreational, keeping things nice and clean and beautiful, your moods should be just fine. And preferably, you would not have recruited, for example, a depressive person by now. However, now we have a harvest of cotton coming in. Everything is coming in. We'll continue to research. We've also got smoke leaf coming in. Would actually like to get a drug lab. Or actually, you don't need that. You can get in the production tab or search it up, a crafting spot. This will allow you to make smoke leaf joints right here. But it's only 50% work speed factor, so a bit slower, but get smoke leaf joints forever. The whole map really burnt up. Chunks of spacecraft. These are resources you can deconstruct. Ship chunks to get steel and components. Actually a bit low on components, only 8. So to get all the resources we can. You just want to get as many resources as possible in this world. This thing right here is also compacted machinery, which you can mine to get components. It is essential in electrical things and to craft certain things. So components you always want. Cougar hunting silver. An animal is hunting silver for food. We'll have Kagarath here with the kiting method that I showed you. Although that cougar is... Oh, okay, that thing is going straight for silver. We have to go head on. Okay, luckily Kagarath, oof, he took a huge bite to the torso. But now we can actually get that cougar. Yeah, need it. Eat it. Cat meat is on the menu, boys. Got a raid from tribespeople. Camel here. Hello. Oh, okay, he is not too bad. An artist. Hopefully not an artist from Austria. But this guy, if he can become ours with the fast learner trait, he can get sculptures for us, and he can create art that will make our pawns really, really happy. And also a good planter. So let's see what Camel does. Actually going to the spike traps. Ah, but he died. That's a shame. I actually do not need the spike traps. I will soon make a perimeter around the base. And a nice party. Parties will give a lot of mood. You can actually, if you go into the furniture tab here, no, the misc tab, you can get a party spot. So just place that in here. Also get a bigger table for our people. This colony needs it. Just something simple like that. Got a lot of rice stacking up, so we should have enough food for the winter. We got Psychoid coming in, so Brian. Yeah, high on the Psych IT, he is completely fine. A warg hunting silver. All the animals want to eat this woman. Luckily, it died, but Kagarath took a bit of damage. We actually have a bit too much food. I will want to get a full slot here of food storage. That will be useful. A raid from a group of outlanders. Attacking immediately. Oh my god, she's a great crafter. Well, we don't have any spike traps, so we will have to go out and shoot her. I'm going to use this little bush as cover. I actually would like to down her, so if we could just... If we go into the pawns here and select melee attack, we won't shoot them. We'll just hit them. Okay, well, she died. A good revolver. And for the freezer, I only want one exit point, because otherwise we leak too much heat. So I'm just going to set this up like I did here, but bigger. The bigger, the better. Size does matter. New recruit Armadillo. Hello. Welcome aboard, Nikenga. Yes, animals, medical. You're quite good at plants and mining as well, but you will carry medicine and I will give you a weapon. If you want to go click this button right here, you can see the heat overlay. The freezer is quite cool. A mad ibex doe. This event you can easily take care of. We have a lot of people now. And it's dead. Cargo pods. Ooh, resources. Dye. You can use that to color things. You wanted to color your colony in any color. For example, pastel green. Yes, do that. And paint the colors of the walls, the buildings, or the floors. So if you want to get that, just get a growing zone with Tinctoria here. And you can get dye. People are idle. More research benches. Smithing. Up to machining I want. It is fall and we will need better clothing. However, I won't make out of cotton. I will hunt some does and alpacas, so go into the wildlife tab here and then over the mark animals to be hunted by our hunters, go over the animals like does and bucks and alpacas. They're good. Ibex rams, if they have a percent like this, that means that there's a chance that they attack back when you hunt them. So ideally you would not want that. You can also go into the orders tab here and go into the hunt section by pressing O. You can manually mark animals to be hunted, and then someone with the hunting party here will go out with a hunt as long as they have a ranged weapon. You cannot hunt with a melee weapon, so keep that in mind if you select your melee as to be a hunter. And as you can see here, Brian is doing that. It will also train up your colonist skills when you hunt, so hunting is a good activity. Also got, what is it, chunks of spacecraft. If you press Z or Z, or this little icon here to search for anything, so ship chunk. Oh, okay, now I can see here. Search for steel. You can search for anything on the map. So yeah, and what you will quickly see is that we will stockpile up on plain leather. So we want to make clothing out of fur, so we're going to go into the production tab, get an electric tailor bench, and then place that in the workshop, and we will manufacture clothing for the upcoming winter. So go into the bills tab, and then I want you to get a parka. A parka is for when it's going to get cold. A duster is when it's going to get really warm. So I'm going to go into this section here, and then I only want fresh parkas, and that is basically all you want to do for now. You don't need to do it very specifically. Also have a bunch of cloth. I actually would like to get a small little kitchen. Nothing too complicated, but with a heater here or two. Get some steel tiles, because that makes it a bit more clean. You can see the cleanliness of any room. And the more clean a room is, the better your production benches will be and the better the research will be. For example, at a simple research bench, and cleanliness affects how good you do with medical tents and, or more specifically, medical surgeries. You want to keep your hospitals clean, have clean materials for that. We'll go more into that later into the game. But we're actually getting way more meat than we thought. Just hunt everything. Now the temperature in the kitchen is fine, although I would like to close that door. So now Brian will manufacture the parkas. We have a bunch of wood. We have all the resources needed, so keep on researching. As you can see, we have a lot of food. You can get more shelves. Also, if you have any comments whatsoever about anything that I'm going through here, or that you have questions about generally, just comment them down below this video. And there are a lot of people that are way more experienced than me actually at the game, and they watch the channel, so you will get a lot of responses. Go down to the comments if you have anything and ask away. Marriage is on for Brian Silver. Silver will change your last name. Okay, we have a few visitors to trade. Always want to see what they have to offer. I'm going to sell away some of the weapons that we have, some garbage, and that is pretty much it. Except, anyways, with research machining, I would actually like to get microelectronics. Once you've researched microelectronics, you're almost at the mid-game, or I would say you are, but while we are preparing for the mid-game, I am going to expand upon the base. This is not super necessary, because so far our raids we've dealt with quite efficiently, but in the future, I always like to have a big wall around the base like this. Just something like this, because, well, I feel way safer when we actually have a big wall protecting everything. Alright, perfect. And then I'm just going to have the home area within this square, make it simple, because now our power systems and our crops are safe. Don't have to worry about the outdoor area. And if we wanted to, at some points we can get barricades just to protect us, but it's not really necessary. I just want the wall. Transport pod crash. Anyone good? Yes, you are good as hell. You have a peg leg, like a wooden leg, but you are good. Nihgenga has good medical, although you're stoned. Okay, you can capture anyways. Getting hypothermia. It's minus 7 degrees, so winter has come, but we have parkas. After parkas, you want the people to get button-down shirts and pants, yeah, so they're not naked underneath everything. So do until you have 1, set that to 1, and then 51 to 100% HP. That's enough. And you will see here that we will get snow down in the colony. Quite nice. I'm going to harvest our crops now preemptively. And winter has come. So with the traders, I'm going to get a psychic shock lance. This is something that allows you to down a person. There's a risk of brain damage, but if we have a really good pawn, instead of them dying, we can use this on them and force them to join us. Okay, we are having a cold base now, so we'll get some heaters. I will get 2 heaters in the workshop, 2 in the recreational room. And then we get some vents, and then 2 vents like that connecting the rooms, and that should be good enough for now. That should warm up the base quite quickly. As you can see here, yeah, now the base is nice and warm. Otherwise the workshops will be more inefficient, and sleeping in the cold is not nice, as you can imagine. Raid from a group of pirates. Okay, this time we have 2 of them. Anyone good? Oh my god, yes, Silver War. Okay, we will use the Psychic Shock Lance. Kagarath has that on Silver War. So I'm going to do something like this by selecting the Psychic Shock Lance while he is drafted. And he got no brain damage, and they're fleeing. Silver War, come in. What the hell happened here? Okay, we had a mad boomalope, like an explosive creature, and it caused a big fire, but we're fine. Recruit Silver War. Party has been called off. Weston and Nihgenga got into a fight. Weston flagrantly disrespected Nihgenga's bravery. We do need more steel. If I wanted to, I could tame some animals. I will actually tame some buffaloes, female and a male. They are caravan animals, so we can go out and trade with them and such. And get some milk and some wool, so I will assign them to be tamed by, instead of going to the X here for hunting, I go for the taming. I've also deconstructed the nearby ruins just to make space. So now the colony will be speeding up, as you see. Will be nicer. I would also like to get a crematorium, because it's not nice to look at all of these bodies. Alright, we've tamed a buffalo. For now, we don't have a pen, so I'm going to get a caravan hitching spot near a bunch of, well, grass. So we have our own animal. With the crematorium, I will set that to cremate human corpses, but not colonist corpses. And then cremate corpses that are not human, but are animal, that are not fresh. So rotten animal corpses will be cremated as well. We've got an interesting quest here. Senna, a nearby settlement, wants us to come to them to trade 27 club worth $2,277 for excellent marine armor. That is great. And an orbital bombardment. Yeah, the reward here is great, so we'll accept that. So we have to make 27 clubs. I will make that at a smithy. I need a machining table as well, and an electric smithy. And then someone will work on the clubs. And then perfect, we can use the muffalos to head out and trade with us, because I don't think we can carry that many clubs. At the machining table, or the smithing, we can also get simple helmets. This will protect our brains, which we want. So queue that up. Can make it out of steel, but ideally plasteel or uranium is better for that. We have some uranium ore. We can get uranium simple helmets. That will protect our brains even better than steel. Anyways, electric smithy. I want to make clubs. And how much was it? 27. So I'm just going to put in 27. You can also just, if you press Control, left click, you can increase by 10. Shift left click to increase by 100. Everything is dying to the cold. It's getting too cold. We have a solar flare, which will disable our power devices, but usually they only last for half a day or something. Why aren't we filling our hoppers? Ooh. You have to set the hoppers to the most important priority, which in this case is critical. Bulk goods trader. Okay, we have a proper one here, so I want to get out and trade with them. Silver trade. So this is really all that I'm going to trade for now. I'm selling off the dye and getting a few books. Recreational books as well. So nothing really too major. I do need more power as well. Brian is almost done with the club. We've got both muffalos now. So base is coming up even faster and more people coming in soon. I forgot, with with the hops, I need to make wort, and then the wort needs to be fermented into beer, so we'll need to get a fermenting barrel, and we'll get a few of those. I'm actually research drug production for the smoke leaf and then get microelectronics. We've got the clubs. I will head out with Silver. She's our trader, and she can also trade with a bunch of factions, so I want to form a caravan by pressing H or pressing this button here, and I will first go to these people. I will select the Muffalos and Silver, and then you can select all the supplies you want to head out with, but I need to get all of the club. You made clubs out of uranium. I wanted those for the simple helmets, but oh well. I'm going to take a bunch of the fur, and that is pretty much it. All the silver as well if we need to buy. We have more uranium up here which we can use. Then Silver will head out with the Muffalos out of the map to trade. She will be on the world map here, so first trade and then fulfill the trade offer. New recruit Athena. That's a nice name. Ungrade. Plants, construction, animals, social. Perfect. I do need more bedrooms, so maybe I should focus on that. Caravan arrived at Sparta. Here I will sell off all of the leather, as I said. They don't really have much that I want. I will buy some medicine, and they do have a pump shotgun. That could be useful. So accept, and then go down to trade with Senna. If I go into the assign tab here, I want to change how our people attack or respond to threats. So we'll have them attack, otherwise they will flee. But most of the time they can kill the threat. Also, when you get a bunch of books, you can get a bookcase. And if we place that in our research room, it will provide a reading bonus, or I think a researching bonus or something. So a library next to the research room or in there is nice. I will also get more tables that people can eat at, closer to here. We've got blight on our rice. This is like a disease that prevents your crops from growing. Just select the crop and cut all the blight, but it will start to spread, so you have to make sure you cut all of it. Here we go. Now the base is nice and clean and constructed, so let's move on to research. However, we are at Senna, so fulfill the trade offer. So now if we go into the items tab, we got everything that we need. I would actually like to buy a few sculptures. I will do that. A tube television. Why not? Head home. Head home. Oh wait, I need to buy food for Silver. Drug production, go for microelectronics. I at least can get a drug lab. They recruit Sliver War, not Silver War. Jesus, you are staggeringly ugly, ascetic, and a nudist. You're a perfect crafter and constructionist. Perfect. Everything is good. Make sure your response is set to attack. I will need to grow a bunch more food in the spring, because now we are 7 people instead of 3 when we started. But now the whole place is filled with snow. Winter is underway. Minus 19 degrees Celsius. Oof, it's cold. But we have a lovely aurora. A raid from a group of outlanders. Ooh, 3 of them. They're going for Angrade. Okay, we will have them come in here. Any of them good? They're all alright, but no one that I really need. What I will simply do is go into the choke point here and let them come in. Melee attack. And they're all fleeing. Oh my god, you demolished her with her fist. With your fist. Let's see here. You are quite good. We'll take you. Equip their wonderful weapons. And a new recruit will be incoming. I will try to get as many people as possible, because that's how you survive the best. The merrier, the better. Pass by a trader caravan with Silver, but I don't really need to. We are back home with Silver. So Kagraf, our meleeist, will equip the armor. Marine armor is the best armor in vanilla RimWorld. Oh, he looks good now. Left thumb destroyed on Jesus. It's a little bit bad. I have to tend to him. I really need new bedrooms. The sculptures I will install in the recreational room to increase the impressiveness to very impressive. That will increase the mood. Television. I just want to place some chairs in front of that. New recruit Hakuya already. Welcome aboard Kostai. Melee, plants, medical. Okay, now we're done researching microelectronics. I want to get sterile materials, but now what we can get is a comms console. This will allow us to contact other people on the RimWorld and trade with them over the internet, essentially. But you need an orbital trade beacon near your resources for where you want to trade. So we'll have one in the freezer and one in our stockpile here. Just everybody research, for heaven's sake. Oh, we have a combat supplier. Yeah, I want to trade with. Pencil of some smoke leaf and a bit of beer. Should be good. Sterile materials. So I was talking about cleanliness being important, but this is good for hospitals and research labs. Now though, I will deconstruct all of these things, because with microelectronics you can get a high-tech research bench. It's equipped with high-tech bench with computers and electronic measurements, so a proper research bench. Ooh, hungry pitched animals. Let's get a pen marker so they can have this whole area to eat from, and that is perfect. Now we get steel high-tech research benches, although I will need more steel. Actually get 5 high-tech research benches. And for now, I want to research. I can get shields for a shield belt for our melees. That will be good. I'm telling you, we will beat the game way faster than you think. But the mid-game now, I would say we're at the mid-game. So during the mid-game, we will need more power, more batteries. I'm going to get steel tiles for now in the research room and get a bunch more steel. An ancient danger. Ooh. So this contains exotic goods, but also there are hostiles in there. Cargo pods with smoke leaf. However, it is officially spring. A raid from pirates. Ooh. Okay, but these people have a smoke launcher and EMP grenades. They cannot actually kill us. That does not harm us. Ooh. Well, there are a bunch of them. Let's see here. I can kill them off like this. Yeah, one group is already fleeing. Now there is friendly fire in RimWorld, but friendly fire is not really affected in a certain radius around. So I think this is fine right here. So just keep that in mind, friendly fire. Alright, well, they are gone. Oh, Plum is still here. Kygoraf can deal with that guy. Hello there, sir. I will get an electric smelter, because then we can smelt down the weapons, the steel slag chunks, everything. A cold snap right when spring starts, of course. This means that all of our crops will probably die. And we've got shields. A shield belt will allow you to have protection against ranged projectiles, but you cannot use ranged weapons. Perfect for Kagraf, and everything is dying to the cold. -20. All of our people are still quite happy, as you can see. Very impressive rec and dining room is providing us with a lot of buffs, and overall, yes, good. A raid from a group of tribes people. Okay, we've got 3, 2, got 5 of them. The good thing with the walls here is they will start attacking it randomly, so they will be splitting up like this, which means it's quite easy to just pick them off, because they're, well, split off. Just go like this. They don't even get a chance to shoot back. Ooh, they did actually break in. Ooh, Weston. Damn, got shot right in the heart. Trado got downed, and Slow Learner we do not really like. Yeah, Tonska. You are good. Let's capture you, strip you. Oh, right leg cut off on Tonsa. Kagraf sliced Tons in the right femur. How the hell do you cut someone's leg off with a knife? Oh, we can research prosthetics, actually. Give this guy a prosthetic leg. Could do that. Sheep join. Oh, why not? Why not? However, I will manage auto slaughter. We'll only have 1 male adult and only 1 female young, 1 male young, because I don't want the population to get out of control. Perfect. With sheep we get wool and you know, milk, so it's all good. So during the mid game you want to stack up on a lot of steel and components, so that's why I've set up our people to mine that, because I would like to get better weapons for our people as well. I will focus on defenses a bit, getting deep drilling so we can get a more steady supply of resources. I do somewhat need a dedicated cleaner. Anyways, prosthetics. And I'm going to research all the way from gunsmithing to blowback operation, maybe gun turrets, and then up to gas operation precision rifling. So that's the plan. And at the machining table I can queue up prosthetic legs. Oh, I also need plasteel for the shield belt, so compacted plasteel, we have that. Now it's finally spring. Now we can start planting. A legendary shield belt. Jesus has created a shield built legendary. Okay, this is an ultimate guide, but this is something I've never seen. So Jesus had an inspiration, and because of that he created this bad boy. Okay, well, we're about to demolish this game. Hagraf now has up. He is stacked. Anyways, we're researching at the speed of light now with everything here that we've set up here. So the foundation of this colony is absolutely magnificent. In fact, I could get on another research room if I wanted to. Why not? Usually never do this, but we have people idle, so why not? I do, however, need more components, so I might head out and trade. I will do that soon. We do have a lot of gold on this map, and gold is like silver, a currency. We've got gun turrets. This is a great way to lure enemies, because they will focus on gun turrets and pawns. I will also get more floodlights around the colony. Animal disease, the flu. When that happens, you'll have to tend to them. So a few animal sleeping spots where they can rest and people can tend to them is crucial. Although, yeah, we are now in need of more power. I'm just going to expand wind turbines and solar panels. At the electric smelter, I want to smelt metal from slag forever or drop on floor. I have an ambrosia sprout. This is a great and lucrative drug. So place growing zones like this, select all of them and disallow sowing. This will mean that people will automatically harvest the bushes. You can also do this, for example, out in the wild. And if you were to disallow sowing, all that the pawns will do is cut down ready grown plants. So, for example, berry bushes or trees. So we can have that. Yeah, we do need more power. Another power source is geothermal power. We have a bunch of these geysers, which you will see, steam geysers. On this map, we have 7. We can build on top of those to get even more power. I would say that is a mid-game power source. Ooh, cargo pods with food. Disease, fibrous mechanite. Yeah, essentially increases pain and such, sleep, but manipulation and moving is increased. Yeah, we do need more components. I also do need to get this quest here. We have a quest for 4 advanced components. Also will be very important in the mid-game. So first down to trade, and I'll grab Kagraf. And silver. Hagraf is a machine with that shield belt. We can also get the gold. And I will take some garbage weapons, some beer, some excess of drugs that we have, some leather, everything. Or actually, let's go to... the marriage ceremony of Silver and Brian has been called off. They were getting married. I forgot to place a comms console down. They recruit Tonsa. Crafting, intellectual shooting. Caravan ambushed. Ooh. The couple of Yorkshire Terriers. You ain't touching us. Almost there. Let's see here. There may be a threat. We've got 2 hares. Oh, one of them nibs silver. It was a rabid hare. That's bad. Okay, but we're fine. Grab the advanced component. Caravan ambushed again. 2 rats at the same place. Biofuel refining, good. Keep on researching. And kill. Now then, geothermal power. Continue researching for the weapons, but the reason I wanted this is because geothermal power, I'll place it on top of there, provides, I think it's 3,600 watts. Nice. Ducks join. Alright, why don't we have some ducks then? Get an egg box down. A bulk goods trader. So from the comms console that is, so select a pawn, right click, and then head out to trade. They have 30 components, which we want to buy. However, we don't have a lot of money at home. We do have a bunch of gold. So we'll sell off a bunch of wool and a bit of everything to get those 30 components. And now we're fine. Oh yeah, Tonsa. We can get a prosthetic leg on you. Raid from a group of tribespeople. Okay. Now it's increasing. We've got 5 people. We'll let them come in here. Any one of them good? Oh, an artist. I might get the artist. Chicken. Oh, do not shoot chicken. Took a bit of damage. But they're all fleeing. Oh, do not shoot chicken. Took a bit of damage. But they're all fleeing. Anyone else good? Yes, capture and capture. I'm actually going to set up a bit more defenses, because now we're starting to take a bit of damage without them. We are at Sparta to trade again. Again, just get more components. So we'll set up like a, not really a kill box. I mean, I guess it is, but I will just have raiders come in through a small little choke point through here. And then all we have to do is wall off this, some of this. And then we just put up some cover in this section. So it will be one wall, one barricade. And the people behind the wall, they will peek out to shoot. So they will have like double cover. So something like this. And then to lure the people attacking immediately, I will have a gun turret. I'll have a gun turret somewhere here. Anyways, Carmen is back. Oh, Silver and Brian are getting married. And Silver is smoking a joint before getting married. She has smoked a joint right in front of the guests. That is why I'm saying this will be a fun game for you. I'm also going to plant some hay, because our animals, they love hay. Why not do that in our defenses where there's a bunch of space? We're going to be playing Hay Day. Gas operation. We're soon done getting the weapons that we want. We could also get kibble for our animals. That is a good food source. Needs meat and protein. Anyhow, colony is really productive now. We've got the defenses up. So keep the store open. And then any raider shall just come in here. So they will be more piled up. Then we'll get assault rifles to deal with them appropriately. Precision rifling. So assault rifles go into the machining table. And then I'm going to get assault rifles here. I'm going to get a few of them for now. New recruit Dove. Mining animals intellectual. Crash Adams, so welcome. Yeah, I need even more bedrooms. Now then, I want to research to get more components. I'm going to go for a long range... No, deep drilling ground penetrating scanner. We can start scanning for resources. Could actually get fabrication. We do have an ancient danger, and that has potential to have a lot of good stuff. I'm going to get our people here. I'm simply going to shoot out of the sections here. Okay, this is interesting. I have a lot of loot, but 2 centipedes. These things are the most difficult enemies in the game. Well, not for me, but if you want to handle them, I would go inside for now. There is a way to deal with all of this if we just let them come out for a minute. Silver, I want you to do this. Here we go, just to aggro them. Oh, I could actually open up the caskets. So what I could do here is do this. Then there will be chaos. Ooh, trying to shoot. What I'm going to do is have Kagurath attack the centipede. The one with the charged blaster is the most deadly one. Now, one of us has a fire foam pack from a previous raid. So if we get caught on fire, we can just pop this, and this centipede burner cannot hurt us because it only burns. And then the Cypher really isn't a problem. Kagurath has the armor to deal with all of them. So just do this. Okay, let's pop the fire foam. Get behind cover. Yeah, that centipede burner can't do anything. Okay, but now we're on fire. Sometimes you will take a bit of damage in RimWorld. It is just what it is. But that thing is dead. So now I want to look for a few good people. You're alright. This guy is a pyromaniac, but he's alright. Pyromaniac is not the end of the world. And you, my lady, have asthma, but you're also alright. So we've got a bunch of good loot and ancient crypto sleep caskets for resources. I'm going to keep one, because when you have people in there, they're suspended from all motion. So if they have like an injury you can't tend to, I like to keep one around. And the mechanoids, we can go to the machining table and shred mechanoids. So a lot of medical treatment is needed. I actually get a hospital, but cost time. I need the medics to tend to themselves. I actually have them take go juice, which we have. It's a drug to keep us moving faster. Some of these people are going to die if we don't do anything. Okay, we're fine. Got a bunch of good weapons. Heavy SMGs, everything. Everyone has been tended to. I will actually make this place right here a small hospital. We will need it. Disease, or what is this? An infection. Stench. Wait, who is this? Oh my god, you're frail and you have dementia? No, you might as well die. I'm going to release you. Anyways, people will heal up as they rest. But yeah, we'll research for a hospital bed eventually. I just need components. Let me head out and trade for some more. So silver Kagarath. Head out with some more to trade. New recruit is Zippy. Mining social animals. You can do cleaning as well. More blight, but we harvested most of our rice. Caravan arrived at Senna, so components is all that I want. 65. Can we afford that? No, but we can afford 40. That's good. We'll actually need more rice. We'll need more food for the future, definitely. A shaman merchant, hello. And then we can grow potatoes in the poor soil, because potatoes grow better than rice in poor soil. So let's do this. The brown spots are the potato soil. You do not need seeds to grow in RimWorld if you haven't noticed by now. But we'll take all the food that we can get. Forgot to rename you Zippy. Regalia. Welcome. New recruit chicken. Welcome aboard. True. Ooh, you are an artist. Yes. We'll get an art bench down and have you make sculptures out of jade and wood. Jade is a very beautiful material. It's this green thing right here. New recruit Skroge. You are plants, construction, cooking. Welcome aboard, Pepper. You are our best shot, looks like. You can get the chain shotgun. You will get a pretty good assault rifle soon. Now our colony will really expand. We are at 13 people. All the bio-coded weapons will set up to be smelted. Smelt or destroy thing. Weapons, non-bio-coded weapons, apparel. No clean apparel. Art bench, large sculpture set to forever. Or maybe do like 10 times out of wood and jade and perfect deep drilling. Let's get ground penetrating scanner. A manhunter pack. So these are rabid animals. Will try to attack us. Got an assault rifle. I want that. Now they will all go through here. Let's see what happens. Oh, the rats. Well, they all died. Now we have fire, though. Oof. You know what? I should probably research fire foam poppers to take care of fire. Selling to Senna. This time they want 22 EMP shells. Although I'm not sure about that one. It takes components to make. So all the sculptures I'm going to get into the recreational room until it's extremely impressive. And our pawns will be even better. More happier. We are overflowing a little bit in storage. For now, I will just place things on a shelf outdoors. If you were to place items on the floor outdoors, they would start to deteriorate. But on a shelf, things do not deteriorate. So if you want to place items outside, do it on a shelf. The items will be very safe there. And a wonderful party. The colony is as happy as ever. Although a raid in the middle of it. Ooh, okay, we've got 12 tribes people. They are attacking immediately. Alright, let's go. Just line them up. And now kill them all. The assault rifles are going to be carrying here. And they're all fleeing. A tribal chief, looks like. Yeah, one of them got downed. I'll take everyone I can get. I need some people to continue researching though. Anyways, fire foam, continue researching, ground penetrating scanner. So now this recreational room is extremely impressive. I will just place sculptures now a bit everywhere. We'll get some concrete out here, because you do move faster on floors than on the dirt. On the dirt you walk 87%, but on concrete it's 100%. Anyways, fire foam a bit haphazardly. Ground penetrating scanner. What I will do is get a few of these. You need to have them outdoors or where there's no roof overhead. You take up quite a lot of power, which we do have. I'm also going to smelt down weapons. We're now all melee weapons because, well, those tribals had a lot of steel stuff, so more steel is always great. But now our people will scan, so they will scan for resources under the ground. which there's more of abundance than on the surface. All the assault rifles have been made. It's great. Let me hunt for some more animals. We've stocked up on most food for winter. Another thing I can get after... Okay, I want to research medicine production, but some better armor, flak armor, but it requires components. I will get multi-analyzer fabrication after medicine production. Now we have a bulk goods trader, and they have more components. And all the fur that you hunt for, that will sell off for a lot, and all the wool as well. Actually sell off for more, but that is great. I will buy more books from them, and I will buy neutroamine, which is used to make medicine. So a lot of trading going on, but it will be well worth it. All the clothing below 50 or around 50% HP you want to sell off, and a bunch of drugs, and yeah, that is pretty damn good. Now the colony is pretty much chilling. I will get a sculpture where the people are fighting. A masterwork within sculpture. This colony is so good. Now keep in mind, even if you're following my colony and everything that I say, it takes experience to become better at the game. Because what I've accomplished now, it's by day 82, and when I started off in RimWorld, I was so clueless, so I wish someone had made a video like this on how to just go through the entire game. So with all the hay coming in soon, I don't want our animals out in the open eating our random crops here. I want the animals in a little area here. They will be hidden in the shadows. And then I will get some straw matting out of hay, because this will really prevent the animals from dirtying down the stone here that they will be at. Medicine production, go for multi-analyzer, because with fabrication we'll be able to manufacture our own components out of steel, which is going to be the most essential. You don't have to waste money on buying it, because it is a bit expensive. Go into the drug lab here and then make medicine. I will do basically forever. It takes cloth, nutrient, herbal medicine. I will get a bit more cotton cloth. I will try to do this quest. I will just accept it for the advanced components, or this television actually. We'll have to research mortars though. Okay, let me do that once I have fabrication. Ambrosia. More of this drug. Not sure if I need more hay, if I'm honest. I think the animals have enough food. Silver has a recruitment inspiration. We could actually just straight up recruit this guy. So if Silver goes here with the inspiration, forcing her to do it, then we will get Banya toolbar. Welcome aboard, Nekonus. And also, you will only progress this fast if you end up recruiting almost everyone that you see, like I've done. This is why I'm progressing so quickly. Speaking of which, I need more bedrooms, but for now sleep in there. I will get a few bedrooms right here. I have a bunch of muffalos. I'm just gonna take care of them. We're so powerful now, we can easily get everything. Multi-analyzer. So this is an item or a building you will need to construct to research fabrication and the rest of the advanced research. We do have the resources for it, but if you don't, plasteel you can trade for, and gold you can also buy at the bulk goods trader, so head out to settlements and buy that. Components and steel you already know how to get, but it will only link to these 5 research benches. However, I want to research fabrication. Speaking of food, we have a goddamn lot of it. An infestation. Okay, these are insects. And insects will burrow from mountain overhead, which is this dark green type of roof. And insects you don't want to let expand, because if you let them expand too much, it will become a big problem. Now luckily they dealt almost no damage, but the hives you need to destroy. And there we go. We have a bit too much food. Good lord. Okay, we are going to become a farming empire here, because goddamn, I need to head out and sell off some of the food. We'll get silver. We have 7,000 rice. Yeah, goddamn. And a bunch of potatoes. A farming expedition coming your way. Okay, I'll add caravan in case it gets ambushed. This is why it's good to have muffalos or any type of caravan animal. If you want to see if it is a caravan animal, select the animal and then pack animal. If it says no, you cannot head out with the animal. A muffalo, it will say yes. Pack animal, yes. I also want to kill a few mega sloths. These creatures have heavy fur and that's very protective. Going to hunt that down, although they do attack when you attack them, so get a small group and hunt them down. They also provide a lot of meat. Luckily our prowess is immense and they're all dead. Anyways, we've got fabrication. Let me research mortars and go into the production tab. Now you want to go into fabrication bench, and we only have 2 advanced components. We can buy more soon, but we want to place them down. probably going to have to make this a small area for manufacturing. And with the fur, you can get some... You can actually get armchairs or couches, which are way more comfortable. We're going to get that. A few couches. Blue fur couch. Sheep wool couch. Alright, let's trade 3,000 silver. I should become a farmer. Anyhow, getting advanced components. Maybe a few more components to quick start. We have so much silver. So you shock lance and head back home. Disease the plague. Uh-oh. This is a pretty bad disease, but our healthcare is immensely good, so we're fine. Anyways, fabrication benches. So make components until we have like 50. Unpause at 30, and that should be good enough. Copy the bill. You can copy them over with this paper tab here, and people will start working on that. Get a few tool cabinets. You can get 2 of these near a workbench to increase the speed. So I'm going to get that for everything here as well. And I actually need to go out and trade again because we have so much goddamn food. Especially hay, goddamn. We have a group of visitors. They have a reinforced barrel. This will be useful for defenses. You can launch mortars, essentially bombard your enemies from a distance. You will need one of these. Oh, we're almost done researching mortars, actually. Anyways, we still need to scan for steel. Need to get another ground penetrating scanner. Anyways, mortars. I'm not going to queue up any research because otherwise we won't be scanning. Now, for the quest, we needed 22 EMP shells. So, yep, let's get 22. And now I will actually get assault rifles for everyone. So that means 8 of them. Because now we have infinite components. We just need more steel. Now then, we arrived at Senna to trade. I'll buy some Neutroamin, a smoke pop pack. Other than that, I don't actually know. Maybe cloth, actually. Why not? Head back home. Important thing is we're stacking up on silver. We've met with another caravan, but I do not need you. Move on. Now it's winter again, so nothing will grow. If you go into this book tab here, history, you can see our wealth tab. Can see how our colony has progressed. We can select the population, the colonist mood. It's all been looking pretty good. We've got all the EMP shells, so we can go out and fulfill the trade offer. So, sorry silver, we'll have to head out again. Luckily though, we have even more food we need to trade away. We're going to change the schedule to an anything schedule so that people can sleep whenever the hell they want. It's usually the schedule I like to go for. Not really necessary, but ooh, an exotic goods trader. I think this is the first one we've gotten. They have more exotic items, as you can imagine. Mega screen television. That will keep us nice and happy. I'm going to buy books. I will sell off the psychic pulsar. Psychic Sooth pulsar gives everyone a small mood buff. Psychic animal pulsar makes all the animals on the map angry. Got that from the ancient danger, but oh, I forgot the EMP shells. Oh well. I can research transport pods in a biofuel refinery. I want to place that bad boy down. And with biofuel refinery, you can make chem fuel from organics. I won't have until we have 200. It will be fuel for launching items across the RimWorld. Transport pod. So go into the MISC tab, get a pod launcher, automatically be built, and then auto build transport pod, fuel that bad boy up, and then we load up all the EMP shells, and then we can automatically send things to factions and people. So now we can send the EMP shells to Silver's caravan, and that will be added. Good. Now we're scanning for resources. We need steel. So we can fulfill the trade offer. Nice. We can trade even more. Honestly, I don't even know what to trade, but buying more Neutroamin, components, buy some sculptures, I'll buy some gold, and we're good. Where's the mega screen television? I want to install that bad boy. And the old television, you can actually place that so that the patients can watch. Do need more power. A raid from tribes people. Okay, and silver will be back. Okay, they're coming through here. Okay, we need to get Dale back and destroy Uniconicus. But we are so we are so progressed. They're all fleeing. Yeah, that's all of them. Once we equip everyone with assault rifles, I don't think there's anything stopping us. A combat supplier. Hello. Selling off those weapons they had. I should actually get a bunch of flak armor. Oh, scanned steel underground. Perfect, finally. We've got, that's thousands of steel. So now you can start drilling that out. Now what you could do is just enclose it like this. I should actually do that to protect it from raiders. You will have to need a light, and you will need to connect power tower out there. A masterwork assault rifle. Ooh. Let's research flak armor. First we need plate armor. Selling to Sparta 13 revolvers for a persona core. This is used in the construction of the ship. I will accept. And now our people here, you will see they're deep drilling for the steel. And so we'll have a steady flow of that coming in. All the revolvers have already been made. When do they restock? Traders restock every 30 days. We can't really trade with these people, but get all the revolvers. Flak armor. Go into the machining table and then get a flak helmet, flak vest, get flak jacket and flak pants. I'm not going to get the jacket because I want the parkas for winter, but everything else you can get. I also not really too worried about the clothing because we demolish anything before they can hurt us. And we get another machining table to speed things up, and I will smelt down some basic weapons that aren't really needed. Everything here that I'm selecting isn't really needed. Oh, we've arrived at Sparta, fulfilled trade offer. Now we have a persona core, but I will show you how to actually get the persona core for the ship later if you need it the normal way. Got plasteel. Oh, that is great. Plasteel is an exotic mineral resource, so we want that as well. I don't need to encase this one because it's already inside the base. Scan even more. Let's research. We don't need to scan for resources. There's a few ways we could go, but for our situation, going for advanced fabrication and towards the ship seems fine. Charged rifles are a great weapon as well. Could get marine armor. Let me get another multi-analyzer. Maybe not. Although we have a new bulk goods trader. Selling off a bunch of clothing, buying books, selling off a bunch. Let me actually only get flak vests and flak helmets because I will get marine armor eventually. A siege from a group of pirates. Okay, maybe I can showcase the mortars. When you get a siege, you can either go out to them to attack them, to make them attack you, or since we're prepared, and get a mortar down. Oh, we don't have any components. Well, if I'm honest, if you're honest, they won't stand a chance against us. We could just line up and destroy them. They're all fleeing. Nikenga took a hit, but we got a bunch of reinforced barrels, bunch of resources, and now we're fine. So now then, steel mortar we have for the next raid. Can in fact get 2, because we got a lot of those barrels. A 2 deep infestation. When you deep drill, there's a chance for this to happen, but yeah, they're easily taken care of. You will have to draft everyone though, just to be safe. That's what I usually do. Also have too many resources, too many items. I will make this space right here a storage area. Usually I'm not a hoarder. I like to trade things off, but I'm going to have a stockpile here of whatever we want so we don't have to ever think about storage again. An exotic goods trader here to trade. We have a bunch of gold we can sell. Other than that, not much. Advanced fabrication. Let me research outer doors so we can replace the normal doors here. Goats join. Alright, guess we have goats. However, now I will research hospital beds. Now, initially, I wanted marine armor and all of this, but to beat the game, this is only if you want to be super safe. Because honestly, the armor we have right now is perfectly capable of doing that. Just stack up a few more mini turrets. I guess I'll get the flak pants. And then vitals monitor. Let's replace the hospital beds. Do cost a lot of components, but it is worth it. Have any of the traders restocked? Not yet. Vitals monitor. Let's research Starflight basics. You can also get bionics if you wanted to, and these are advanced things to replace pawns, you know, broken limbs. But yeah, everybody in our colony is mostly fine, actually. I do need to... Ooh, this was cold the whole time. No wonder we weren't progressing as fast. Forgot about the heaters. Get flak jackets just for extra protection. Then I want to head out and buy components, because, yeah, I want to speed up the game. And cloth I need especially. Okay, they will restock pretty damn soon. We need a few more resources, that's for sure. We have an Archotech eye. Maybe I should install that. Now then, Sparta. I want to get cloth. They also have hyperweave, which is a pretty. One of the best materials to make clothing out of. I want that. Anyways, trading off a bunch and getting cloth and components. Yes, we can go home with this. A psychic ship. Okay, this is a mechanoid ship. Oh no, it doesn't have anything. We're lucky. Usually there are mechanoids around it, but there's nothing. Anyways, we should deal with that because it will make us sad. The female gender. Disease muscle parasites. Oof. Yeah, that hurts. More sleep, less moving, less manipulation. Get some hyperweave button-down shirts. Who's our best crafter? Tonsa? Did I forget to rename you? You will become Joseph. But from here on out, we are essentially just progressing with the research. We have resources coming in like steel and such and plasteel. I would still like to scan for uranium. Get some more fire foam poppers in case of fires. Orc hunting Jesus. A Kagraph is here. But at this point, you just want to gather materials and research towards the ship. Not really much else we need to do. We need to get a few more turrets as defensive measure. Although one thing I could do is get IEDs. So like traps on the ground. Like mines. Explosive mines. We made all the assault rifles, which is great. And with this, continue researching towards the ship. Next trader will restock. Oh, we have too much wood now. Caravan has arrived. Again, looking for components and cloth. And even though it costs 3,000 silver, I don't care because we have so much to trade. Game of I mean, got even more hyper weave. We'll take it, and we will head on home. Do need more power. So with IEDs, go into the security tab and you want to place them out where they don't overlap. Because if they overlap like this, then when one explodes, then the next one does. So in this radius is perfectly fine. Yeah, I don't think anyone is getting through to us this playthrough. God damn. New lovers, Western and Kostai. We'll need a new double bed for you. Caravan is back. I want to get advanced components actually. I'm going to expand this area right here. Or just enclose it like this. I'm going to keep this unroofed because everything here does not want a roof. Got another bulk goods trader. Honestly, would like to sell off just a few animals, buy more resources, sell off a bunch of wood. We're basically good. Starflight basics. Now, you want to research the rest of the ship, but actually we need to look for uranium and we need to mine for more steel. So let's scan for more resources. We have enough plasteel at least, but we need more uranium and steel. Okay, scan. Birthday on Kostai got frail. Too old. We have a raider camp here which we can eliminate. Ooh, could easily do this. Oh, I wanted to. We have a raid. Let's see what happens to them. Honestly, they don't stand a chance. Let's head out. Got another good pawn here. And the people are out. Caravan ambushed. Oh, monkeys. They're dead. This guy will die to an infection. That's a shame. He's actually just dead. Alright, we've arrived. We line up our people and then we start to shoot. Well, they're all fleeing and we get the payment. So we got a psychic emanator. So we improve the mood of everyone in this area. And a bunch of uranium. A toxic fallout. Okay, this is an event where if you are not under a roof, you will start to get toxic buildup. And if you stay out for too long, you will die. This is especially bad because our crops won't grow. So we'll harvest all of our crops and then we have to stay indoors. We'll go into the expand allowed area. I'll use this area just do indoors. And then I just want us to stay indoors. Caravan arrived. Back? Alright, get indoors. Think we have enough food. A Frumbohorn is pretty good in melee range. Oh, I forgot. Toxic buildup here. Okay, well, I need to do something like this. We did scan uranium. Continue researching towards the ship. Just want to research all the components. Manhunter pack. A bunch of animals, but yeah, it's a toxic fallout. You should not be outside. But we're researching at the speed of light. Maybe this was a blessing, because now we're just indoors researching. Manhunter pack. Aye. Starship reactor. Come on. Almost done. So yeah, I mean, it's been a while in this video now, but it's really not the most complicated thing in the world to beat the game. We will see the end stages. It won't be too hard. Worst of the toxic fallout has settled. Kill the wolves. They shall die. And they are indeed dead. Uranium we have down here. Let's get that. Machine persuasion. You just want to continue to research, but now we have a few small tiny blanked out researches here, so we will need to research long range mineral scanner and crypto sleep casket before we can progress. If you see the prerequisites here to the left, you will see what research you're missing to the one you want to research. However, we could start building the ship now. The only question is, where should we build it? And honestly, I'm thinking we pop down the ship right smack down right here. So for the ship in RimWorld, you will need a ship reactor, and then in the ship tab here, 3 ship engines, ship computer core. We got the persona core, but once you research for the starship, what is it, machine persuasion, you will get a notification that you can trade with a settlement for a persona core, and we could actually do this right now. If we were to go to the comms console, right click with a pawn, we can request the location of a persona core for 1,500 silver. But it will cost a bit of goodwill, so you can increase goodwill by doing the quests that I showed early in the game, or just by sending gifts to people. And then once you have the silver near the comms console, you will get the quest. You go out to the quest for the persona core, it will be an item stash, and then you get the reward. Bring that home, build a ship, and beat the game. Anyhow, I can guarantee you that the ship is very safe in here. Just in case, I will have a mini turret here to get the aggro in case raiders were to break through. But honestly, our firepower is so good. Nobody is reaching our walls. There is a type of raid in RimWorld called a breacher raid, where people who might come onto your map will try to dig through your walls or explode them. But if you get that type of raid, you will have to get your people out to stop them dead in their tracks. Ooh, our geothermal generator broke down. If structures break down, you need to place them in the home area for colonists to repair them. Selling to Sparta 29 short bows. We'll be taking that. Okay, I can make them right here. 29. Research the rest of the ship and we shall launch. I do need more steel, so once the resources here have been siphoned out, you can move the deep drills to the next vein to extract resources from. I'm going to keep them in the open here without protection because I don't really care if they get destroyed. It's only 100 steel and 2 components. At this rate, it's fine. If you were to build this security around every single deep drill, eventually the whole map will be filled with these small outposts, and most of the time they will just go for the turrets here anyways. Now I think I've covered almost most of everything that is in the game, at least to beat the game. A long-range mineral scanner is something you can use to locate specific resources. For example, if you wanted to get steel, it's much better to just deep drill it out of the map, because steel is quite heavy to transport. If you were to have something like gold being scanned, that could be viable, but it takes a lot of time to transport and such. In vanilla RimWorld, almost never go for the long-range mineral scanner, but with the Odyssey DLC, where you can fly to the destination, then it's more worthwhile. We're almost done researching everything now there is, and then once that's done, we shall beat the game. We shall beat the game. I actually do need more gold. We have no gold for the advanced components. Silver Kagarath. We need to buy gold. Caravan has arrived. Let's buy gold. We've allied with them. Too deep infestation. Yes, deal with it. starflight sensors, so we will need a ship structural beam, and I'm just going to launch one pawn into space. That's usually what I like to do. I also need a sensor cluster, so the ship should look something like that. And of course make it bigger, get more ship structural beams to place more crypto sleep caskets. Now then, at the ship structural beam, that is well where you will place the crypto sleep caskets. Now then, someone needs the bionic or architect eye. I will have it on Regalia. You are our best shot, so Architect Eye, and that will prove to be very beneficial. A psychic ship. Okay, this time we have a few threats. Let me bombard it actually. Joseph and Regalia. And to select the mortar, set force target, set it on there, get everyone back home. And we'll see, we'll start bombarding. Not out of fire shells, please. Fire doesn't do anything against mechanoids. Yeah, we will slowly chip away at that. That's going to work quite well, I hope. I actually killed one of them with a mortar. Come on, one more shot. Here we go. Now we shall deal with the rest of them. Mechanoids a bit more tough. They are made of steel. Well, we did shred them down with the mortar, so they basically have no strength left. And well, they're basically going to die now. They are outranging us. Yes, kill them all. Yeah, they're all dead. And we get their resources. I really need our crafters to actually craft. We'll put that on a higher priority. Where the hell did we get a bunch of chickens? We have too many animals. With the sensor cluster, you can show the launch report. So we're still missing a few components. We need to do the quest for the bows. So let's go. Anyways, the whole ship has soon been constructed already because of the resources we piled up and everything. Again, for you it might take longer to get to this point, but if you follow the steps, then you will be at this point. Okay, let's go with the bow. And we have that. We can actually start up the ship and we're back home because we are ready. Alright, let's start the ship. Come on. So, with all the components, we are ready. The reactor is ready to power up. The process will take about 15 days, and the energy signature will be detectable from a long distance away. This sort of energy signature indicates interstellar flight capability and will attract gangs of desperate raiders and swarms of deadly mechanoids. You'll be assaulted with an intensity you've never seen. Make sure your defenses are prepared first, we will confirm. So then this sound, and we're doing this on day 158, so we'll be done by day 173. I will have everyone in the home area where we should just relax. We have enough food, we have enough resources, we have enough mortar shells. It's time. So there will be between 10 to 20 raids, I think. So it does sound like a lot, but if we've set up defenses like this and people with good armor like this and assault rifles, it's not really about how quickly you can defeat your opponents. That is a factor. But the main thing is how quickly you can rebuild. It's not about the battle, it's about the healing process and the recovery. Because if you can fully recover until the next battle, then you're completely fine. Just don't let 2 raids pound you at once and make you incapable of recovering. That's why I like to stack up a lot of steel and resources so I can rebuild quickly. And make sure I have medicine. Yes, the hospital is good. Should be fine. Everybody is nice and happy, as you can see. We have a bunch of steel here which we scanned. Why not mine it? Although we have our first raid from Outlanders. Oh, you're landing on top of us. Who would have thought? Alright, let's go. Oh, silver. Oh my god, I did not expect them to land on top of us. Okay, they're all fleeing, but goddamn, mangled scar in your brain? Okay, well, I completely forgot that we could get drop pod raided. Our first raid was actually pretty bad. But the thing in RimWorld is you can never truly be prepared. Anything can happen. However, our medics are there on the spot to tend. Nikenga. We have some go juice, which is a pretty great drug. As long as we tend to everyone on time, we're fine. Yeah, that can happen. I did not expect that. That's for sure. Okay, I will be on guard. In case that happens next time, I will probably let them... They would probably destroy everything here, but lure them where they have to come to us, because we kind of fought them equally, which we did not want. This is a strategy game. We want to funnel them to us, and we kill them off one by one. Oh well, everybody has been tended to. Next up, we've got a raid from Breachers. This is what I was talking about earlier. They're coming to destroy the walls. In fact, they're already at the walls, but we can take care of them right here. We've got grenades. Okay, let's go back a bit. I will probably set up barricades alongside a few points. Nothing too much, but just something. Alright, let's kill. And they're getting instantly destroyed. Well, we've got fire foam, but we have a fire foam pack. They're all fleeing. Ooh, we have someone good here which we can capture. Yeah, I should have prepared more barricades, but we shall do that now. We have a few rare thrumbos. These creatures are quite rare, but you can get dusters out of them. Their fur is quite nice. Let's see here. A bit tough, but we can kill them at a choke point. Alright, so far so good. Okay, let's haul them in. We're rebuilt and we're ready to rim. Yeah, let's get a few more barricades, honestly. Plasteel is the building material with the highest health point modifiers. So if you want good defenses above granite, then plasteel is good. You can also go for uranium. However, the ship will launch in 10 days, so we're already third of the way done. We scanned plasteel in our base. We captured a prisoner here, unwaveringly loyal. Why not release? You do get goodwill points when you release prisoners from another faction. A raid from the mech hive. Mechanoids are a bit tougher, that's for sure. But a raid from tribes people. So when you get raided from the ship launch, there is a high chance that conflicting factions will appear on the map. I wonder if they will come to us. Okay, they will start attacking. Let's see here. Yeah, they're all fleeing, and the mechanoids, they're still there. Just capture everyone we can get. Okay, I will actually release them. Okay, Brian died. Well, not the best guide if someone died. Looks like there were two groups, and I missed one of them. Okay, well, that is obviously bad. Brian was one of our best crafter. Well, people will die in RimWorld and you simply have to bury them. Although there is a way to resurrect them. So we'll keep his corpse in a freezer. Let's kill the rest of them. Alright, they're all dead. So Brian, the Lancer's charged lance shot annihilated Brian's heart. That can happen. All we can do is really bury him. It is what it is. My husband Brian died on silver. Yeah. That was a little bit of my fault. But people will die in RimWorld, and even if they're the best colonists in your colony, you just have to let it go. You can always recruit someone good again. Honestly, I've just gotten used to it, I think. People dying. I've gotten used to people dying. A raid from the nation of... Oh, tribes people. I will prepare for a while. I will actually bombard them a bit. Why not? That guy got demolished. Oh, there are two groups. Let's not waste shots, but here they come. Yep, this group is fleeing. Another crafter. Told you. Not as good as Brian, but oh well. And these people are fleeing too. Ooh, a tough person. He is actually better than Kagraf at melee if we can get him. Perfect. Oh, okay. This guy died of blood loss. Raid from the mech hive breachers. These people, or these mechanoids, will again try to avoid our defenses, try to destroy our walls. Okay, we want to be a bit careful, because those lancers are quite vicious. Okay, kill the damn lancers, thank you. Okay, they're all dead. We still have the orbital target bombardment combat supplier. I'll get a doomsday to show the opponents who's the boss. We have a trader, war merchant. They can cover us against the upcoming raids. Alright, next event. They will prepare for a while. Tribes people. It looks like there's only one group. I will show them what happens when they try to conquer us. I'm going to go ahead with an orbital bombardment system. You will see what this thing does. As you can see, it literally evaporates the enemy. Oh my god. Well, we got that from a quest, and now it's used to literally just provide us with jade. A jade farm. Oh my god, we just deleted them. You can use all of your tools at your arsenal during ship launch. Whatever you have, just throw it at the enemy. All your resources. 6-7 Devil Strand, nice. As well, you're going to be beating the game anyways. Well, you can still continue the game after you beat it, but I end my story when I've beaten my game. New recruit Qaeda. Ooh, okay, Al-Qaeda. Let's see here. Grab an assault rifle and demolish. Local board Ruby. A raid from the mech hive. Okay, just a couple of them, but two group. Let's do this. I did set up the defenses in a way where they outrange us, so I could have done that better. They're aggroed onto the turrets, so we can just go up. Well, I say that, but the chargers, the charge lance shot missed the mini turret and pierced Entrus' kidney. Well, they're all dead. I just wanna launch a goddamn bomb on the next raider. We will do that with a doomsday rocket launcher. A siege from a group of pirates. Yeah, I will show you the power of the doomsday rocket launcher that we bought for a little over 1,000 silver. Might not have seemed worth it, but I promise you, what you're about to witness before your eyes is going to be true domination. I didn't do much, but almost killed them. Ah, they're all fleeing. You're not fleeing though. Okay, they're all dead. A raid from a group of outlanders. Okay, this is a little bit tough actually. Let's see. Okay, they're finally fleeing. It took them a while to get there, but we got them. However, the ship reactor is starting up in 5 hours, day 172. So, without further ado, okay, 0.5 and 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1, and there we've go. The ultimate guide to RimWorld is over. The reactor is ready. So, day 172, major raids 23. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 raids in total. And, well, this is our wealth graph, almost at 300,000 wealth, and all the stats if you want to take a look. But now that the reactor is ready, there really isn't much else to say. You can get any pawn you want to, or if you wanted to launch everyone into space, you could expand the ship now and build all the ship crypto sleep caskets. But I will just launch Silver here, and it is now ready to power a lift off. So, without further ado, I really do hope you've enjoyed, and let's launch! You've launched the ship. These colonists escaped, so Silver the janitor. These colonists were left behind, so Weston, Kagorafni, Genga, Hangray, Jesus, Kostai, Joseph, and True, Crash Adams, Pepper, Regalia, Nekonicus, and Ruby Choco. Your machine persona will now try to guide the ship to a safe place. It might find a prosperous planet in the system, or it may undertake a centuries-long journey to another star. Might even decide to hide under ice on an asteroid for a few thousand years, waiting for someone to build a nuclear world here, in memory of Brian. But no, anyways, I really do hope you learned at least something from this video. I tried to explain the whole process, but of course this game is so complex and deep, I probably missed a few things, but I covered almost everything at least to beat the game from start to finish, so I hope you enjoyed and thanks for watching, and if you want to continue where I left off, then join the Patreon. See you in the next video.